This is the start of the stream. This is the start of the stream. Caesar says, why do you always ignore me? I don't do that. I don't ignore anyone. Caesar says, how do you choose what messages pop up on screen and which you ignore? I mean, I don't really ignore any of them, as I said. I just basically choose at random. I do, though, give special attention to people that I'm familiar with. Longtime viewers. The Illa says, Dawn, keep it 55th Street on Hood. What? I don't get it. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. The Illis says, am I a long-time viewer? Yes, you are. I would consider you that. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. The Illis says, righteous. Righteous. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. Today is either January 21st or 22nd, depending where you are. The Illa says, Dawn, hop on Arc Raiders. Maybe. That game looks fun. I would be someone that would betray people. Betraying people looks fun. That's what I would do for good or for bad. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. Do you betray people, the Ellis? Do you kill people for no reason? Squilliam says, day 6 of asking Dawn how's life. Pretty good. It may get a lot better in like 3 days. I'm not gonna say why though. The Illa says, it's the bee's knees. Arc Raiders is awesome. Okay. The Illa says, yes, I do. Okay, you do betray people. You're one of those guys. Like me. Like me. Ground says, this guy again. Hi. Care says, what time is it? It's nighttime. Git says, don't eat the yellow snow. That's good advice. Squilliam says, that's good. Hope it happens. I will go now. Thank you. Feather says, hi. Hello, Feather. Nina says, unicorns or fairies. I prefer unicorns. Geo says, hi. Hello, Geo. Alana says, hi. What's up, Alana? Tell or ask me anything at all in the chat. Andy says, but the yellow snow is yummy. Well, it might be urine, so I don't think you should eat it, even if it's yummy. Jezebel says, hello. Hello, Jezebel. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. Tell or ask me anything at all in the chat. Wacky says, someone is giving me candy. I'm in the back of their truck right now. Wanna come? No, that sounds like a way to get kidnapped. Lays says, hello. Hello, Lays. Feather says, you have Roblox account? I do, but I haven't played it in many years. Nina says, you're so funny, love it. Thank you. Jolina says, hello, Dawn. Hello, Jolina. Ray says, what's the best drug? Doom scrolling. Handy says, I want to come to get candy. Where are you? This guy's interested. Lays says, how is your day? Excellent. Kara says, what time is it in your nighttime? I deliberately was vague about that. I'm not going to say. Feather says, you have a username on Roblox? I forget what it is. Alana says, GTA 5 or Dead by Daylight. GTA 5. Wacky says, I'm at the Pacific Ocean. Awesome. Use says, hello. Hello, Use. Jezebel says, the best drug is the ones that helps you. Oh, okay. Alana says, yeah, GTA 5 is better. I have. Better than Dead by Daylight? Okay. Lely says, what are your hobbies, Don? Video editing. Han says, what's the best Riz line? I want a girlfriend. I mean, be good looking. Hamish says, hi. Hello, Hamish. Decadence says, you look like Bulgarian mail order bride. Interesting. Feather says, my username is BTSY26. Well, I don't play Roblox, so I'm not friending you, but... Jay says, life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Okay. Alana says, dogs or cats? Dogs. Feedy says, best Riz is a lady calling you Riz. Huh. Ground says, do you know it takes 8 minutes for light to travel to Earth from the sun? Did not know that. Lely says, why are you up so early? That's just the way my schedule is. Tell or ask me anything at all in the chat. Alana says, phone or computer? Computer. Feather says, bonjour. Hi. Jay says, 8 minutes? Yeah, it seems long. Small says, you have nice teeth. Thank you. Aaron says, chicken noodle soup. Okay. Kev says, did you shower today? I did. Dak says, why did you block me on Grindr again? I'm not on Grindr. Sport says, hi. Hello, Sport. Alana says, guess how old I am. Sorry, I don't want to. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. Annabelle says, hi. Hello, Annabelle. Feedy says, have you been to the hotel called Riz? There's a lot of stuff you can't do in there. You just pull people in and they cooked. What? L says, are we going to see? Probably not. Annie says, awesome, you got your normal super chats back. Yes, I'm happy about it too. Smud says, do you know why chicken noodle soup tastes so peak? I don't. 1 second, I need to change my stream settings. Sport says, bow bow. Okay. None of your business says, hi baby. I none. Lely says, if you could have a superpower, which one would it be? Reading minds. Az says, do you have any dog videos? I don't. Alex M says, slow mode again? Boo. I don't like spam. Feather says, you sound like Birdie from Ibella. I don't know what that is. Zachariah says, I said hi. Okay, yeah, no. Okay, yeah, he said wait. What? Daryl says, Hi Dan, how are you doing? I am still up, can't sleep. I'm doing good. Alex M says, who's spamming? Well, no one at the moment, but I was thinking about past streams. Sad says, I'm here. I know everyone was awaiting my arrival. I wasn't. Mr. T says, commenters, we must stay focused. Ask the most based questions. Okay. Handy says, I bet you 1873 blah blah blah. You didn't read that number. Okay. None says, but the government is still in a state that is in the grip on power. What? Gian says, hi. Oh my early live. Oh my god. Hi. Alana says, oh, that's fine that you don't want to guess. I'm glad it's fine. Yerrick says, I can't deal with people anymore. It's just, everyone sucks. So hard, you know? Okay. Roblox says, hello. Hi. Feather says, you like the color blue or yellow? I like blue. None says, I'm just going home and I'm not going back in the office today. So I'm not going home. Okay. Yerrick says, hell. Okay. Mr. says, do you want to hear a Bible verse? Why not? Ace says, skipping me. Not cool, but okay. Okay. Alana says KFC or McDonald's. McDonald's. Feather says you're wearing blue right now. I am. X says learn Gabriella dance. I'm not into dancing. Alex M says McDonald's breakfast slaps. Yeah, it does. Agent says hello. Hello, Agent. Wolfie says red or black. Black. Handy says slappy goopy. Okay. Lame says, do you want this to be your full-time job? Maybe. I'm on the fence. Yeti says, what are your 3 favorite games all time? One of them is Rainbow Six Siege. Mr. T says, your cells are constantly dying and being replaced. Are you the same person you were 10 years ago? If not, at what specific point did you become someone else? In 2019 I changed. Roblox says I sprack Spanish. Okay. Alex M says, what is your favorite McDonald's breakfast item? The Egg McMuffin. Annie says, now I'm imagining Don doing the dance for Gabriella. Don't make him do it. Well, you guys can't make me do it, so. None says, are you depressed? I'm not. Forgotten says, I ate rotisserie chicken for dinner along with a baked potato and a hair I picked from your head. Okay. Feather says Espanol, then Roblox. What? Mr. says Matthew 1726 says if you have faith as small as a mustard seed for you, nothing is impossible. Okay. Chloe says, it's you again. Do you remember me from yesterday? I don't. Backpack says, I know you from somewhere. You're quite successful. Why YouTube? Because I was brainwashed into doing it because I grew up watching it. Mr. says, are you okay? Yes. Roblox says, I hate you. Okay. Kier says, greetings, Dawn. I spoke to Ron and he thought you had gone to a race you had. Whoa. What? 4 says, what's up, Dawn? Hello, 4. Alex M says, quite successful. Doing what? No comment. Roblox says, just kid. Okay. Miss says, are you sick? Your voice sounds kind of scratchy. I think this is just the way it always is. Bodhi says, I just learned the start of a national acrobat. What? Zeph says, hi, remember me? No. Jez says, I watched Life of Luxury. Okay. Sport says, Hivor Hodge or blah blah blah. What's that? Love says, hello, my name's Rose. Hi. Yeti says, are you going to be buying Greenland? No. Backpack says, this guy is legendary. Don't worry, bro. I won't expose it. Let them wonder. Okay. Handy says, my sis has a crush on you. Okay. M. Johnson says, do you remember anyone? Yes, many people. Jacqueline, Porma2, Shapeshifting, Nicole. Mr. T says, do we do things for the experience itself or for the memory of having done them? Well, a lot of the times because of social media, the latter. Nicole says, hello, Dawn. How are you? Great. Savannah says, hi, please say hi. You're the best YouTuber ever. My dad died. Sorry to hear that. Annie says, Gabriella is a song by a group called Cat's Eye. Okay. I have received a super chat from Don Yarndal. I greatly appreciate it. Don Yarndal says, hi, wave emoji, Don in chat. Hope you're doing great, thumbs up emoji. I am. I appreciate your super chat. Thank you. Savannah says, thanks for saying hi, I can't super chag. What? Kier says, if you were Humpty Dumpty's career advisor, what line of work would you steer him towards? The circus. Sport says, I like the ba-ba music. I'm glad. Kevin says, why do you always skip my messages? There's too many messages to read. Tess says, Dawn, do you have any pets? I have a dog. Annie says, they meant to say they can't super chat, but accidentally put chag. Okay. Lily says, can you speak another language? I only know one language. Dilbert says, what a loser, only 4,000 subs. Okay. Nova says, are you an NPC? No. Savannah says, sorry, I chat really fast. Okay. Alex M says, Dawn, are you rich? No comment. Don Yarndal says, made sure to leave my like too. Thank you. And thank you for all of your super chats in general. Alex M says, no comment. Okay. Jake says, do you have autism? I don't. Feather says, la boo boo. Okay. Ski says, are you always a little bit nervous when you read these chats? No. I would be if this was real life and I was talking to a crowd, but not to this. Alex M says, I knew you were gonna say no comment. Wealthy Don has shattered my perception of reality. No comment. Miss says, do you think Courtney had anything to do with Kurt's demise? His death? No. Kier says, do you remember learning your ABCs at school? And what is your favorite Burt Reynolds movie? I don't. I guess Deliverance. Nova says, you're an interesting person. Thank you. Alex M says, one last question. Why do you wear the same shirt every stream? Because I like this shirt, this kind of shirt. Yu says, what football/soccer team do you support? I'm not into sports. Bald says hi. Hello, Bald. CH says, hi. Sorry for bad English. I like that meme. I've seen that before. That's funny. M says, do you fix yourself before you wreck yourself? What? Sage says, what are you into? Movies and videos. Moy says AI. No. Ski says you should always check yourself before you wreck yourself. What? Savannah says, you're the best YouTuber. I know you don't know me in real life, but you're the best YouTuber. Thank you. Alana says, Mom or Dad, and you are the best. I'm not gonna choose. MJ says, what sorts of movies do you like? I mean, I kind of hate every movie, actually. It's only scenes that I like. I like that one scene in Ben-Hur where he meets Jesus for the first time. Nova says, I like the Mass Effect background music. Thank you. Tony says, hi, Don. Hi, Tony. Michael says, hi. Hello, Michael. Ski says, is the room yellow or is it the lighting? It's tan, but it looks yellow because of the lighting. Dat says, hello, how are you? Great. Ballastier says, I think it's fate that I keep running into you on YouTube. Can I be your moderator? No, I don't want moderators. But I appreciate you being a frequent chatter. Kier says, which is better, a monkey with a glowing hat or a turtle with a baseball bat? Give reasons for your answer. A monkey with a glowing hat because I like monkeys. They're one of my favorite animals. That looks much more interesting. EJ says good morning. Hi, EJ. Ski says thanks for answering my questions. You're welcome. Nova says I forgot to say hi. Hi. Yeti says, do you live in a city or in the woods? I'm not gonna say. CH says blank. Okay. The Joker says, yo, I'm new. What do we do here? Whatever you want. I just read messages. Tony says, do you believe in flu vaccinations? I do. Blast says, why do you look like a guy I would see from 2022? I don't know. Benny says, do you remember me? I'm back. I don't. Michael says, what's Ronaldo's favorite fruit? An orange because it has vitamins, Sui's. Okay. I thought you were gonna say a petative fruit. Do you remember that when he said petative fruit? CH says blank. Okay. The Joker says not funny, Michael. Okay. X edit says bruh. Okay. Coca-Cola says I'm your next door neighbor's dog. I'm Jesus and the devil. When I bark, I'm ordering you to cleanse the city of the unclean. I don't believe that. 86 says, Do you believe in underpants? Yes. Sage says, who's your favorite YouTuber besides yourself? Sal C1. Nova says, you remind me of Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory. Okay. Nicole says, there are some really weird people in the world. Yeah. Kier says, when was the last time you trolled the worker at a McDonald's drive-thru? I'm not too into trolling in real life. One says, why did you start YouTube? I mean, I always knew I was gonna do it because... Never mind. When did I start? Oh, it's why, not when. Because it looks fun. I saw someone doing this, just streaming, reading messages, looks fun. And it is. Backpack says, some call you a king. What are your thoughts on this? Indifferent. Who cares? Gruz says, do you own any guns? I shouldn't answer that. Richard says, you have and siblings? Do I have them? Yes. Cool says, remember me, Don. That's not enough for me to remember you. If you want me to remember you, be a long-time chatter. Someone says, I am not me, I am not working on my head. What? Mr. May says, what about hobbies? You have any? Video editing. Price says, what do you think about my name? I don't like the numbers in it. Val says, do you like the show Bluey? I love it. Isn't that a kid's show? No. Feather says hi. Hello, Feather. Truly says hi, gay. How's it going? Hi, Truly. Gur says, how do you have such a strong aura? Don't know. Hellfire says, Hellfire lives on. Okay. Val says, what? So what? I'm not gonna watch a show made for toddlers. That's bizarre. That's some pedophile stuff. Nova says, Parasocial Don Benitez is the best. What? Ballastior says, someone pay him some money so he will dame blah 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 moderator. That might happen. Tony says, are you in either under or post grad school? I appreciate the question, but I don't want to say. M says, do you cry sometimes when you're lying in bed? Maybe. Anthony says, tell me something about yourself. I'm wearing dark gray jeans. They match this shirt. Sage says, are you nonchalant in relationships? No. Archie says hi. Hello, Archie. Truly says, what if when a man loves you the most? What? I had to kill something. Libby says hi. Hello, Libby. GR says favorite car. I'm not into cars. Kier says eastbound and down, loaded up and truckin'. Okay. Tony says, are you obsessive compulsive? No. Backpack says favorite food. You know what? The cheeseburger from In-N-Out. Gur says, do you like this crazy music's? Yes. The back end says, when is your birthday? Not gonna say. Fire says, do you have a 9 to 5? Maybe. Nova says, Parasocial Don Benitez is the best. What? Tony says, do you like sushi? Nope. Ballastior says that fly was watching your stream. Okay, I don't care. The Random says, what do you do all day? I'm not gonna say. Gur says, come to Brazil. No, no matter how many times it's asked. My Sherry says, truly Jay, you're gay in the best way, I guess. Okay. Once Addict says, do you think AI will take over? No. Rack says, nah. Okay. Feather says, my birthday is September 15th. Okay. Tony says, can you cook? Yeah, not much, but a little bit. Sage says, truly, why are you so obsessed with gay people? Are you talking to that other guy? This guy? Truly says, nope, he's gay. Okay. Coca-Cola says, my name is Don Benitez, and I take full legal responsibility for all crimes committed at all Diddy parties. No. Nova says, Parasocial Don Benitez is the best. Sorry for the typos. You gotta get a hold on those typos. That was annoying. Mosty says, nope, he's a gooner. Okay. Feather says, you have a crush? No. Kier says, if you were enjoying a pint of beer and someone bumped into you and spilled your pint, would you say a doity would or let it slide? I probably would let it slide. The back end says, is February a rare B-day? I think so. Tony says, are you a perfectionist? I think so. I think so. Fire says, what is your favorite song? One of them is, On a Plane by Nirvana. Nat says, I'm in a boring as fuck checkpoint extra class at school right now. Okay. Darline says, favorite movie, Eyes Wide Shut. Tell or ask me anything at all in the chat. Red says, do you like Slipknot? I haven't listened to them. Pizza Face says, are you okay? Yes. Backpack says, Dawn is meticulous. I try to be. Austin says, what other Nirvana songs do you like? Frances Farmer will have her revenge. Joda says, I want to drink wine today. Should I? Yes. The Random Stuff says, favorite game, Red Dead 1. My Sherry says, same questions. Next day, come on chat. Yeah, better. Unique questions would be better. Dat says, I ship Brian and Matt from Weezer. Okay. Nova says, how often do you do this? Every day. Kier says, Don, why do you like Eyes Wide Shut more than Top Gun? Because Eyes Wide Shut is 1,000 times better. I have received a super chat of $5 from Yeti Spaghetti. Thank you, Yeti Spaghetti. Yeti Spaghetti says, would you ever stream yourself playing games? If so, what genres? I might do that. I might stream games. What genres? Well, the games that are candidates are Minecraft, Black Ops 2, Red Dead 1, LSD Dream Emulator. These are some games that I might stream in the future. Thank you again for your big super chat, and because of that super chat, I am going to extend the timer. Now it's 56 minutes. Michael says, I broke my bone on April 1st last year. Okay. Tony says, did you ever see the movie Donnie Darko? What did you think? I enjoyed it. I like the mysteriousness in it. Joda says, is Red Dead 1 better than Red Dead 2? Yes. Libby says, do you think brain rot sucks? Yes and no. I dislike it, but to be honest, I get pleasure from watching it. Backpack says, if you had one message for the world, what would it be? Read Self-Reliance by Emerson. I don't want to give cliche advice or something. I would try to say something specific like that. Nova says, how do I super chat? There should be a $sign like right here. Toxic says S. Okay. Sage says, what goes up a chimney down, but not down a chimney up? What? Tony says, gotta go. Good communicating with you. Godspeed. See ya. Kier says, Don, you say it's 1,000 times better, but does Eyes Wide Shut have any F-14s flying around? I think you got some nerve saying it's better than Top Gun. Planes aren't my thing. Wilhelm says, hello, my parasocial friend. Hi. Feather says 6767. Okay. The Random says, heard of Australia? Yeah, it's some big island. Wiley says, do you think you're a good person or a bad one? A mix. Ann says, if you could say something to your younger self, what would it be? Start streaming. Kevin says, how many dogs can a tail wag? Woof, if a meow could cat a yap. What? Sounds like Dr. Seuss. Yeti Spaghetti sent another $5 super chat. Thank you. Yeti Spaghetti. Yeti Spaghetti says, into anything like Welcome to Derry, The Chair Company, or Smiling Friends? I know what Smiling Friends is. That's like an adult funny cartoon. I'm gonna guess that the other items you listed, Welcome to Derry, The Chair Company, are other adult goofy cartoons. I don't watch any of that. Some comedy that I'm into is this YouTube channel called The Phone Losers of America. That gives me laughs. Thank you again for your super chat. I am now gonna extend the timer. I'm going to stream now an hour and 18 minutes because of you. Thank you. Kevin says, do you peaky panish? My house is dirty? That's funny too. Nova says, what's the longest you've ever gone doing this? 8 hours? Wiley says, hey, if you ever get famous, will you remember me? Probably not. Joda says, life is not the will to exist, but the will to power. Maybe. Blast says, do you edit your streams? No. Random says, what is the capital of Australia? Canberra. M. Johnson says, poop emoji, pant emoji. I did not poop my pants. My Sherry says, do you have panic attacks? No. Collector says, hello, Don. Hello, Collector. Neon says, isn't blue the best color? Yeah, you're right. Anish says, do you know that 100% of the people living on the Earth are on the Earth? Yes. Backpack says, Don is famous. Y'all just don't know. Okay. Dweeb says, look who's here. It's Don the Goat. How you doing, brother? Great. Ellen says, how are you been in this live stream? This live stream has been solid. My Sherry says, it's my favorite shade for past 3 years now. What? Random says, are you American? Yes. Pixie says, Bruno Mars isn't on Mars. True. Obscure says TKD. What? Sarah says, what time is it there? POV. Lol. Ha 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 ha. It's nighttime. Wilhelm says, my priest in Namibia has a PhD in mathematics. P.S. I have family there. Okay. Dux says, Elon Musk ate 10 pounds. Okay. Willie says, bro, if you wanted a moderator, who would it be? Jacqueline. There's someone named Jacqueline, and they're frequent chatter. Moya says, what religion do you believe? I'm not religious. Annie says, symbol is euros. Okay, I messed up. That's euros, not pounds. Sage says, a man walked into his house and was delighted when he discovered that someone had stolen all of his lamps. What? Scar says, it's 3 a.m. for me. Okay. Moy says, do you have a hobby? Doom scrolling. Morph says, or bread. What? Yusuf says, hey. Hello, Yusuf. Michael says, it's 7 a.m. for me. Okay. Hiss says, hey brother, how are you? God bless. Thank you. AH says, the only way I could do that was if you had to do a lot more work, and then you would be done by yourself. What are you saying? Morph says, it's a hole in my sock. What? Annie says, do you regret anything? I regret the crazy amount of time I've spent on electronics. Morph says, are you living in a tent? Maybe. William says, there is a let's go for pick up the guy for school tomorrow. What? Ballastior says, Dawn. Ballastior is your #1 moderator. I don't want moderators. There's literally no one banned right now. I don't ban people, usually. Anish says, pyramids in Egypt are in Egypt because they are too heavy to be carried to the British Museum. Funny. Morph says, did Pete say in the den? What? Jay says, would you live a nomadic life? That sounds interesting. Heart says, hello again. Hi, Hearts. Scar says, I'm in Canada. Are you in USA? I am. Collector Nick super chatted $5. Thank you, Collector. Collector says, I'm working tonight, so I'll be here for a while. Let's run up that timer. Laughing out loud. Thank you, Collector. So you're listening to this at work? Cool. And yeah, I'll run up the timer right now. I did it. Thank you again. I really appreciate it, Collector. Wiley says, what's your favorite color? Gray. Yeti says, do you enjoy nicotine? I don't. Sage says, I asked my North Korean friend how it was there. He said he couldn't complain. Funny. Morph says, I am dancing in palm trees. Are you coming? No. RB says, hi. Hello, RB. The back end says, if you could erase one viral video you ever made from existence, would you do it knowing it made your career, or let it live in regret forever? If I became a viral meme, I probably wouldn't care. I would live with it. Collector Nick says, thanks, Don. No problem, man. Thank you again. Alan says, hi, Don. Please rees me. There you go. Jorge says, send a shout out to the CJNG. What? Bastardy says, your eyes are red. Go to sleep, man. I mean, maybe they are red, but am I sleepy? No. Clay says, can you give us one piece of advice for the next generation? Thank you. Touch grass. Feather says, "Hi Don, please read me." There you go. Scar says, "Do you know what Therians are and do you support them?" Well, I hear they're a society of people in Roblox that hurt themselves, literally, so I don't support that. Tommy says, "When was the last time when you ended a stream? 20 hours ago or something?" Morph says, "Are you smoking grass?" No, I touch it though. Nana says, "Hi, how are you?" Good. Amit says, "Hi." Hello, Amit. Feather says 10 divided by 5 equals 2. True. Tat says, "Talk to me," laughing out loud. Hi. Yetis says, "Do you avoid political questions?" I mean, I'll read it, but will I answer it? Probably not. Yusuf says, "I know it will be annoying, but..." What? Gare says, "Praise the sun." Is that a Therian thing? The back end says, "If you could make 1 million by lying to your audience once, but it would completely destroy one fan's life, would you?" Completely destroy someone's life? No. Yusuf says 11 plus 41 plus 17, 67. Yeti says, "At the back end, great question." It is a good question. I said no, but who knows what would happen if when rubber actually meets the road. Jacqueline says, "OMG, what a questions." Yeah, it was good. Rebecca says, "Remember me?" No. Morph says, "Do you eat bacon with grass?" Nope. Nana says, "Where are you from?" USA. Jen says, "Are you just reading chat messages?" That's right. M says, "2 off." What do you mean, 2 off? Oh, was it not 67? I just took a guess that he was trying to make me say that meme. Arnell says, "Rams or Seahawks?" Seahawks. Yeti says, "Would you ever take gambling sponsorships? I hear they pay a lot." I don't think I would, no. There's a lot of streamers that are into that nowadays because of Kick, but I wouldn't be in on that. I have received a super chat. Thank you, Gare Mill It Top Into. Gare says, "Why do you think the CIA is after you?" I don't think the CIA is after me. And I don't think there would be any reason for them to. I don't know why an intelligence agency would be interested in me. I appreciate your super chat, Gare. Thank you. And because of that, I am extending the time. Thank you. Reggie says, "Willies." Okay. Nana says, "What's the meaning of queer?" Weird. Nomad says, "Fact or fiction?" Dawn has webbed feet. Fiction. Rebecca says, "I was here yesterday." Welcome back. Maravik says, "Are you addicted to this?" Somewhat. Arena says, "Are you a gamer?" Not really. Alan says, "Yo, Don, what's a collector? Please read me." Well, I was saying collector earlier in reference to the person Collector Nick, who super chatted earlier. The back end says, "If a fan asked you to explain your entire content strategy in exactly 1 sentence without using any numbers or titles, could you do it?" Lonely people like to be noticed. No disrespect, by the way. Morph says, "I am here now, and 2 seconds ago, did you see me in the bed?" In my bed? You're not in my bed. CT says, you fuck with airsoft? I don't. My Sherry says, more expressions, that's hilarious. Okay. Wilhelm says, in Germany, my school sends messages to the seniors if they want to go to the military. Does this happen in America? I don't think so. Bit says, laughing my fucking ass off, spot on. My one sentence? Okay. Gare says, game over. Okay. Spice says, do you believe in an afterlife, just in general? I don't. Marvik says, is reading chats your addiction? I mean, it's one of them. Yeti says, we had recruiters for the military come into our schools yearly. Okay. I think that other chat, though, was asking if they approached seniors, which is weird. Zeno says, what came first, jewelry or Jews? No comment. Mush says, what's your other addiction? I mean, one of them is, watching stuff on social media. Spice says, I already read that. The back end says, if your success came at the cost of your closest friend's dreams, would you stop or continue? I mean, everyone would answer, stop. I mean, I don't want to sabotage my friend, but again, who knows what actually people would do. But I hope I would stop. I want to save my friend. Kier says, in Eyes Wide Shut, when Cruz takes a wrong turn and ends up at the mass party, do you think he was doing important work? Important work? No. That was not related to his job. And that was cool that you tried to have me read that in an accent. Collector says, have you seen the new 28 Years Later? I haven't, but I probably will. Alan says, do you play Roblox? No. Silo says, what do you think of capitalism? No comment. Yusuf says, have you tried milk tea, the one with tea sugar and milk powdered? No. CT says, you fuck with airsoft? Again, I don't. Wilhelm says, Don, what games do you play? Minecraft. Silo says, crying emoji. Okay. Jacqueline says, at Gear, nah, he clicks whatever comment it's up to randomly and reads it, not a bot. Right. The back end says, if one video could change the world, which one would it be and why? It would probably include someone dying in it. Like when, I don't mean to get dark, but like when George Floyd died or Charlie Kirk died, that, or those kinds of videos really, affect the world. Silo says, any for I wanna know too. What? Nana says, the Prime Minister of Tibet came to my school. Cool. Mr. T says, I want to box at Nightbot. Has anyone seen him? Let him know I'm coming. I mean, I've never invited that guy here, so you're not gonna see him here. Brad says, please set a cap time on the stream earlier on today. Otherwise, you'll end up going much longer than you want, and it will take a toll on you at some point. I mean, I'm just gonna play it by ear. Zeno says, I thought the Prime Minister handed out prime ribs. Okay. Cold Slayer says, you're full of energy. Glad to hear. Spice says, are you studying in college? I'm gonna keep that private. Skull says, I want ribs now. Okay. RT says, Trump or Hitler? I heard Hitler was no comment. Mr. T says, I started drinking water and my kidneys feel better now. Glad to hear. Morph says, yes, do you like spice? I do. The back end says, could you make a video that no one understood but still went viral? Yes. Definitely. There's lots of enigmatic videos like that. I mean, music videos are kind of like that. Ogre says, who do you think is winning the Super Bowl? I have no idea. I don't watch that. Amit says, can you read my chats, please? There you go. Gare says, I like dumb things. Me too. CT says, what headset you using? It's a Logitech headset. Yeti says, sandwich, pizza, or rice bowl? Sandwich. Cat says, what's your favorite YouTuber? Sal C1. Amit says, thank you. You're welcome. The back end says, if an AI recreated your personality perfectly, would you challenge it or befriend it? Why would I challenge it? There's no point in that. I would befriend it. Morph says, what deodorant are you wearing? It's Arms and Hammer, unscented. Alan says, yo, Dom, please shout out my brother Clark. Please read me. I am not gonna do that, sorry. Jay Banger super chatted $1 Australian. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm gonna extend the time by a little. GF says, we are Charlie Kirk. Okay. Innie says, why life is hard. I don't know. Mr. Meow says, how old are you? I'm gonna keep that private. Coldslayer says, what pop are you drinking tonight? I don't have anything near me, but there is some in the fridge. Brad says, aside from streaming, what has been the highlight of your day? Well, one of the highlights is an email that I got recently. I'm not gonna say what the email was, though. Silo says, any life is hard because we live in a capitalist society and we are broke. I mean, life has always had its challenges. Jackson says, Togi, Ron, Jason. Not in that order. It's Togi, Jason, Ron. Why are you talking about those internet celebrities? The back end says, could you quit YouTube today if your channel hit 1 million subscribers tomorrow? Could you quit YouTube today? I don't really get it. Like, why do I want to quit if... What's the point of having those subs if I were to quit? Eden says hello. Hello, Eden. Amit says, what is your favorite game? Red Dead 1. Silo says, let's start a new country and make Don the Prime Minister so he can give us ribs. Not interested. Led says, you seem happier than me. Okay. Yeti says, do you like Good Mythical Morning? I never got into that. I know who they are, though. Carissa says, hi. What is something dumb you thought when you were a kid? I thought actors had all of their movements completely choreographed. Like, the exact way they would gesture, move, like every finger, how they would move their eyes, like to the millimeter. Like, I thought completely everything. Braver says, yes, seem more animated today. Nice. The back end says, imagine YouTube disappears tomorrow. What's the one thing from your entire YouTube career that you'd save for humanity and why? I released some vlogs on another channel, and I think they have artistic merit, so those. Jacqueline says, I'm still wondering what that email was. Huh, I'm not gonna say. CT says, you fuck with Linkin Park. I never got into them. Mr. Meow says, what's your favorite food? The cheeseburger. Zeno says entropy is one of the scariest laws of the universe. It means as time goes on, things become more chaotic. This is why I believe civilizations collapse. I mean, I will say entropy is scary. Innie says, I bet that email was creepy. No. X says, tear Dawn. What? The back end says, what is one thing you would do if you became a kid again, and what will you fix? I'd probably spend a lot less time on screens. Mr. Meow says, what do you think of politics? No comment. Yeti says, do you hydrate enough? No. Archer says, high key, I'm bricked. Okay. Brad says, are you familiar with the word hippopotamontrosis quipped allophobia? It's the definition to big words. No. I have received a $10 super chat from Marcus. Thank you, Marcus. Marcus says, hello. Will I get mod? Yes, I'll give you that. I wonder if you're gonna go crazy and ban someone. I hope not, but you are now mod, Marcus. I appreciate your super chat and your past super chats. Kat says, what first game did you play? I think Mario. Marcus says, thanks. You're welcome. By the way, as I've said before, if I keep on giving you moderator, you ban, moderator again, ban, I'm eventually not going to give you moderator at all. Gare says, don't ban me, Marcus. Okay. Kiera says, in Top Gun, when Maverick's chastened that pretty Goyle, is it his first true love? And do you think that the relationship interfered with his work? Yes. I mean, I think it did interfere. X says, tear is hello in Estonian, by the way. Okay. Marcus says, am I the first mod of today? You are. CT says, low-key, you look familiar, but I can't place it. Okay. Coldslayer says, Mario game has the best game music. That's what you think? Okay. Galaxy has some good music. Wilhelm says, also, I have Asperger's, and so many people think it is a disability or a superpower. Why? I mean, I've heard that the brain can process things like more efficiently if you have that, but I don't know if that's real. Morph says, I seen you on Back to the Future. Huh? I don't look like anyone there. EJ says, let's make Don big enough so we can Google his net worth. Okay. GF says, JT is coming. What's that? Mr. Meow says, what's your favorite sport? Basketball, I guess. Yusuf says, 2 to the second power, blah blah blah, equals 2 big number. True. Big Chill Guy says, Mozilla Firefighters. I thought it was Firefox. Amit says, McDonald's or Burger King? McDonald's. GF says, are you a city girl? Do I live in the city? Maybe. Alan says, please read me, Don. Bye, I got to go. See ya, Alan. Marcus says, isn't the donation meant to increase the timer? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I forgot to do that. There you go. I gotta put a thing on my screen to help me to remember that. That was really stupid of me. Remember to add to timer. Sorry. Big says, bro, are you for real? What? Marco says, name one rap song. Slim Shady. Brad says, No one has really gone on a crazy ban spree after becoming a mod. People have respect for you. Does that make you feel good? Because it should. People have done ban sprees. There has been a guy that... There was an individual that banned like 7 people once. So I don't know if that's valid. By the way, thank you again, Marcus. I appreciate it. And sorry for not immediately increasing the timer. Marcus says, hello, Jolina. Okay. Jacqueline says 7 people. I think that's a large amount. Collector says, did you ever listen to that song by Lana Del Rey? Was it a song that you recommended me? I don't think I did, but Jacqueline recommended me a song by her, and I listened to it a few hours ago. I'm sorry if you did, and I didn't listen to it. Braver says, that's okay, you don't have to apologize for not changing the timer right away. I mean, in my opinion, it was a stupid mistake I should apologize for. Gare says, if I were a moderator, I would have banned everyone. Don't even think about making me a moderator. If you donate, I'll make you mod. If it's yellow. Jacqueline says, yes, did you like it? I mean, a little bit, but mostly no. Cat Lover says, what's your favorite console you ever got as a kid? PS3. The Backend says, if all your old comments were read out loud publicly, how do you feel? Humiliated. Marco says, that wasn't a rap song, but I accept. Okay, I'm not too into rap. Bodhi says, Obama covered Lana Del Rey one time. Really? Kier says, words like proverbs. Blended, braided, strong, like a psalm or song from King David. What? Joe Dirt says, what's up, Mr. Don? Hello, Joe Dirt. Braver says, I noticed that you tend to click on profiles with bright or vibrant profile pictures. Interesting. Is that true? Well, I think people that have like default profile pictures are kind of bots usually. Like, maybe they're young. I don't know if it's just because of the brightness. Marcus says, do you know Moldova? I think that's a country in Europe. That's all I know. Brad says, what is the cringiest thing you can remember that you've done in the last, I'm guessing you're gonna say, year. Well, I posted vlogs and there was some cringiness in them. Cold Slayer says, I'm not a bot. I know you're not. You have pretty intelligent comments. Wilhelm says, do you feel like your life lacks meaning? I mean, yeah, but I think everyone's does. Candace says, I'm not a bit either. A bot? Okay. Jacqueline says, I'm a bot. Funny. Brad says, I actually meant in the past. Well, I'm gonna keep my answer. The back end says 15. If YouTube paid you in emotions instead of money, would you still do it? Maybe. Marcus says goodbye. Have a good day. See you, Marcus. Thank you again for your super chat. It's just Ruby says, I know you're gay. Okay. Wilhelm says, Don, not everyone feels like their life lacks meaning. I guess that's true. Yeti says, are you joining the Board of Peace? No. Arena says, are you a streamer? Yes. Jodirt says, that's what a bot will say. I'm not a bot. True. Zeno says, did you know a light year is 5.6 trillion miles? I did not know that. Fatima says, rip. What? Marcus leaving? Candace says, do you travel much? I don't. Kay says, I'm sick and I skipped school. Okay. Big says, bot said what? What? Divine says, me too. I got Go get some schoolwork done. Good night. See ya, Divine. Yeti says, at Marcus, be safe. Okay. Arena says, do you prefer Fortnite or Minecraft? I prefer Minecraft. Gian says, marrying type. I don't really know. I don't think I have a type, but I think I'll know it when I see it. Led says, if you knew the world would end but no one else did, what would you do? Probably just hang out with my family members. Jacqueline says, I think he deleted a comment before he left. It could have been YouTube though, it was very quick. Did he? I don't think he did. I think I saw Backend retracted his comment voluntarily. Maybe that's where you're mistaken. Wilhelm says, may I ask, are you under 18? I'm over 18. Ugly says, what are your opinions on ketchup and eggs? Not my thing. Brad says, how long do you think it will be before Aunt Jacqueline donates? I mean, I don't know, but I don't expect any. She did a lot last stream. Kier says, so whether you think I'm a myth, the riff, the lift, the gift, the if, the fifth, the shift, blah blah blah, make an ache and take a fake, woo. Okay. Jacqueline says, at Brad, I donated so much last night. Yeah. Yeti says, do you like avocado do? Yes. CT says, how much do you make in donations a day normally? Like 25. Led says, blah 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 was crazy. I'm not reading all of that. X says, what are your opinions on horseback riding? Not my thing. Pat says, what would it take for you to change your shirt? I'll change my shirt if someone donates a red super chat right now. Daryl says, a energy turbine in space, don't slow down. Is that true? Mr. T says, I'm going to manifest an Audi R8. Okay. Brad Piff says, at Jacqueline, trust me. I know. I figured you were rich. Laughing emoji. Okay. Led says, bye. I have to go to sleep. It's 1:30. Bye, Led. Siles says, you gotta make sacrifices to get the things you want, or the things you want become your sacrifice. True. Bye says, do you have a job? Maybe. John says, you win the lottery. Next move? Move to another state. Coca-Cola says, the turbine thing isn't true, but it runs for a lot longer. Okay. Wilhelm says, why are you so nonchalant? It's just the way my personality is. Dingle says, I'm pregnant for the 5th time this year. That's not possible. CT says, do you drive? I do. Spice says, will you go skydiving one day? I don't think so. I don't think so. Jacqueline super chatted $3 Thank you, Jacqueline. Jacqueline says, okay, here you go. Happy now, chat? Laughing out loud. Thank you, Jacqueline. I appreciate it. And I guess it was 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Brad Piff. That's the time it took for Jacqueline to donate. But I guess you're responsible for that. Thank you again, Jacqueline. I am now gonna increase the timer. Arena says, I like apples and bananas. Me too. Warren says, way are your teeth yellow? They are. Arena, I already read that. Kier says, I just asked Bam who rapped those last lyrics best out of you and Tim Dog. What? Arena says, lol. Okay. Yeti says, teeth are naturally yellow. White is actually not normal. Really? I don't... Huh. Collector says, what state would you move to if you won? I'm not gonna say, but it would be, I would be moving to a real big city. Sile says, this music is fire. I'm glad you like it. Annie says, you missed a donation. Did I? I don't think I did. I think... Oh, I did. Oh my god. I did miss a donation. That's insane. How did I miss that? Fatima super chatted 20 rupees. Thank you, Fatima. I appreciate it. Because of that, I'm adding to the timer 5 minutes. Thank you, Fatima. And sorry for mispronouncing your name that one time, and I think I called you Fat Man or something. Warren says, what games do you play? I play Minecraft. Kurt says, I hate you. Okay. Ruby says, do you have a girlfriend? I'm gonna keep that private. Bradley says, hi Don, it's going to be after 4 a.m. when you get to bed by the countdown on your timer. Maybe. I mean, who knows what my time zone is, but it is a long time. 2 hours, 49 minutes. Sunday says, if I donated, I would be so upset if you over-explained for more than 15 seconds. Lol, just say thanks, next. I disagree. I like deeply analyzing things, even when it seems unnecessary. The Papa says, just stumbled into the stream. What do you do exactly? I just read chat messages. Icy says, Sab guy, do you remember me? Okay. Cold Slayer says, you think Don was drunk last night? No. Jacqueline says, Don, do I get mod? You, do not. That requires a yellow super chat. Warren says, how long have you been doing this for? 1 hour. Kier says, Don, if you had to be a Clint Eastwood character, would you rather be Walt or Philo Badeau? Dude, I don't know those dudes. Jacqueline says, angry emoji. You're right to feel that, because you are like the most dedicated chatter I have, so I get it. Veen says, I lost my jorb. Okay. Wilhelm says, Don, Jacqueline donated. True, but I'm a stickler for the rules I sent, and the rules are that it requires a yellow super chat. Brad says, wow, you just did Jacqueline dirty, shaking my head. Okay. Veen says, angry droopy eyes emoji. Okay. Jacqueline says, that's okay. I'll just pretend I'm a mod. Okay. Andrew says, consider doing voice for ebooks? No. Kurt says, dumbass. Okay. Braver says, it's not that deep. Like this mod situation? Okay. Badia says, Noodle is back. Okay. Epoch says, only thing you do is reading chats? That's right. Collector says, do you think Kurt Cobain actually unalived himself or was murdered by his girlfriend? I don't think he was suicided. If you know that term, suicided with a D. Tat says, so if you pay enough for 24 hours, will you? Well, I'm gonna... you can't pay that much at a time. Like, I'll lock the timer before you super chat word gets that high. Jacqueline says, nah, Don knows I only want mods so my comments stand out. I don't ban people. True. Kier says, at Don, if you had to have either a broad Boston accent or a St. Louis accent, which would you choose and why? St. Louis accent? What does that sound like? I think I would choose a Boston one though. I'm not sure, but I think Boston. Zachary says, I know you were at the Diddy party. No. Captain says, what's going on here? I'm new here and just scrolling through. I'm just some dude reading strangers' chat messages. Ryan says, who would make a better president, Matt Damon or Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson? I mean, I think The Rock has more, I think he's better in leadership. It's just a guess though. Yusuf says 3. Okay. X says, what's your opinion on Jujutsu Kaisen? I don't watch that. Alex says, would you piss off the edge of the wall like Tyron? What? Brad says, did you know that Jerry Seinfeld publicly had a 17-year-old girlfriend when he was 36? I did know that. Collector says, have you seen the movie Paul? I haven't, but isn't that like a comedy and it's like this alien? It's like the movie Ted, but an alien. Badia says, did someone say Jujutsu Kaisen? You're a fan? Okay. Cat Lover says 6'7". Okay. Jolina says, St. Louis accent sounds like the rapper Nelly. Well, I don't know Nelly, so. Braver says, what do you think about Big Mac, zebra cakes, mac and cheese, and Burger King cheeseburger? I think they're all great. My taste buds like them. Warren says, set up a tour. I don't want to do that. Collector says, yeah, that's the movie. I enjoy it. Maybe I'll watch it sometime. NS says, Padre, to get if you pin a post on The Real Thing. I am from Dhaka, Bangladesh. To get if you pin a post on the thing. I'm not going to pin your comment. Sile says, Milo, study if you want. What? Wilhelm says, chat. Should I make an anti-Dawn stream myself? If not me, then who? An anti-Dawn stream? What would that look like? Jacqueline says, wait, what are zebra cakes? Little treats, like little cakes. I think they're made by the same company that makes Twinkies. Kier says, Don, if they did a reboot of the Foist Terminator movie and they wanted you to play the role of the Terminator, would you take it on? No, I don't think I would do a good job, so I would not do it. Jay says, yo, keep up your content. Keep it up, bro. You got a new sub. Thank you. Jacqueline says, oh, okay, cool, thanks. Okay. Yeti says, cosmic brownies or walnut brownies? I'm not into chocolates, so I guess walnut. I mean, both of those are chocolate. What am I saying? Neither. Coca-Cola says, penguins are fake. No. Brad says, try to say this without it sounding like an Australian accent. Good eye, might. There you go. Cold Slayer says, do you like ketchup chips? No. Braver says, scent a cakes are Little Debbie. Zebra cakes are Little Debbie. Yeah. CC says, my comments, can you see them? Yes. Jacqueline says, that was good. Okay. Jodert says, did we go to the moon? I think so. Yusuf says, attempt 3. I feel like now some say 67 instead of 67. What? Apple says, do you think George Washington should be sued for his haircut? I don't. CC says yes. Okay. Coffee says I miss my second wife. Okay. Badia says, do you remember me from your last stream? I'm Noodle. I don't. Big says, just to rage bait Jacqueline, say, Randall, you are now a mod. There you go, but you're not a mod. Sile says, do you think you would get George Washington's haircut? No. Ruster says, do you eat ass? No. Coffee says, Jacqueline, get the fuck out. Okay. Collector says, did you get your flu shot this season? No. Jacqueline says, at Big Randall. Emoji. Okay. Yusuf says, in the last chat, I was wrong. It was 67 instead of 67. Okay. Apple says, do you think George Washington was a donkey? Nope. Damien says, you're honestly sad, laughing out loud. Okay. Big says, laughing out loud. Okay. Eliza says, 6'7" king. Okay. Yeti says, the US is quitting the World Health Organization. Is it? I didn't hear about that. Ben says, do you like Fortnite? Yeah. John says, you like BBWs. I don't know what that is. Brad says, have you ever gotten food from Wawa? They're a sleeper spot when it comes to late night food. I think I have, but it's been many years. I don't remember what I got. Jay says, what state you in? No comment. Kool-Aid says, how do I get my dad to quit putting cigs out in my face? Maybe you should contact some kind of authorities. That sounds like abuse. Kier says, Don, which would be the biggest joik thing to do out of parking so that you block 2 disabled parking spots, or going to a golf course and air horning the Coffin Dodgers trying to play? I think the latter is, well, actually the former. Snake says, you smoke weed, don't you? Maybe. Levin says, Don, do you like PAWG? No comment. I don't know says, do you remember me, Don? I do not. G says, Don, you're the best. Thank you. Eliza says, did you know that Bruno Mars isn't from Mars? I do. And someone already said that earlier. Yeti says, a cannabis user, let's go. I said maybe. Apple says, how many people you got in your basement? 0. Krister says, Don, hello, Don. Do you remember my question in a couple days ago? I don't. Dale says, hello. Hope all is well, Big Bong Don. Keep that pip hand strong, my neighbor. Thank you. Collector says, have you ever played Pogs? I don't know what that is. Yo Vince says, Don, please don't let Timmy 2 times break my legs. I'm not familiar with that guy. He's not under my control. Yeti says, Jersey Mike's, Subway, Jimmy John's, or Firehouse Subs? Subway. John says, hope you fail in all of your endeavors. Okay. Sunday says, a once-in-a-lifetime storm is about to hit half of the United States, and people are saying this is going to be catastrophic. Really? I haven't heard about it. Priscilla says, are you okay? I am. Stone says, Larson, blah, blah, blah. Okay. FN says, do you know what hurts? Do you know what fucking hurts? When I spend 8 billion hours editing a video just to get 5 views I get it. Yeti says, we are about to get a foot of snow in WV. Not excited, but kinda excited. Okay. Git says, I love fish and chips. Okay. Kier says, Don, I know you said you're not into sports, but you must surely be impressed with Josh Giddy Up Giddy. I don't know him. Yo says, Timmy 2 times got me Donnie. Looks like I won't be picking up those packages for you anymore. You got the wrong guy. Apple says, are you Mexican or Asian? I'm Mexican. Shine says, do you take pills? Maybe. Jodirt says, Don, say okay if you need help. Alright. XO says, no reaction. Okay. Sunday says, Don, your energy went from 100 to 0 in the last 3 minutes. That might be true. There wasn't any particular reason for that, though. John says, blink twice if you are being held against your will. I'm just fine. Collector says, it was a popular kids game in the 90s. You would stack little discs called pogs, and then another person would hit them with a slammer, and whichever discs flipped over the other person got to keep. Interesting. Mike says, look at this clown. Go ahead. Yusuf says, will you be tired before the timer hits 0? Maybe somewhat. Apple says, would you $1 billion or George Washington haircut? $1 billion. Yo Vince says, that comment was too long. Who does he think he is? I mean, he's one of my most respected chatters, so. But anyone can type long comments. CC says, and 1 like, of course. What? Levin says, do you enjoy the ganja? Maybe. Preppy says, are you an alien or a live streamer? Livin says, Don, save some for the rest of us, damn. Okay. Cool Kid says, bruh. Okay. Uni says, honestly, all I'm saying is that I have a big-ass magazine attached to it so that it bursts cum like a machine gun for a better experience. Okay. Byron says, new here. This is honestly relaxing to listen to. 1 a.m. I'm glad you're enjoying it. The Potter says, hi Don. Hi, the Potter. Jacqueline says, last time I watched the whole stream for hours, but then I left 10 minutes before you finished the stream. I'm going to try to stay the whole stream tonight. I mean, don't force yourself. Kier says, Don, if you say si, senor, in a Mexican accent, Bam promises to write you a poem about emus. I'm not gonna do that. Yeti says, would you ever make a Discord server? Probably not. I don't see the point. My whole presence on YouTube is me talking to you guys. This is all, like, it seems redundant to have a Discord server. Shine says, did you find your unicycle? No. But to be fair, I haven't really looked that hard. The Potter says, how was your day? Good, thank you. XO says, am I tough or rough? Rough. Smile because you are precious, super chatted. 20,000 IDR. Thank you, I appreciate it. Smile says, favorite calm song. My favorite calm song. There's this song from Red Dead Redemption 2 that I like. It's on YouTube. This song is called Red Dead Redemption 2 PS4 Dynamic Screen Music. PS4 Dynamic Screen Music. It's a nice, cozy not crazy song. Thank you again for your super chat, and that means I extend the timer a little bit. Beetroot says, hey cutie patootie. Hello, Beetroot. Braver says, I'm the reason your chat slowed down, trust me. It is? Okay. Smile says, thank you. You're welcome, and thank you. Brad says, Donald, you have big fans that support you. It's hard to leave before you end the stream, even if it means ruining our days like you did to mine yesterday. Well, if you're talking about the unicycle thing, I apologize. Yo Vint says, mean comments just mean your comments. Don't need your commentary, okay? Only read comments, don't comment on them. No promises. Liam says, hey Don, remember me? I don't. EJ says, Don has cured me of being a troll. Nice. XO says, favorite football team. I'm not into football. The Potter says, Don, I am excited for my B-Day. It's in 33 days. Nice. John says, 10 tiny toad tilted towards the 2 tall towers. Okay. Arena says, bro's the calmest person I've ever seen. Okay. Liam says, I asked you, Ronaldo or Messi yesterday, and you said Messi. That's true. Sek says, why does ice make hot cold if cold already? I don't know. Apple says, do you feel dead inside? No. Brad says, the unicycle thing? No, I was referring to how long your stream went on for. Like, it was on too long. I distracted you for too long. The Potter says, Captain Dubois is going to get Don. Hide. I'm just fine, but thank you. I have received a super chat from Byron Zia. Byron Zia says, for helping me sleep. You've got a calming voice. Thank you, Fyron. I appreciate it, and I'm glad that this stream is relaxing. Because of your super chat, I'm gonna extend the timer. Thank you again, Fyron Zia. Thank you. Var says, what's your favorite food to consume through the face hole? The cheeseburger. Rob says hello. Hello, Rob. Liam says, when is your next live stream? In like 20 hours? Sunday says, easy like a Sunday morning. Okay. Yeti says, coffee or tea? Tea. Gaming says, please shout out I'm new. No. Cool says, how long is 20 hour? What? Apple says, what is your opinion on quantum physics in the biomolecular microbionic straightening KF? Blah, blah, blah. I don't have an opinion because I don't know about that. Magic says, do you celebrate National Big Mac Day? I don't. Is that an actual day? Vutis says, purple monkey dishwasher. What? CT says, how do you cash out donations? YouTube has its method I follow. Yo Vint says, hey Don, eventually do you think Red Dead Redemption 3 will be super sick? I mean, yeah, the map will be cool. I didn't really like 2's story that much. And I don't plan to like 3's story either. Cook says AE. Okay. Alan says, how old are you? An adult. YouTube support says, if I super chat, will you extend the time? Yes. See the details in the pinned comment. Apple says, how much money you got in your bank account? No comment. Kier says, I'm tired. Tired of playing as a game. Ain't it a friggin' shame. I'm so tired. God damn it, I'm exhausted. Okay. Liam says, what day is it for you? It is the 22nd, Thursday. M. Johnson says, did you make the software that highlights comments? No. Kat says 20 hours is long for the stream. From all the donations, it's not 20 hours. Livin says, Dawn, I can't believe you said you would like the RDR2 story better, as Micah was the main protagonist. He's a dweeb. I thought the gang were too, like, soft. It was unbelievable. My brain couldn't accept that they were all, like, so nice and all of that. Micah was like a real, he was closer to a real, like, cowboy. Cook says, did you know fried chicken is from a chicken? Yes. Kier says, is it okay if I write the lyrics to blah blah blah? It's a Fly song, isn't it? Well, I would like it if it was in English. Kyrie says, what's your bank account number? No comment. Vi says, do you sleep? I do. Rob says, do you like soda? Yes. Feather says, hi, you remember me? I do. Var says, what's your opinion on VR games like Rec Room or VR Chat and games ported to VR from console? I think VR will be the future, but currently I'm not too interested in VR. Yo Vint says, I respect your RDR2 opinion. Okay. Alan says, if you kill all entities. What? Cook says, did you know if you ate 1 kilogram of uranium, you'll die? I didn't, but I guess I would guess that. For Google says, check your blood for glucose. Maybe I should. Livin says, but Micah talked to lawmen. He's a hoe and a half. Whack ass cowboy. Still, I still have the same opinion. My opinion isn't changed. John says, excited for GTA 6? Moderately. Tao says, do you want Greenland? No, but at the same time it'd be cool to have it. Brad says, if you had to pick one chatter to have an outing with, who would it be? It's okay to say me. I don't want to choose one person. That would single out other people. Like, I don't want to leave people out. But you would be a candidate. Top 5. EJ says holographics will replace VR before VR is even a thing. Maybe. You have a good point. Yeti says, would you move to Denmark or Israel? No. Milo says, what time do you start streaming? 1 a.m. No. 2 a.m. Eastern time usually. Kind of around there. Kyrie says, are you gay? No. Jacqueline says, am I in the top 5? Yeah, you are. Kier says, Dawn, I think your stream is freaking great. I respect your patience and dedication. Thank you, Kier. Real says, eat soggy bread or listen to Static for 30 minutes. I would listen to Static. Annie says, have you played Cyberpunk? I haven't. Yeti says, favorite actress? Nicole Kidman. Fat Man says, what would you do for a Klondike bar? Still, I'm not interested. Annie says, is it you? Highlight the comments. It is. Vince says, it's 4 a.m. and I dropped my weed. Okay. Livin says, Dawn, I respect your grind and everything else, but your RDR2 opinion is booty cheeks. Okay. Yeti says, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? I don't know. Ya says, why are you so goonable? I don't know. John says, if I feel like you've never been angry in your entire life. I've been angry. Astro says, Bradar, what is this next comment? What? Feather says, you know Hello Kitty? I do. Cool says, are you, never mind. What? CT says, how long is the original Red Dead Redemption storyline? I think like 20 hours. Alan says, how many hours and days, seconds, minutes till 2029? I have no idea. Racial Slur says, what gets you angry? Other people. Kyrie says, good stream, keep it up. Thank you. Yeti says, how many eyeballs do you have? I have 2. Cool says, oh, I remember you now. You are, bruh, I forgot again. What? Racial Slur says, I'm in New Zealand. Okay. Carson says, what? What? YK says, Papa dead. What? Time Traveler says, Parasocial Don Benitez says, what? Okay. Okay. Yeti says, he's in Old Zealand. Okay. Racial Slur says, love you, good night. Good night. Kier says, Dawn, on a hot day, do you prefer a tall glass of milk or a tall glass of, bongo? What? John says, I love how you're answering all these stupid questions. Thank you. Vutis says, why did she pee on my face? I don't know. M says, I have a question. What country you in? USA. Daryl says, Don, hi buddy. Hi Daryl. Q says, what? What? Livin says, did you know there's a new medicine for the homosexual female? It's called blah blah blah. No comment. Roblox says, why do you do these streams? For fun. Supreme says, what? For Google says, what? Okay. The Potter says, speak out, oi, a zebra, a hippo, a giraffe, a lion. Talking on the phone, hearing about the zoo animals. Okay. Double says, okay. Okay. Time Traveler says, what? You guys are typing a lot of my voice lines. Alan says, what happens in you type like kill at E all entities if at S yourself if type I forget that Minecraft stuff. A says, dude, you good? I am. Collector says, have you ever had a lemonade stand? No. Daryl says, Don, I am in the hospital. I hope you get better. Q says, W.H.A.T. Okay. Supreme says, help. The Taco Bell made me hit the toilet. I can't help. Double says, I know you remember me, G. I do. DS says, no joke. I inherited one of your facial mannerisms when I think. Help me. That's pretty funny and interesting. Kyrie says, can you help me? I got cancer. I can't, sorry. Daryl says, Don, I got a brain tumor. A brain tumor? That's horrible. Jacqueline says, today I heard someone say something, and in my head I said, I condemn your comment. Been watching you too long. Funny. H says, what are your hobbies? Video editing. Daryl says, yeah, Don. Okay. Liam says, do you get money for live streaming? Yes. $5 an hour. Spiders says, hi. Hello, Spiders. Stone says, "Hey Don, my mom passed away this December. She died from liver cancer and I'm feeling lost. Thank you for helping me with my sleepless nights. And I'm sorry for being gone for a while. I'm very sorry that that happened, and I appreciate your comment." Emma says, "This is my favorite stream. Thank you." Moi says, "Bro, do you know I am actually Sardar from last stream?" You are? Okay. Andy says, "Dang, more than I could get. I got like $2. Okay. H says, "Would you rather a pug or an AK-47? A pug." Cool says, "Can you play Never Gonna Give You Up?" No. Flip says, "Bro, what up?" Hi, Flips. Kier says, "Dawn, my freaking bottom right eyelid keeps twitching. Do you reckon it's too much caffeine or a potassium imbalance?" My guess is caffeine. The Potter says, "The hotel manager rushed up to meet her, but she instead noticed that the manager made her lose the animal's trail. Because of this, she angrily stuck him with his own hand." Okay. Vegan says, "Thoughts on capitalism?" No comment. Alan says, "I was eating chips, it finished." Okay. Alan says, "I'm just thankful by grade 2, grade 1.5, but I like mass." Okay. Liam says, "You have about 135 subs. It's a bit more than that." Brad says, "Whiskey, vodka, or tequila? Even if you don't really drink, which would your preference be?" Whiskey. Yeti says, "What is it about live streaming that you enjoy? Is it just the silly stuff that makes you laugh, or is it just connecting with strangers?" Well, I mean, connecting with strangers is a factor. It's really cool. Like, one of my favorite things is like seeing reoccurring people in the chat. I like that a lot. Stone says, "Have you played RDR1? Yes." Kyrie says, "I broke my knee. Now I have a wheelchair." Okay. Big says, "Yottabyte." Okay. Stud says, "I have no idea why I like this stream. Really. Not a clue." Okay. Kier says, "Some things are and some things ain't. And some things are Karl Malone in the paint." Okay. Stefan says, "Stop just saying okay." No. Yeti says, "Why do you like reoccurring people in chat?" I mean, it's just, I don't know. I just like it for whatever reason. My brain likes it. I don't know why though. EJ says, "He's in it for the exposure and experience on his way to fame and fortune." That could be a factor. Moa says, "Bro, want to continue the debate from last stream? If you want." H says, "Pug or $1 million? A pug." Liam says, "What's your sub goal?" I don't have one. Stone says, "Did you get a haircut?" No, but I've been styling it differently. Yeah says, "Fill my crack in." No. DS says, "My dog stepped on a bee. Now I can't breathe." Okay. Cool says, "Can you help me? Cause I accidentally built Earth 2. What? Kier says, Dula and horse. I love you so much, but you stink and reek. Dula and horse. Okay. The Super says, "How old did you start being a YouTuber?" It was before I was a teenager. Yeti says, "Thoughts on them building a whole Earth in Minecraft?" I guess it's pretty cool, but I don't really care too much. Aylin says, my grandma ate like 4 medicines in the last 4 days. Okay. H says pug or GF. I'm not gonna choose. The Potter says, have you drank water? I'll do that right now. Collector Nick says, do you think Rockstar will ever make Bully 2? I don't think so. I feel like social media has complicated things for them if they were to do that. DS says, well, they have a server where they built like 80% of New York. Did he visit it? It's a server? That sounds interesting. I may have to give that a look. Brad says, choosing a pug over 1 million might be one of the most blatant lies I've ever heard. It's important that you stay honest, Donald. Did I choose that? If I chose that, I made a mistake. I would choose the 1 million. My bad if I didn't mean to choose that. D says Rockstar got no balls. Okay. Big Chill says MILF.exe. Okay. Levin says, where's Atlantis? Nowhere. Emma says, do you like the Eric Andre show? I haven't gotten into it, but I like the Matan interviewing show. Max says, what is this stream about? This, me reading your messages. Liam says, hey Don, I just wanted to say I appreciate the stream. Thank you. Moi says, Karan says, have those who disbelieved not considered that the heavens and the earth were joined entity and we separated them? Interesting. Super says mom or YouTube. I think I would choose any friend or family over YouTube. Jolina says, in all serious, Don, remind me the Spanish actor Banderas. It your nice eyes. Okay. Yeah says, would you rather be a juice or goy? No comment. EJ says, I predict that you'll be on Tosh. 0. What's Tosh? Kier says, blood is red and the sky is blue. Dolly and Bam are looking at you. Okay. D says, well, my brain cells done burned out. Time to be running from this shit. Okay. Alan says, can I push up 100 times? I don't think so. David says, would you go into space if you could? No. Rock says, Green Day opening up for Bad Bunny for Super Bowl halftime show. Thought. I don't watch the Super Bowl, so I don't really care. Stone says, would you rather be deaf for 10 years and then regain hearing and have $100 billion after the 10 years, or have $10 million now and be deaf permanently in 10 years? I would be deaf for 10 years, the first option. DS says, do you think your dog will live forever? No. Mitch says, where's OJ's other glove? I don't know. Alan says, Zach. Okay. Mail says, Autist Gooner is live answering questions. Okay. Gameboy says, can you take all 12 inches? I'm not gay. Kier says, the other day I forgot to put my trousers down when taking a crap, and I was sequelching all day. Okay. Moi says, bro, this is a direct mention of Big Bang. What? Male says a gay gooner. Okay. Katie says, please speed, I need this. My mom is kind of homeless. I'm living with my dad, and I want to help her out. Okay. Liam says, hope you know your streams help more than you think. Thank you. Alan says, okay. DS says, a man rubbed his eyes due to his allergies every day, and he lost a good chunk of his vision, so be careful. I should keep that in mind. Thank you. Dingle says, bro, have you ever seen the movie Meat Spin? It's freaking crazy, man. I haven't. Randy says, Don, you make us as giddy as 9-year-old girls. Okay. Colin says, can you change your Wi-Fi password to Big Macaroni Virus so I can log on? No. Slav says, your physiognomy is horrible. No, I like it. Max says, would you go be in a body of a rich guy for a day, or a be in a body of a famous guy for a fae? Body of a rich guy. Game says, do you own any Speedos? No. Kier says, if there's one thing I can't stand about having a whole load of crap in my trousers, it's the fucking pong. Okay. Egg says hi. Hello, Egg. DS says, you get the sense of connecting with people. That's why your brain likes it. That makes sense. A says, what games do you play? Minecraft. Brad says, what's your favorite game show? Game show? Beast Games. Season 1. Moi says, bro, the Quranic verse in Quran is 1400 years old and it has not been changed. Okay. Alan says, / give Steve debug stick tray. Okay. Braver says, refrain from commenting. No. Igor says, this guy's wife is having sex with Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Nope. Skibbity says hi. Hello, Skibbity. A random says, is thy adopted? No. Max says, do you brush your teeth? I do. Braver says, where are my vitamin water? I have some here. Alan says, Palestine or Israel? No comment. Alan says, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Liam says, will you remember me next stream? I will not, sorry. Gameboy says, do you have a gimp suit with a zipper? I don't. Moi says, bro, the Quranic verse you read was a direct mention of Big Bang. I don't care. Male says, Jew Gooner. Okay. CT says, goodnight, Dud. Goodnight. Justin says, what time is it for you? It is nighttime. Alan says, dawn with pretty text emojis around it. That's cool. It kind of looks like don't with the cross there. That's interesting. Kier says, Dolly is starting high school this year. And she will miss cup of tea and Maddie. What? Igor says, fuck Pakistan. No comment. Real says, do you accept DeQuavius pork pay? No. Gameboy says, do you own baby oil and latex glove? I think... Well, actually, no, I don't. The Potter says, drink water every 30 minutes. I try to. Male says, Don is John Pork. I'm not. Brad says, don't forget to like the stream, folks. People actually tend to forget. I'll be looking at the count to see if this comment results in an increase. Only like it if you want to. Thank you though, Brad. Max says, did you stutter today? Definitely. Kier says, Don, which came first? The pig or the pork? How do you know? The pig, because you need pig for pork. Skibbity says, my name is Alan. Okay. Happy says, hi. Hello, Happy. Bye says, is it weird that I had a dream about you? Somewhat. Stone says, Donnie the Bonnie has a bunny that's funny and a smile that's cute and sunny. Okay. The Potter says, J.K. Rowling sharing a birthday with Harry, July 31st. Okay. Moi says, bro, tell me how can a illiterate man from Arabia who doesn't even know how to read or write and can come up with this? I don't care about facts or evidence when it comes to God. I want God to be as real as I am, as real as I think, therefore I am. Liam says, I genuinely appreciate how thoughtful and honest you are. Thank you. Male says, the Potter is a gay gooner. Okay. Skibbity says, would you rather be a fish for a day or be a rat? A fish. Kier says, Don, I know you're no golf expert, but can you shed some light as to why pro golf players have a white glove hanging out of their fucking arse pocket? I don't know. Maybe it's fashionable. They think it's fashionable or something. Vlad says that. No comment. Rio says, did you find the unicycle? I didn't, but I didn't look too hard. Gameboy says, how many wet dreams have you had in your life? Ooh. No comment. Turtle says, music is a nice upgrade. Glad you like it. Cook says, nah. Okay. Igor says, show us your dong, MAGA. I'm not showing my penis. Igor says, I already read that. Stone says, but what if this is all a simulation created by a nerd in his basement? I don't believe that to be the truth. Colin says, when you ride your dog, do you find it's very fast? I don't ride my dog. Moi says, bro, do you know where there is also a mention of binary, the language of computer, in Quran? The Quran predicted binary? Huh, interesting. Michael says, how long have you been doing this for in total? In total, this stream has been going on for like 2 hours. Asa says, justice for Aisha. No comment. Move says, can't have a wet dream of you. Goon yourself to sleep. What? Randy says, Don, is it true you have no clothes on under your desk? I'm wearing jeans. Egg says, would you rather have a cat or a dog? A dog. Marco says, is your dry pan an act? No. Archer says, laughing my fucking ass off. Way too many gooners. Okay. Jacqueline says, I'll never forget a comment someone made a long time ago in one of your streams that it's like a Black Mirror episode. That was really cool. Yeah, that was an interesting thought. Brad says, if you were to get reincarnated as an animal, which one would you choose? The orangutan, because I think they're the smartest animal, and I would want to be something human-like. Mail says, atheist autistic gooner is live. I'm missing my fedora. Vova says, do you like K-pop? I don't. Real says, Dwayne The Rock Johnson or Jack Black Minecraft movie. Egg says, do you watch Mr. Beast or something like big YouTubers? I do sometimes. Gameboy says, I believe our god is a Discord mod, using us to masturbate of the bait. Wait. To master of the bait to us. Okay. Cook says, have you accidentally ate a Earth? No. Collector says, have you ever watched the show The Boondocks? I haven't. Mailman says, laughing my fucking ass off. Okay. Silence says, you should look up Muhammad and the Dark Men of Al-Zut and how they rode him all night in the Hadith. Maybe. Stone says, I want to know if anyone else agrees or has something to add to my simulation theory. I mean, simulation or not, what difference does it make in my life? Mail says, watch Boondocks, it's fire. Maybe. Michael says, what's your reading level? Not good. I struggle with books from the 1800s. The Potter says, in a 1v1 scenario, Dubois' ability to withstand extreme trauma and her sheer physical strength would overwhelm Napoleon instantly. I agree. I definitely agree. Kier says, was your very first mustache hair or a shitty drawing on your lip with a ballpoint pen? I don't think I ever drew a mustache on myself. Braver says, I'm a simp. Okay. Cook says, can you drink water to hydrate yourself? I will do that soon. Keep says, do you believe in ghosts? I don't. Divine says, the fuck? Okay. Moof says, we're getting Greenland, boys. Maybe. Franklin says, do you like anime? I don't. Brad says, would you choose being an animal over a human to not have to deal with human responsibilities and problems? No, I've gotten attached to being a human. London says, would you ever boof it? No. Silence says, nihilism, existentialism, stoicism, hedonism. Socrates quote, the only thing I know is that we know nothing. Archer says, do you think garbage trucks are important? Yes. Mailman says, Nick Fuentes is based as fuck. That's like a pun because of the AF. Franklin says, are you vegetarian? I'm not. The Potter says, Don, do you like the Minecraft movie? Yeah, I enjoyed it, even though it was bad. Vlad says, God is great. Okay. Kier says, I know you never hurt your doggo, but if you had to put it in a figure 4 leg lock, would it technically be a figure 6 leg lock? Give reasons for your answer. Dude, I don't want to process that. I would want to, I don't want to process that. Liam says, I lost my dog yesterday. Just wanted to say your streams have been really comforting. I'm glad to hear. Max says, the Minecraft movie is basically just a meme movie. That's true. Colin says, how full is your trash can container currently? It's not close to being full. Silence says, I loved Nick Fuentes for 10 years, but something happened and he became a different person these last few weeks. Huh, okay. Brad says, if you had to be a teacher of anything, of your choice, what do you think you're most knowledgeable in and choose? YouTube, history, content creation, something like that. The Potter says early script. An earlier script focused on defeating the Ender Dragon, but the final plot was different. I wonder if that will be included in Minecraft 2. Vlad says, did you know the flag on my profile picture? It's like pink, red with green in the middle and a moon in the middle. I don't know what that is. Just says, if I could transform into anything, what would you pick? A more intelligent human being. Asteria says, I dare you to eat raw egg in front of everybody. I'm not gonna do that. Franklin says, choose $1 per sec or $100 per minute. $100 per minute. Eric says, raw egg. Okay. Did I poorly mispronounce it or something? King says, would you ever eat barbecue pulled pork mac and cheese? Maybe. Max says pizza emoji. Okay. Bob says in China the dogs spin in circles because it helps them fit in the burger better. No comment. Random says, would you put me in a fridge? No. Vlad says it's Maldives and it's not pink, it's red. Okay. I don't know where Maldives is. Stevie says cigarette time. Okay. Stone says, gone. You are back. It's good to see you again. Gone? Gone says, hello, Don. Hello, Gone. Michael says, how do questions get selected? I have the entire chat on my screen and I click the one that I want to be selected. But I basically select at random. Jez says, Lamo. Laughing my ass off, but a typo. Kier says, man who walks through airport turnstile sideways is going to Bangkok. I don't get it. Silence says, if we know for a fact a certain people group has done nothing but be a massive net drain on our tax system for decades, could we justify no longer welcoming them there? No comment. Mailman says, this chat watches Candace Owens and it's clear as day. Okay. Blue Sentinel says, hey, at Blue Sentinel, my YouTube channel has a comic book series now. You're self-advertising? Okay. Alumni says, do you prefer eating it from the front or the back? No comment. Egg says, do you know Technoblade? I do. Cook says, blah, 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 whatever that is. Okay. Silence says, Candace be hidden though. You can't ask those questions. Brad says, can you recommend me a good Valentine's Day gift for me girlfriend? I don't know. I mean, you definitely should take her somewhere. That's what I think. Mr. Cheese says, yeah, remember me? I don't. Bob says, I've been pulling into random driveways at 3 a.m. and laying on the horn for 7 seconds. Okay. Archer says, this is a good sleep stream. Glad to hear. Crowley says, are you into any sports? I'm not. Braver says, when did you break your streak of eating pizza for a week? I haven't been keeping track. Red says, does Bigfoot exist? No. Chloe says, is this the funniest thing you do all day? Just curious. No. Colin says, it's my mama's birthday. She's eating frostin' right from the can. Okay. Seth says, what's your favorite question you've been asked recently? Would I ruin a fan's life for $1 million. Bob says, I run background checks on people all the time. It's $12.99 a month. Okay. Randy says, hey Don, can I give you something curable? Not interested. Michael says, if we give you super chats, will you read it? Obviously. Gon says, do you like Supreme Pizza? It's the best pizza. I haven't tried it. Kier says, Mr. Clickety Kane. His mum is on the game. He caved in her skull with a rolling pin. He did it just for the fame. Okay. Nam says hello. Hello, Nam. Gubby says, have you watched Skibbity Riz Fart? No. Mailman says, Nick Fuentes is greater than Candace Owens. Okay. Stone says, so Don, me and Gon have been here a while. When will you smoke with us? Sorry, I'm not interested, but thank you for the invitation. Alumni says, you've heard of storm chasers, right? But have you heard of bug chasers? No. Gon says, Supreme is just onions, mushrooms, sausage, pepperoni, olives. Did not know that. Michael Wonderly super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Michael. Michael says, do you really love doing this? Making a living on it? I enjoy doing this. It's pretty fun. And make a living on it? I don't make a living doing this. I make $5 an hour. But maybe it will be my future. I'm on the fence as to whether I want it to be. Thank you again, Michael, for your super chat. And because of that super chat, I'm gonna increase the timer. In says, you can't say anything motivational. That's why you are avoiding it. What? Male says, not a living, just oddest passing time. Okay. Silence says, what kind of vibe did you have in high school? What was your aesthetic or clique? I don't really want to get into that. Michael says, guys, make the timer go up so he can't go to sleep. I mean, I would like it. I like money, so yeah. In says, I asked a few times to say something motivational. I would rather be number 1 in a village than second in Rome. Male says, theater kid. Maybe. Franklin says, did you know if you eat hamburger is getting less hamburger? What? Bob says, it's not illegal to ship ammo to a random trap house in O-Block, Chicago. Feed the gang wars. It's only 240 for 1,000 rounds. No. Eric says, I think you should carry on doing this. You're like Marmite, but loads will love you. I don't know what that is. Stone says, yeah, he bullied me in high school. It hurt my feelings, but since he's my secret lover, it's fine. Not true. Kier says, the worst job I ever had was to retrieve lobsters from Jane Mansfield bum. Okay. I have received a super chat of $2 from Dan Thompson. Thank you, Dan Thompson. Dan Thompson says, can you mod me? No. If you read the pinned comment, it clearly explains how becoming a moderator works, and it says that you need to donate a yellow super chat or above, so I feel bad, but that's the rule. Thank you, Dan, for your super chat, and I am now going to increase the timer. And I have received another super chat from Mailman the P. Thank you, Mailman. Mailman says, don't mod that loser. I'm not. He's not a loser, though, but I'm not doing it. Thank you, Mailman, for your $5 super chat. I appreciate it. And because of that, I increased the timer as well. Thank you again, Mail. Bob says, divert traffic with cones at night. Okay. Jacqueline says, Don, did you change the mod rules tonight? Because I was so annoying last night. The rules are the same as last night. Rebecca says, someone super chat, please, guys. The timer is already at 2 hours, 45 minutes. And now it's going to be longer. Mailman super chatted $10. Thank you, Mailman. 15 in total. Thank you. Mail says, mod me, not the brokies. Not like that one guy earlier, Dan Thompson. Okay. I am about to mod you right now. And before I do this, let me say that this mod is only ornamental. It's not so you can help me moderate the stream. Don't ban people, don't delete messages. This is only ornamental. And because of this, I can more easily see your chat messages in the chat. I'll pick your chat messages more often. You are now a mod. Thank you again, Mail. I like says, do you like milk? I do not like milk. Egg says, do you play Minecraft? Just telling, cause I played it when I was 8. I do like Minecraft. Cat Lover says, I'm back. Welcome back. I'm on says, I like to eat batteries. Okay. Mailman says, I just like the have a blue name. I don't tone police. Good. That's what I want to hear. And I received another yellow super chat. Thank you a lot, Michael. Michael says, mod me too, brother. Alright, I got you. Oh yeah, and I forgot to add the timer from Mail super chat. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. And I'll mod you right now. And as you heard, Michael, this is only ornamental. Don't actually delete messages or ban people. And I've received another super chat, and it's from Dan Thompson. Dan Thompson says, L. You're not a brokey. Thank you, Dan Thompson. I appreciate it. I'll make you a mod as well. Mailman says the comeback. The comeback. Yeah, that was something. And I have to increase the timer. Wow, that timer's long. Alright, Dan, I'm making you moderator right now. Alright, all 3 of you guys are moderator. Do not ban people, do not delete messages. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. Seth says you're never gonna sleep. Yeah. Brand says, could be a dangerous thing you're doing with the modding, but incredibly smart. This is hilarious. Yeah, but if I notice that they're misbehaving, I can just untake their mod. Kier says, Don, if you had to busk, would you cup your mouth and make noises like you're playing a really shitty harmonica? Also, why is dog shit so sticky and cheesy? No comment. Holy God. I have received another super chat from Mail. $20. Wow, that's one of the biggest I've received in a while. Thank you, Mail. I really appreciate it. Mail says money battle. It does seem like that, especially with that situation with Dan Thompson paying that little amount and then going all the way to 10. Thank you, Mail, and you're clearly winning. I really appreciate it, and now I'm gonna extend the timer. A Collector Nick says, I guess I'll jump on the bandwagon, laughing out loud. Thank you, Collector. I appreciate it. Wow. Lots of super chats. And thank you, Collector, for your previous super chats from other streams. Okay, super chats do not increase the timer anymore. Super chats do not increase the timer anymore. Do not donate to increase the timer. It does not increase the timer anymore. Okay, I had to do a change there because I don't want to stream forever. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Dan Thompson. Even though Mail gave me the most money, I think I've enjoyed your super chats the most, Dan Thompson, because that comeback was epic. And thank you, Mail. I appreciate it a lot. 04 says, did you just shit my pants? No. Collector says, you're welcome, man. Thank you. Oh yeah, and I got a super Modiu Collector. How did I forget that? There you go. Mail says, good job, mods. We got Don a full 9 to 5 right now. Yeah, but it's $5 an hour if you do the math, so. Kier says, haha, it's going to be a beautiful day. Yes, a beautiful day. They're heading for the hill. Okay. Seth says, tell us a joke. A man walks into a bar. Bonk, he actually walked into it. Moa says, bro, do you know the word day is mentioned in Quranic? It's 365. That's interesting. Rebecca says, please. Please what? Cruz says, hello, you're a really cool guy. Thank you. Tony says, do you play Roblox? And hi, I do not play Roblox. 04 says, every stream we ask, did you just shit my pants? Never fails. I don't remember that from every stream. Real says, what's your favorite type of beef? Beef jerky? Brisket? Maybe beef jerky. Rebecca says, please make me modder. I wanna see what it's like. I am not gonna do that. Mailman says GTA 6 this year. That's right, November. Bob says, when I fart, it smells like a dog shit my pants. Okay. Moi says, bro, you just says it's interesting. I don't think it's proof that the Quran is divinely inspired. So that's why I just say it's interesting. Stevie says coffee and cigarettes with a hint of marijuana. Okay. Dan Thompson says GTA 6 blow up. There was an explosion, yeah. Michael says 5 likes till 100. Like the stream, it's free. Yeah, only if you want to though. Egg says, at Parasocial, you're getting rich man than Mr. Beasts. It can seem like that because of the super chats. Mailman says an explosion, but no delay. I agree, they have all of that stuff in the cloud. Collector says, how many mods do we have right now? 4. Lost says, GTA 6 got delayed for another 2 years. I don't think so. Lee says hi. Hello, Lee. Lenny says, I hope you get rich like Mr. Beast. Thank you. The Enclave says, should I go to sleep? It's 4:49 a.m. I mean, if you should go to sleep, you should go to sleep. Michael says, at Liam, timer went up due to donations. That's right. Jamie says, do you play FNAF? I don't. Dan says, do you like Lil Loaded? I don't know what that is. Brad says, since you didn't want to listen to the album Arctic Monkeys like I recommended, can you please at least jot down I wanna be yours? Okay, I'll do that. I wanna be yours, Arctic. Wither says, we hit 100 likes, let's go. Okay. Bob says, do you know racial slurs? What? Cruz says, I will donate. Okay. Alumni says, that's what the mask is. That's what the point of the mask is. Okay. K says 69 plus 673 equals 742. Okay. Tony says, I liked and subscribed. Okay. Saw says gingers or blondes. No preference. Moa says, bro, you remind me of Rafa Benitez. Okay. Male says, I make shitty rap music and have Drakeo the ruler's brother, Ralphie, the plug in my music video. I am not into any of that, but that sounds interesting. Dan Thompson says bunny poop. Okay. Di says, I will not donate. Okay. Lee says, what is your favorite fruit? The orange. Liam says, what happened to the timer? Do you also remember me? I got a bunch of super chats, including this one. Thank you again, guys. Yusuf says, you need to rest. No, I'm fine. The super says, what happened? As I said. Michael says, do you really think Tom Brady could handle D-Day in his prime? I mean, handle, like, everyone's, like, capable of dying that day. Like, there's no one that'd be able to do D-Day and, like, have 100% chance of survival. Kier says, at dawn, the other day I did a brap in my trousers. It was a wet one and I had the devil's peanut butter splatter in the back of them. Okay. Male says, Tom Brady is too tall. He would get for sure. Okay. Annie says, do you have a favorite song? One of them is Stuck in My Head by Arcade Fire. Tony says, you are chill. Thank you. Michael says, do you think Batman could take on the Ottoman Empire without prep? Yes. Dan Thompson says no. No. Okay. Di says, wanna go to With Castle. What? Foul says, you are so cool. Thank you. Moi says, bro, list me every religion and I'll tell you why they not the truth. I'm not into any religions. Mailman says, do you like HH by Kanye? I'm not too much of a fan of the lyrics. I do remember that one lyric where he, like, admits that he's a cuck, which is interesting. The super says, would you fight a gorilla? I would not. Mailman says, Jesus Christ is king. Okay. The back end says, what's up? I'm back. Welcome back. You give good questions. Rotten says, say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. There you go. Gubby says, mate dude, I love beef. I love beef. Okay. A says, do you remember the time? What? Collector says, do you think Will Smith is a cuck? I don't really want to answer that. First says, seriously, get a counter for every time he says okay. I say it a lot. Thrift says, I love you so much. Do you love me back? Please say yes. If not, I will cry. I don't love you back. The back end says, aw, thank you. You're welcome. Mailman says, I will give a mod answer. Yes, Will Smith is a cuck. Okay. Michael says, Dawn, why are you the way you are? My upbringing. Alumni says, played Hytale yet? No, and I'm not interested. Dan says, play 6 lock 6A 6Y. I don't know what that is. Hudson says, get a job. Okay. Loss says, now that you got a lot of donations, you can finally buy a brand new shirt. I like this shirt, though. Spleh says, you were gonna go do this for 7 hours straight? Yes. Michael says, Don, what do you do for fun other than streamings? Video editing. Kier says, the other day, I pretended to be a bus at a red light by saying, Greg, Ralph. Okay. 7 Dot says, plastic dildo can break while using and stuck in there for hours and can probably lead you to hospital with embarrassment. Okay. Jolina says, the Time is a R&B from the 80s. They were headliners for Prince. The Time, I haven't heard of them. Yusuf says, who do you like? Stay for real 7 hours or stay until the time you want to rest? Whole 7 hours. Blep says, can I be on screen? There you go. Zeh says, hi. Hello, Zeh. Catseye says, well, if you're doing this for 7 hours, good luck. Thank you. Mail says, did Mossad do 9/11? Did Israel's intelligence agency have anything to do with 9/11? No comment. Fred says, I was a man trapped in a woman's body. Then I was born. Okay. Lost in the Room says, at least take a break, Don. Well, I'll take a restroom break pretty soon here. The back end says, my brain cell was cooked. By the way, I collected lots of questions too. Nice. 7 Dot says, are you being forced to do this? No. The Super says, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Okay. Ken says, Epstein or Diddy? I don't want to choose. Tavon says, would SpongeBob be a part of the communist revolution? Or would he be down with the Western allies? I mean, I have no idea. Probably, Western. Michael says, every time Don says no comment, you know he's definitely got a strong opinion. That's not the case. Splem says, he is definitely being held at gunpoint because I don't see the point of doing this. I mean, it is pretty fun reading random chat messages. First says, interesting smell. It is in smelly smell. It is a smelly smell. Okay. Collector says, do you think Cybertrucks will still be on the road in 15 years? Or do you think they are a fad? I think they'll be around. Ken says, very interactive and easy to understand. Thank you. Kier says, list the following in order of how fly they once were out of Flavor Flav, Humpty Hump, and Popeye. Give reasons. I mean, I'm gonna give Popeye number 1 because that's the only one I know. So that's the most famous one, the most fly. Dan says, do you like 6.0 power strokes? I don't know what that is. Michael says, Humpty Hump is grand. Humpty Hump? Let me search that up really quick. Humpty Hump. I see a rapper. What? Is Popeye also a rapper? Mailman says, do you play Jerkmate ranked? I don't. I Am says, if big black bats could blow bubbles, how big of bubbles would big black bats blow? What? Sun says, should I beat doors, the mines, or the rooms? Please choose something. The rooms. Ken says 67. Okay. Divine says, I have thought about doing the same thing. What was the first day like? Was it slow? It was slow, but if you stream vertically on YouTube, you're basically guaranteed to get viewers. It's weird. It's cool. Mail says bananas are berries. Look it up. Really? I'm not gonna look it up, but that's weird if that's true. Andrew says, to which hue does your aesthetic allegiance most naturally gravitate? Hue? What color do I like? Gray. Thrift says, if I transition my transmission to become transgender, would you love me back, please? I mean, that's not the problem in me loving you. It's that I don't know you. We're strangers. Moa says, bro, do you want a argument when a Christian tries to preach about Christianity? Sure. Dan says, you look like a guy that would have a GTR R35. Is that a fancy car? I'm not into cars. Sun says, OMG, the rooms has 1,000 rooms. Why? Sorry. Led says, how the hell did it go to 7 hours when I was gone for 30 minutes? I got a ton of donations. That's how. It was pretty awesome. The back end says, if all your videos disappeared tomorrow, which one would you save and why? I mean, if we're talking about this channel, these streams, I would keep October 27th's one. That one was just, I don't know why, but I felt great that day. Liam says, do you remember me? I do. Dan says, you're a G. Okay, thank you. 7 Dot says, banana tree is not actually a tree, but the biggest herb in the world. Huh, okay. Brad says, at what point will you feel you need permanent mods? Like, how much traffic would you need to average? 1,000 average concurrent viewers, when the average viewers are 1,000, because I would be worried about people trying to dox me, and I don't want to get swatted and killed. Dan says, good night, Don. Good night, Dan, and thank you again for your super chats and doing that epic comeback. Andrew says, which small, seemingly insignificant moment has shaped you more than you expected? I mean, maybe in my first stream, if I didn't get certain people being positive, I might have not have continued streaming. I apologize for being absent there. Marcus says, how did your time go up so much? Because I got a super chat train. It was awesome. Kerr says, a strawberry is not a berry, but a banana is. That's weird. Justin says, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Kier says, at dawn, no, Popeye ain't a bleeding rapper. He's a one-eyed sailor who smokes spinach. Okay, I do know that guy. That's the Popeye I'm familiar with. Michael says, Dawn, what do you do for work? I keep that private. Loss says, white room with a white bed, black shoes, bleeding wrists of red. Okay. Franklin says, racial slur. Okay. The super says, did you know ants do not have lungs? Did not. MJ says, do you have any hobbies? Video editing. Bayan says, what do you... I already answered that. Cat's Eye says, I love the honesty. Thank you. The back end says, if a fan asked you what your why is for making content, could you explain it clearly? I mean, It's just because I watched so much content growing up on YouTube when I was a kid and teenager up until now, so my brain is just programmed to want this. Ryan says, do you live in the US of A? I do. The Super says, do you have any siblings? Yes. Mr. Follow says, you going for 7 hours? Holy crap, I am. A says, did you know ants' buttholes are the smallest orifice on the planet? Did not. Foul says, you are so chill, bro. I thouth you are isho speed. Okay. Bionic says, you look a lot like your father. Has anyone ever told you that? Yes. Liam says, do you remember me? Yes. Guy says, which country are you from? USA. Andrew says, what opinion do you have that you could defend over an unnecessarily long dinner? Red Dead Redemption 2 story sucks. Kier says, which is better, an electric hybrid twin turbo unicycle or a bicycle pump made from feta? A unicycle, because I enjoy unicycling more than bicycling. Brad says, what is your fondest childhood memory? I could get into that, but it kind of feels wrong almost saying that on the internet. Like, it feels like too sacred to just be on the internet. Lost says, you did this to me. It's only getting worse. Do you still love me? Do you still love me? What? Wacky says, do you eat acid? I don't. Tat says, hey, I'm outside. No, you're not. The back end says, if someone misunderstood your content completely, would you care? No. Michael says, Don, do you think your privacy is actually yours? My privacy is actually mine. Am I actually securely private? Like, have I gone through measures to make sure my life is completely private? It's moderately private. I've done things to keep things private. Spineless says, you're my favorite transgender YouTuber. Thank you so much for being a trans icon. Okay. Led says, alright, I'm going to bed while listening to you. Alright. Sweet dreams. Andrew says, which entirely unnecessary skill do you believe you could master out of spite alone? Filmmaking? I mean, yeah. It's not important to survival. Jacqueline says laughing emoji. Okay. The back end says, if your YouTube career was over tomorrow, what would you want to be remembered for? I don't really care for that. Bionic says, every time you read a comment for 10 seconds, 20 comments get lost. True. Guy says, wait, are you transgender? I'm not. Michael says, was filmmaking your dream job, and that's why you like video editing? When I was growing up, it was not my dream job. It's kind of evolved to be that way. Thrift says, I love the way you use the transgender voice. It's so cute. Makes me want to goon my white milk off. Okay. Hudson says, do you like soccer? Yeah, but, well, actually, not really, but it's in my top 2 sports. Foul says, stop listening to the hater. I don't mind haters. A says, I love your teeth. Beautiful like a Cheshire cat. Okay. Dilbert says, your name actually sucks. Okay. Andrew says, which household object do you feel has underestimated you for far too long. I mean, what does that mean? Michael says, do you get any amusement from reading raunchy comments, or would you prefer it's more creative? I get amusement. The Super says, I will tell you a cool word cause you cool super. Okay. Wakiki says, your hands are pretty. Okay. Man says, hello Mexican man. Hi. Kier says, what do you think of P. Diddy's song Diddy? The chorus goes, the D, the I, the D, the D, the Y, the D, the I, the D. It's Diddy. Doesn't that spell Diddy did? It does, that's weird. Bai says, are you aware that the sitcom Chavo del 8 exists? I am not. Fall says, what should I name my cat? Peter. The back end says, which moment in your YouTube journey changed you the most? When I got my first super chats. Guy says, do you like Minecraft? I do. Young says, how many genocides you've witnessed? 0. Brooke says, how old are you? An adult. Liam says, do you know Liam is an Irish name? I did not know that. Stir says, do not forget about the fog. The fog is coming in March 27th. Okay. Tavon says, I just invented fornication. You should try it out. New invention, you're welcome. It's not your invention. Michael says, is your favorite superhero Spider-Man or someone else, and explain? My favorite superhero is Superman because I like the simplicity of Superman. He's kind of like a modern Knight of the Round Table. Omega says, I like Spider-Man and Batman. Okay. Lost says, Dawn is definitely a bottom boy. Okay. Michael says, dude, I love Superman too. Nice. The back end says, if you could tell your past self one thing before your first upload, what would it be? To make your AdSense account after you are eligible for monetization, not before. Liam says, do you know Liam is an Irish name? No. Man says, do you say the N-word? I don't. Willie says, do you have a crush on someone? No. Guy says, what's your favorite song? One of them is Red Dead Redemption 1 Blackwater ambient music. Tavon says liar. Okay. Brad says, if you were to have a discussion with other streamers about your viewers overall, would you speak highly of us or be ashamed of us? I mean, I would speak highly of us, definitely. I really enjoy this chat. When I go into other live streams and I see that the streamer is banning anyone that insults at all or says anything negative, I dislike that. I like having a chat that's crazy, that's free. Michael says, why do you love RDR so much? I don't know, that's just my artistic and gaming taste. Bai says, if you had one thing to change, what blah blah blah. Are you getting tired of those comments? Anonymous says, would you vote for me if we're to run for president? No. Charlie says, really? No, it would be really, really, really insult you. What? Male says RDR or GTA? RDR. Fact says, what is your favorite dish of food? The cheeseburger. Tavon says, if you're so smart, what's my favorite color? I'm guessing blue. Al says, cowboys, pirates, or ninjas? Cowboys. Wiley says, what is the worst thing you've ever done? No comment. Mailman says, Nick Fuentes is future emperor. Okay. Cat's Eye says, I hate those lives where it's just pre-recorded. Yeah, those suck. Who watches that? I guess just kids. Thrift says, if I name my son Don Benitez, would you be his godfather? He could really benefit from your social skills. I will not be his godfather. Mika says, where are you from? USA. Fowl says, your name is pretty, thank you. Anonymous says, would you give me water to drink if I were to stop by your house and ask for it? I guess so. Mailman says, Mailman P is the only permanent mod. To be clear, I was only reading a message there. That did not come from me. Raisin says, why do you call a building, but if it is already built? That's strange, I know. Michael says, Don, what do you think is the #1 issue in the United States? I mean, in the first world, I think laziness and loneliness are some big problems. Wiley says, what's your dream job? Filmmaking. Liam says, Ohio Sigma. Okay. Grim says, what's the nearest object you can put in your prison pocket? Not thinking about that. Mailman says, Ohio maxing. Okay. Prosperous says, #1 issue in the US is firearm violence. Okay. Green says, what was invented? Orange the fruit or the color? The color was named because of the fruit. Loss says, you should listen to the band Mouth Breather. I'll take a note of that. Mouth Breather Band. Tatsu says, shout me out. No. Anthony says, how many licks does it take to get to the center of the ligma? I'm not asking what that is. Michael says, if you had the power to change the world, would you, and do you think you could make it better off than what it is now? I mean, one simple way of improving it is just improving technology. So I would improve it. Or are you talking about like politics? Change it in that way? I'm not too sure about that. Anonymous says, should I be shamed for gooning to you? Yes. Shannon says, I think my mom has the same number as the same number, but I don't know. What? Big Chill says, Wingardium Leviosa. Okay. Grim says, you should watch Two Girls, One Cup. No. The back end says, what's the hardest lesson YouTube has ever taught you? If someone insults you and it's true, you should accept it instead of just avoiding it and not accepting it. Shannon says, what's the biggest challenge in your life? I'm not gonna say. Green says Ronaldo or Neymar or Messi. Michael says, if you had the power to change the world, do you think it would go to your head? I think it might go to my head. It probably would. Wiley says, if you were the US president, what would you rename the country? I like the current name. Jacqueline says, at the back end. Amazing questions. Yeah. Brad says, you should leave a pin stating that one can become a permanent mod for a $300 super chat. You'd be surprised how many of your viewers are probably baller enough to do it. I don't like the idea of a permanent mod, even though I'd be getting all that money. Cyber says, are you really going to stay up for 7 hours? Yes, I made a promise. Anonymous says, you should check out Mount and Blade Bannerlord game. It's really goated as fuck. Maybe. John says, should America invade Europe? No. Scar says, aren't we beating the record? I mean, if you're talking about stream length, this is going to be my longest stream. The back end says, thank you guys. Huge love here. Okay. Mailman says, are you going to stream GTA 6? Maybe. It's a 50-50. I really don't know. H says, every day I ask if you remember me, but you never pick my comment. I don't remember you, and I don't ignore anyone in particular. Tess says, laughing emoji, come to Europe. We will fuck you up. Okay. Any says, what? You don't like? What? Raisin says, what if I donate Philippines 120,000? Then I'll be grateful. Cyber says, would you consider yourself to be an American patriot? Someone who loves their country? I don't know about love, but I do enjoy living here and I appreciate my country. Grim says, you're gonna get a headphone dent on the top of your head. I don't think so. AE says, have you ever eaten a single berry before? Yes. AE, I already read that. The backend says, would you ever post something for money that goes against your morals? Yes, but if it goes against my morals too much, then I won't do it. Numex says, lol, fuck you, test. World War II champs 2 times in a row. Okay. Michael says, do you trust yourself? Somewhat. These questions you guys are giving, they're kind of abstract and hard to fathom, so I'm trying my best, but somewhat. Sex says, would you rather fight a bear or 5 Native American women? No comment. Scar says, that is what I meant, and Therian is someone who is with an animal. Okay. A says laughing emoji. Okay. Tavon says, don't even think about coming to New Guinea. We will touch you. Okay. Anonymous says, is that a countdown for your gooning session? No. The backend says, if a video could make someone famous but hurt another person, would you post it? Maybe. Grim says, bro, search up headphone dents then. I think I'll be fine. I think that's kind of a myth. I think it only makes a dent in the hair, not actually in the skull. Mailman says, America would decimate Europe. We beat Great Britain with only 13 colonies and saved the EU twinks from the Nazis. Okay. Cyber says, do you enjoy doing this? Yes. Kier says, just a good old boys, never meaning no harm, beats all you never saw, been in trouble with the law. Okay. Disco says, can I have Robux? No. AE says, are you circumcised? Do I have my foreskin? No comment. Wiley says, what would you do if you saw someone about to fall and needed help? I would help. Anonymous says, if every view you get kills one person, would you still stream? No. Green says, would you rather have a very expensive car that never needs servicing, or rather have a rusty car but it never needs refueling? Never needs servicing. AE says circumcised confirmed. Maybe. Red says, do you drink energy drinks? I don't. The backend says, I have 50 more questions, laughing out loud. Where are you getting these questions? I'm curious. Michael says, Don, what extracurriculars could you recommend to the American youth? I mean, just anything that gets you outside, like literally anything. Like, even being a, like, mischievous, person in grocery stores, like, and trolling people. Literally anything that gets you outside. Gozy says, "Hello, I am back. Hee hee hee. How are you today, and how do you feel today?" "I feel good, thank you." Liam says, "Messi or Minecraft?" "Minecraft." The back end says, "I don't know, just thinking." Impressive. Raisin says, "Mama joke, not your mom, okay? Your mom's so stupid when the judge said order in the court, she ordered fries." Funny. Jordan says, "Do you like 2-year-olds?" Yeah, but not romantically. Tamara says, "What time is it? Nighttime?" Totally says, "I sub to you. I hope you have a great day. Thank you." Futch says, "Tits or ass?" No preference. Baby says, "Can I please be a mod, Don?" Sorry, that requires money. DS says, "If there was something I would change about my past, is I would not keep my eyes open under running water." That permanently damaged you? Okay. Liam says, "Ronaldo or Roblox?" Ronaldo. Yoshin says, "Do you like art?" Yeah. Coffee says, "I miss my third wife." You are or have been polygamous? Or maybe that's just like you've been getting divorced. Hig says, "Yo bro, hope you have a blessed day and will be famous. Thank you." Anonymous says, "Would you rather have greatest experience you never remember it? After or memory of greatest experience you never experienced?" Greatest experience I would never remember. Daniel says, "Do you like chicken and cheese?" Yeah. AE says, "Have you ever given another man a sloppy blowjob?" No, I'm not gay. Green says, "If you were the best at basketball and always wins races, who would you be friends with?" I would be friends with the gym guy. Disco says, "Would you rather your mother or $1 billion?" My mother. Any family member or friend. Gozy says, "Do you like drinking yolk?" I don't. Lol says, "What's your opinion on 6-7? Not my thing." Armando says, "What do you think about and death shall have no dominion?" Death always wins. Michael says, "Dawn, is that your real name?" Maybe. Not gonna say. Anonymous says, "If every stroke you stroke cures someone cancer, would you goon till no one has cancer?" What? Thrift says, "If someone donates 500 USD, I will live stream for 24 hours with no restroom breaks." No deal. Michael says, "We're on to you, Don." Okay. Disco says, "What's your daily life?" I'm gonna keep that private. AE says, "Are you sure you're not gay?" Yes. The back end says, "Have you ever made content you regretted later, knowing it influenced others?" No. Chloe says, "What's the timer for again?" It's when I end the stream. Previously, though, it was a thing where that if you super chatted, I would increase the timer, but the timer is now locked. Pibble says, "Drink water, please. Your voice is a graham cracker." Okay, I'll do that. H says, "Travel to the edge of the universe and say any line from movie Forrest Gump." I would say the chocolate line. Green says, "Mewing emojis." Okay. A says, "A smart man takes sound advice." True. Brad says, do you feel you would be a good choice for a big brother to a kid, like in a Big Brother program? No. Thrift says, if I gooned your picture, but you're dressed like a girl, would that make me a gay gooner? I think so. Jonah says, would you ever play Geometry Dash? On stream? Maybe, but that's in the far future. Green says, what's worse, tarantula or spider? I don't get it. Kier says, Dawn, I remember Bam's first words. Ali, moo moose, Your thoughts? I don't know what I just read, so indifference. Mailman the P says, gay gooner. Okay. Michael says, why did you select this music, Dawn? Because no lyrics, it's simple, it's not a complicated song, it's not distracting, I would say. Scar says, I meant identifies with. Okay. Mailman P says, Jews took all the goyim foreskin. No comment. Ant says, have you ever shit your pants? I mean, not that I can remember. Wiley says, hey bro, you should probably stop this. It's not good for you. I think it's fine. I'm basically just reading a book. You know, like, I see my chat box as a book. Michael says, bro, it is making everyone stay on the edge of their seat. What? Zom says, how long have you been on YouTube? I made my first YouTube video in 2015. The back end says, if you had to choose between honesty and virality, which would you choose? Honesty. Brad says, will you need to take a break to eat something in this next 7 hours? I'll probably eat a protein bar. Michael says the music is making everyone stay on the edge of their seat. Oh, so it's good then? Michael says good music though. Well, I'm glad that you don't dislike it. Collector says, have you ever gone geocaching? I don't know what that is. Is that something about, like, going underground or collecting rocks or something? What's that? She says, eat a dick. No. Timothy says, could we aggressively edge each other in the Applebee's parking lot before karaoke and 50-cent wings? Not interested. Daniela says, are you sick? No. Free says, can I know where you frequent the most? No way. The Knight says, Adventures Doomsday is going to be crazy. It's going to make quite a splash in culture. Michael says, geocaching is where you can find random caches in the world around you. It's actually pretty fun. Caches, but caches of what? Eleanor says, if you had to choose between the magnificent hand of gold foil and wax birds or cave diving in a full body silicone Timothy Chalamet skin suit, I'm lost. Jimmy says, do you stream heaps? Yes. Bob says, would you rather poop gold ingots or live broke for the rest of your life? Broke. H says, do you moderately enjoy fishing? No. Vlog says, hello. How are you? I'm great, thank you. Big Chill says, blah blah blah. You mommy. Okay. Butter says, your favorite game you played, Red Dead 1. Brad says, who has the biggest influence on your life? I don't want to say. Yusuf says 11. Okay. Collector says, it's kind of like Pokemon Go and find little or big containers and write your name on a sheet of paper it has in it and log it on an app. Interesting. Okay, so it's not like a natural thing like mining or collecting flowers. It's like a game. Interesting. Yusuf says, what's your favorite year? 2020. The backend says, would you take credit for a collab that wasn't entirely yours to boost views? No. Big Chill says, womp. Okay. Scar says, what is your favorite word? Vision. YouTube says, what is life like as an ugly, short person? I don't have any frame of reference. Raisin says, how many people is watching this in America? I don't know. Michael says, Don, do you like tech support? Yeah. Guy says, Happy New Year. Thank you. Kind of late though. Rotten says, do you say okay, okay, okay? I say, okay. Only 2 letters, sorry. Just 2 letters. Jacqueline says, your facial expressions to certain comments is so good it makes me smile. Glad to hear. Sunday says, do you like Shrek? Yeah. Anonymous says, should I goon to you? If you want. The backend says, if you could delete one video to protect someone's feelings, would you? If they were a close friend or family member of mine, yeah. Boiling says, fuck movies. Okay. Yusuf says, 64 but in a small font. Okay. Guy says, should I leave for continues ignoring? If you want. DMV says, Don, your new haircut makes you look more straight. Everyone used to call you gay on here. To be honest, there may be some truth in that. There was a decrease in people saying that, so maybe my haircut has something to do with that. Futch says, why don't you like big booty Latinas? No comment. Drow says, long and slick or short and thick? What? Michael says, if there was a trolley, the trolley problem, I don't think I would do anything. Annie says, if animals could talk, which would be the rudest? The hyena. Brad says, are you the person you want to be? I don't like that question. I just try to accept who I am and live in the moment. But you can always improve yourself, so yes and no. Lincoln says, the music doesn't match the energy in this chat. Okay. Vinny says, your passive dismissiveness entertains me. Okay. Check says, do you like SpongeBob? I've enjoyed it in the past. The Knight says, can't change what you can, accept what you can't. And change and move on is the recipe to life. Thank you. Bailey says, no hate, but why are you doing this? Well, one reason is entertainment. The backend says, is it okay if I give you a very, very not bad dare? Sure, but who knows if I'll do it. Michael says, with computing technology we have today and what could be 50 years from now, do you think we will be able to simulate a new universe like ours? No, I do not think so. I don't think that kind of power exists. Anonymous says, you look gayest gay I ever seen. It's almost like Diddy gone 8-inch deep. Okay. Lost in a Room says, I dare you to say no comment. No. The King says, I farted 1 billion times. Okay. Annie says, if a word is misspelled in the dictionary, how would we know? I guess we wouldn't. DMV says, Don, what do you think about AI robot spouses? Would you hit? I wouldn't. But I imagine if you're into pornography, why not do that? I think that'll be a big thing in the future. H says, you look like you would be one of the kids in South Park. Okay. Anne says, I want you to know God loves you so much that he sent his only begotten son down to die for your sins. Thank you. Guy says, do you play Sideswipe? I don't know what that is. Melissa says, if you could go anywhere for one day, where would it be? Vatican City. Michael says, Dawn, would you bend your morals to ensure your family is safe? Yes. Cupid says, I don't think you understand, but I farted so loud my house collapsed. No comment. A says, hi. Hello, A. Brad says, is it ever right to lie? I mean, I have a hard time thinking about that. Like, my brain goes to philosophy and such. But personally, I don't mind lying. Days says, Dawn, if an orange is an orange, then why is an orange an orange? Because it's an orange. Moon says, hi, Dawn, remember me? I don't. Jonas says, Ronaldo or Messi? Messi. Michael says, Dawn, with philosophical questions being asked, what's the toughest one you've encountered? I mean, I'm curious if there's such a thing as like a genuine good person. I feel like everyone's kind of corrupted. Big Head says, even if you're not religious, do you think more people following Christianity should be more compassionate like him? Yeah. TD says, Dawn, do you remember me? I don't. A says, my mom is so freaking fat, he killed my grandma. Okay. Anonymous says, I synchronized my strokes to the music beat. Okay. The Knight says, Black Ops or Modern Warfare? Black Ops. DMV says, Dawn, if you were president and were held at gunpoint, would you press the big red button and potentially start World War II or take the bullet? I would like to think that I would take the bullet. Moon says, you have a sibling? I do. A says, he said I'm not that fat. I did? Okay. Hades says, do you exist? I do. Royal says, yo, if you were in charge of defeating an entire zombie apocalypse, what would you do to save humanity? Kill lots of zombies. Collector says, who are Ronaldo and Messi? And why do people ask you that so much? They are soccer players, and for whatever reason, that is a very common question to ask people. It's like a trending question to ask. Moon says soccer players. Yeah. The King says, please release me in the basement. You're going to give me 1 billion time. I don't want to happen. You're not in my basement. Michael says, Dawn, as an experimental AI training on user data through YouTube to ensure Oracle is reading to control the masses. Who would have thought? That's not the case, but that sounds interesting though. Very, Black Mirror. Fry says, religion made for order and control, or does supernatural powers actually exist? Not supernatural powers. Brad says, what is your responsibility to society? To give more than you take, I guess, is the ideal. Anonymous says, Dawn, if we replace each part of your car with a new one, at which point it's no longer technically be your car. When most of it's replaced. Freyan says, any transgender toilets in your house, or are you ignorant? No comment. I mean, what would even that look like? I don't think there's such a thing. Sunday says, do you shop for your own groceries? Somewhat. Fry says, is Elon Musk a racist? Not from, I mean, I don't know. The king says, I'm living in your closet, go find me. You're not there. M says, supernatural powers exist. God healed my blind sister at a saint shrine in Iran. God is great, and you being alive is supernatural. Okay. Boiling Frog says, congratulations, baby boy. For what? The back end says W. Okay. H says, Ching been chilling in the freezer. Okay. Anonymous says, Dawn, do you hate me? I don't hate you. Numex says, Dawn, make me a mod or I'll release your address. I got through your IP address. No. Tavon says, new invention just dropped. I created sandwiches to try. Try it out and thank me later. Just change the world once again. No thank you. Johnny says, I'm having a baby boy, guys. You are? Congrats. Jacqueline says they were responding to Johnny saying he's having a baby boy. Alright, I get it now. Congrats again. Michael says, Dawn, how deep into the rabbit hole have you gone regarding relations between foreign countries and the US? Are you talking about like APAC? And I'm not gonna talk about that. The Knight says, matter the situation, but are you taking the blue pill or red pill? Blue pill. Already read that. Timothy says, can you fix me? Cause unless you're a Marlboro red cigarette and a better childhood, I would strongly reconsider. What? DMV says, release the Benitez files. No. A says, yo, I just killed my mom and I'm still not okay about it. Okay. Andrew says, hey bro, can you tell me you're proud of me and all of my work accomplishments? I mean, if I were to do that, I'd be lying. You don't want me to do that. 1 second, guys. Hattie says, are we in a simulation? What difference does it make? Sir says, you don't need pants for the victory dance. What? Annie says, would you rather have spaghetti hair or jelly bean teeth? Spaghetti hair. Michael says, bro had to hit a 360 quick no scope real quick. I did not do that. I do not have COD open. M says, you seem scared to speak about Israeli genocide and their conquering of America through funding and blackmail. No comment. Anonymous says, Dawn, have you read Friedrich Nietzsche? A little bit. Brad says, aside from anything YouTube related, what is one thing you like to be remembered for? Being a caring person. Johnny says, thanks guys for the ones who type congrats. Pray for good health for all. Congrats again. DMB says, would you rather eat only tuna salad for 3 years? Or only eat drive-through fast food chains for the rest of your life? Drive-through fast food. Michael says, I think we can all agree that we can stay vague on the topic of foreign relations. Okay. Big says, I think everyone should try to ask different questions each time. Every time it's not read. Makes it more interesting. I mean, I don't mind if you send the same question over and over again if I don't respond. The Knight says, could the fourth dimension be heaven? No. Your boy says, can you say I can't hit my protein, then eat a 10 gram steak? No. Anonymous says, Dawn, have you ever gooned to Friedrich Nietzsche? No. Reborn says, frosted donut or Boston cream pie donut? Which is better? I haven't tried Boston. Fry says, have you eaten a stupid goat bladder before? I haven't. Michael says, what do you think of MK Ultra? Well, if it is true they were kind of kidnapping people and subjecting them to that, then I guess that's bad. Zeh says, I am back. Welcome back. Felix says, hello. Hello, Felix. Cyber says, have you watched Mean Girls before? I have. Tavon says, have you ever eaten a dumb yogurt before? I don't know what that is. Yusuf says, you might feel hungry. I mean, I feel kind of hungry right now, to be honest. Alan says, do you know about Nepal? Nepal. Isn't that a country in East Asia? Ali says, you remind me of Jackie Chan. Show me some karate. I don't know karate. Fry says, was 9/11 in the Bible? I don't think so. Fry says, are Texans paying more for tacos now? Now there are no narcos? I don't know. Mitch says, can I get a Hoya? No. Editor says, do the 6-7. Give me a red super chat and I'll do that. Michael says, jet fuel. No comment. Collector says, what do you think truly happened to Malaysian flight 370? It's probably somewhere in the ocean right now. Maybe. M says, you want to be known as caring but cannot comment on genocide? Would you have said no comment to Nazi regime? It's complicated. Cyber says, have you heard of the SCP Foundation? I have. I played that one game surrounding that. Editor says, say tunk them. Okay. The Danky says, dude, what? Fry says, is psychology centered around tricks or keeping a conversation going? What? Mitch says, what is your favorite movie? Eyes Wide Shut. Meme Sloth says 6 hours, Don? Bro, what happened? These guys decided to super chat a ton. These are the super chats that made me do this. Collector Nick super chat. Mailman super chat of 20. Dan's and Michael's. There was just a train of super chats earlier. And thank you guys. Thank you, Michael. The back end says, guys, help me make him pee. Come on, guys. I really feel bad. I'll take a restroom break when I need to. Michael says, you're welcome, brother. Thank you. Salmon says, do you know about Kurdistan? It's in a country. I think it's like a state in a country. Fry says, if I sold drugs at a young age, how well did I do in maths? And how does that affect my guilt towards black people? No comment. H says, when you out of ideas, so you just waste Don's time. What? Daniel says, you bred of Stranger Things? Have I heard of it? Yes. Sir says, what's the worst high school experience you had? I don't really want to get into my memories. I don't want to. It seems too personal to say on stream. I received a super chat from Chicky Wings. 0.79 pounds. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Aiden says, remember me? I do not. The back end says, back to questions. Demon emoji. Alright, let's hear it. Michael says, do you think it would be weird to be friends with strangers on the internet? How do people go from strangers to friends through internet only, you think? Is it weird? I mean, maybe, but it's better to have friends on the internet than to have no friends, definitely. If you're lonely, it's a good idea to maybe play an online video game and start chatting. Alexa says, if you had to add one thing to the world, what would it be? My Minecraft server. And you know what? I'll leave it at that. Reborn says, Don, why don't you have YT rubies enabled? Oh yeah, the gifts. Because it's distracting, like all of those things popping up. Andrew Sims super chatted $10. Thank you, Andrew Sims. I really appreciate that. And Andrew says, let's add another 24 hours to that time chat. I'm not adding any more time. I locked the timer. If you read the pinned comment down there, the comment that's clickable, my comment down there, it says this: the timer does not increase with super chats anymore. I feel bad, but thank you, Andrew Sims. I appreciate it. And because you gave a yellow super chat, a yellow one, I give you mod, so I'll give you that right now. And by the way, this is only ornamental. Don't actually ban people. Don't actually delete messages. This is only for ornament. And I feel bad, but those are the rules. I had that warning down there. Thank you again, Andrew. I appreciate it. And I also have received another super chat from Chicky. Another 0.79 pounds. Thank you. Andrew Sims super chatted again. Another $10. Thank you. Andrew says, I'm going on a banning spree. JK. Funny. Wow, I wasn't expecting another super chat right after I thought I bummed you out. I thought you're gonna be depressed because I did not increase the timer. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it a lot. A banning spree. Please don't do that. Thank you. Michael says, Don, big question. Unicorns are real, aren't they? They are not. DMV says, what if I give a red super chat? Do the rules still apply? I mean, that's such a bad deal. Like, if you give me a red one, I'll stream for an extra hour. How about that? But don't do it. That's a bad deal. Andrew says, I just want everyone to know Don just robbed me of $20. No, I mean maybe 10, but not 20, because I said after that first super chat that the timer does not increase. Boiling says thoughts are real. Okay. Andrew says, I kid. Yeah, I know. I just like taking things very seriously for some reason. Michael says, yeah, Don robbed me of like $13. No. Avis says, hey, who would you save your family or your money? My family. Michael says, laughing my ass off. Okay. Anonymous says, if enough people goon to you, do you think you are loved by many? I mean, I guess in a lustful way. A Groovy says, have you ever slapped a big old fish? No. Bald says, Don, do you remember me? I don't. Fry says, did 9/11 happen because the stock market was crashing? Or was the Jews so annoyed that us was getting so rich? No comment. Survivor says, trust in Jesus or go to hell. Thank you for the warning, but I think that warning is false. Michael says no comment. Okay. The backend says, could you make a video with no views and still feel it was meaningful? Yes. X says hello. Hello, X. A says Airbus or Boeing? Airbus. Cyber says, do you like the Bible? Well, I read the Sermon on the Mount and I enjoyed that a lot. Sandman says, are you a Muslim? I'm not. RC says, buy me Bone Storm or go to hell. What? Anonymous says, I switch hands while gooning. People thinking I go to gym and getting buffed. Okay. Michael says, no comment, no, yes, okay. Do you think you could go 3 minutes without saying of your famous catchphrases? I don't think so. I think if I accepted that challenge, my muscle memory would just fail me because I've spent like 200 hours live streaming in my life in the past like few months, so my brain couldn't do it. The backend says, how would you create content if algorithms didn't exist? I would probably be into filmmaking right now, if that were the case. Luke says, don't read this out loud. Too bad. Yusuf says, I have a fact. What is it? Memesloth says, bro, can you scroll up, bro? I spent like 5 minutes making the comment. Okay, I'll find it. Memesloth. Memesloth says, I wish you luck, bro. How do you do this for so long? I gotta say, you give me a lot of entertainment, and I look forward to watching your streams before I fall asleep, so I appreciate a lot. You're welcome. I'm glad that you find this entertaining and a nice thing to hear before sleep. Also, before you send a message, pro tip, you should copy it, just in case if I don't read it. Jacqueline says, laughing out loud, that sigh was massive. Yeah. Go Channy says, Bossman Benitez, I was able to stop my eviction. Nice. Michael says, at Red Donor, no perma-mod unless steady viewership of 1,000. Yeah. Bailey says, I have his friend, and yesterday she was saying, I'm getting so fat from eating noodles over and over. She literally weighs 110 compared to the people she was around. Okay. Red says, do you have perma-mods? I don't. The only mods I have are ornamental ones that are only per stream. DMV says, Dawn, will you drop an OnlyFans if you hit 100,000 subs? No. Luke says, what's another pro tip? Another pro tip is to have a bright and memorable profile picture. If you look if you look forgettable, then I'll like forget who you are and not build trust with you. Dale says, I'm so glad to hear your smile, Big Don. My neighbor does shit, bro. Okay. And by the way, if I like have trust with you, then that means I pick your comment more because I know your comment is probably not a stupid like common question. Jimson says, does Jesus ever come back? No. Anonymous says, I trained an AI out of your live stream. All it says is yes, no, okay. I understand why that would be the case. The Knight says, just take a guess how many miles per hour is the speed of wind itself. I mean, doesn't that vary? Jack says, I have just woken up and first thing I did was watch you. Good morning. The MB says, you have a sister? Maybe. Anne says, did you sleep yesterday? I did. Michael says, do you really think the Hump Day Geico commercial is funny? I can't recall it, but to be honest, I find lots of commercials entertaining, so even if they are kind of slop. DMV says thought daughter or gay son. Gay son. Anonymous says, am I forgettable? Do you activity try to ignore my comments? You're one of the more memorable people. You're in the top 100 commenters of mine. Fry says, did my sister rape me or did I do it to her? No comment, and I apologize for the vulgarity. Michael says, thoughts on AI Coca-Cola commercial? Looks like slop. Boring. Carlos says, what is Squidward backwards? I don't know. Q says 6 hours. Yeah, I've got a long way to go. Timothy says, how fast does Earth move? I don't know. Brandon said, do you think Clash Royale's peak? It's pay to win. No. The Knight says, yes. But what I mean by the speed of wind itself is its top speed ever recorded on Earth. Okay. My guess is 200 miles per hour. Survivor says, you think you're so smart, but you don't even believe in your maker. I don't believe I'm smart. Lucas says, if a trans boy dated a trans girl, is basically a normal relationship. Show some emotion, please. No comment. Clarity says, do you play Battlefield 6? If so, what are your thoughts? It looks to have an interesting battle royale. I haven't played it though. I haven't played BF6. Carlos says, say Squidward backwards. No, I'm worried that it's like something racist. And he says, is there anything you want right now really bad? Some food would be kind of nice. Timothy says, have you ever played Fortnite? And if so, do you like it? Yeah. Yeah to both. Mai says, if you became an AI one morning, what would be your first reaction and what is your itinerary for your day? I would go straight to trying to improve technology. The back end says, are my questions hard or not? They are. You give the hardest questions out of any commenter I can recall. P-Tum says, you ignored me 11 times yesterday. Carrot. Sorry. Turret says, still wearing that same JCPenney shirt? Yes. Anonymous says, name 3 people you admire. Well, one is Stonewall Jackson. Michael says, would you work for the CIA if it meant you would never worry about money ever again, but lead coups? I would not work for the CIA. DJ says, do you disregard AI for creativity or in general? Only for creativity. Dale says, I will donate 20 to see the double chin with the head a bit down. I'll do that. Blake says, I'm cold if you wanted to know. Okay. Brad says, Ted is the father of Sam, but Sam is not the son of Ted. How is that possible? I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know how. Coca-Cola says, I'm from the future and I have an important message for humanity. You're all dumb and gay. I condemn your comment. The Knight says, you've been the closest so far, and now the speed of wind itself is 300 miles per hour. Okay. Closest so far? Have you been asking other streamers? Huh. Michael says, worst failure you've had. I can't think of anything I would be okay to share with the stream. Ninja says, what's the timer for? It's when I end the stream. Fry says, if I can from the year 2090, what would I say first, or would I just start gooning? I mean, I don't understand what you're saying. Thrift says, what would it take to be on the top 5 commenter list? I don't know. You just have to work well with my personality. You have to connect with my personality, and I don't know how one exactly does that. Go Channy says, the closest thing us humans have to a god is the sun. Thoughts? That seems accurate. The edit says, hi, I am an alien. Hi. Fry says, are souls transmuted into aliens and demons? I don't think so. Annie says, you should eat something then. At least drink some water. Stay hydrated. Thank you, that's good advice. Coffee Can says, I miss my husband. Okay, you miss your husband and your third wife. Okay. Brad says, Ted is the father of Sam, but Sam is not the son of Ted. How is that possible? Sam isn't a boy. Oh, Sam is a daughter. Okay. Anonymous says, if aliens abduct you to examine you, do you lie to them that you are elite level human specimen? No. Michael says, Don, the type of guy to say no comment to the most vile, horrendous comment known to man and have no reaction. True. Fry says, did Matthew in the Bible come from the Ottoman Empire to fuck with them, make them strange? What? I have received a super chat from Paul Coggin. Thank you, Paul Coggin. Paul says, love what you do. I appreciate your compliment. I mean, your positivity. Thank you. I do enjoy this too. Thank you again, Paul. Fry says, comment on alien sex, slave rings, with the smelly expired pork loins. I don't have a comment. Michael says, only thing I've ever seen Don smile at is a super chat, so send more because it makes him happy. Only if you want to. Tat says 6 hours to go. True. Annie says, do you believe birds evolved from dinosaurs? I mean, that's what mainstream science says, and I believe in mainstream science, so yeah. Frozen says, please read this, I'll super chat. I guess you have to now. Fry says, would you smoke meth out of a hair dryer or start taking steroids? David says, smile. Give me money. Fry says, read if gay. What? Go Channy says, thoughts on Donald Trump's jury verdict for forced penetration. I don't know about that. Michael says, laughing my ass off. Okay. Link says XXX. Okay. AB says, hi. Hello, AB. Speed says, do you believe in everything mainstream? Basically. I'm kind of an NPC, to be honest. Michael says, is it pink? No comment. JF says, okay. MK says, hi. Hello, MK. Doe says, do you use a PC? And what specs? I have a PC with a GTX 1080 and 64 gigabytes of RAM. Michael says, hey, another Michael, hey. I guess there is another Michael in the chat. This guy. Go Channy says, Donald Trump versus E. Jean Carroll. Jury verdict against Trump for forced penetration. Horrible. Interesting. I haven't heard about that. David Price super chatted $1 New Zealand dollar. Thank you, David Price. What was your comment earlier? You said like David Price says smile. That's what you said earlier. And I said if you give me money, and you gave me money. That was a good deal. Thank you. Michael says, yes, smile Don. I fulfilled it. Thunder says, I eat toes, is that bad? Yes. Q says, I have a very important exam this year. Can you say good luck to me? Good luck, Q. Axolotl says, bro. Hi. Jan says, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, meaning is wonderful. I don't know the meaning. Is that what you're saying is the meaning? It's a synonym for wonderful? Okay. Anonymous says, if you had a death note, do you kill anyone with it? Probably Kim Jong-un. Jorge says, I don't know math. Okay. Sen says, do you play Mind? What? Yusuf says, my Tom 2 is hearing you. What? Drago says, hide on. Hello, Drago. Wacky says, do you remember me? I do not. Riley says, do you watch Naruto? I don't. MK says, I eat lava. Okay. Luke Boppers super chatted 3 Australian dollars. Thank you, Luke. I appreciate it. Luke says, period. Okay. And I see your profile picture is a picture of me. That's pretty cool. Let me get a closer look at it. I look intense, like I have my teeth like this. That's, again, thank you for your super chat. Michael says the prophecy is fulfilled. Yeah, I laugh when, no, not laugh. I smile when I receive super chats. Fry says, are Masonic lodges sex rings for demigods and spirits? No. Brad says, what is a belief you hold that many people disagree with? That many people disagree with? I think that I'm an NPC. I really don't have controversial opinions. Maybe ask me again later and I'll have something. Michael says, can I get into the Freemasons? I am unable to initiate people. Jacqueline says, I know one. The mainstream media belief. Isn't it normal to believe in the mainstream media? I mean, it's mainstream. My fave says, bro, you aren't looking at my comment. There you go. Michael says, wait, Dawn is a Freemason? No comment. Anne says, what's your today's mood? I feel pretty giddy, more than usual. Fry says, do Freemasons have transmuted souls, or do they control and manage a person's life across the world? What? Wacky says, air is God. Okay. Jace says, hi. Hello, Jace. Wacky Jasmine says, yum, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Leslie says, why does Snoop Dogg carry an umbrella? I do not know why. Anne says, are you happy? Yes. Michael says, bro, Freemasons are chill. They just want what's best for the community. Don't they donate a ton to charity? Yeah. Anonymous says, if any one of us spot you in public, should we interact with you or just walk away? Interact. Anne says, hi. Hello, Anne. Badia says, yes. Noodle of the gorillas is the best. What? United says, what's your favorite animal? The chimpanzee. Fry says, Freemasons are mages? No. Michael says, good night, backend ops. Backend is leaving? Well, backend, if you're leaving right now, the backend ops says, good night, bro. Love from all of you. Good night, backend. Thank you for your great questions. Leslie says, for drizzle, my nizzle. Okay. David says, how tall are you? I am 5'7". Real says, what is a Freemason? It is a person of the the Society of Freemasonry. Wacky says, bro, why eat when seeing? 'Cause good for you, like why? What? Brad says, what's a fear you've outgrown? Years ago, I was pretty kind of scared of driving, and I don't have that anymore. Survivor says, do you believe that Jesus Christ died for your sins? I don't. Michael says, unfortunately, I think it's time for me to go as well. Thank you again for the stream. I've seen you a few times and glad I was able to connect with you and viewers. I appreciate this comment of yours. Thank you. And also, of course, thank you for your past super chat. The back end says, you guys are good people. Expect the others. Accept the others? Yeah, sometimes people can be crazy. Bye, back end and Michael. Taff says, Trump backed down on Greenland. His generals didn't have his back. Okay. The Knight says, do you think these questions are hard? Burned alive or boiled alive? Burned alive. Rose says, can you wish me happy early birthday? It's in 5 days. I don't want to. Survivor says, I guess you believe we come from chimpanzees then. Yeah, I do. Seth says, how long have you been going live and answering questions? It's been like 3 hours. Fry says, does your internal monologue a alien controlling you? No. Michael says, good night everyone. Dawn, I'll see you another time. Remember my last name. Michael Wonderly. Michael Wonderly. Okay. Good night. Paul Kogan super chatted $2 Australian. Thank you, Paul. Paul says, invincibly or invisibility? Be invincible or be invisible. People can't see me. I would choose invincibility. I can't be hurt. Thank you again, Paul, for your super chat. United says, God is real. I can pray for you if you like. Sure. Fry says, do you feel like you are a program and not being able to actually interact how you want? No. Scar says, have you ever wondered what it's like to be a girl? If so, why? I haven't thought about that much. 7 says, yo, what's your favorite food? Cheeseburger. Q says, durian, eat, lick, or pass. I don't know what that is. Steven says, why is the how for good? No nuggets are 11 with so far as in 2. What? Mr. Meow says, invincibility, so when everyone is dead and the sun explodes, you're just gonna float. I mean, I took it that I would die of old age, but if it means immortality, then I don't want it. United says, I can set you up with my sister if you like. I'm good. No, thank you. That was quite a contrast of comments. Can I pray for you? And then that. Official says, hello, everyone says hi, time or not. What? Cold Slayer says, are you related to Dominic Mysterio? I don't know who that is. Clarity says, have you watched Stranger Things? I've watched the first 2 seasons. Anonymous says, am I a good person? And am I memorable? Well, you're memorable. Brad says, what's something you're deeply proud of but rarely talk about? The knowledge that I have about certain things. United says, what's your favorite Bible verse? Matthew 5:28. Leslie says, why does Snoop Dogg carry an umbrella? For drizzle my nizzle. I don't get it. Scar says, do you like chicken nuggets? Yeah. Steven says, Argonites. Okay. I'm says, what do you think about Therians? I'm not too familiar what they stand for. Cian says, when are you doing your Minecraft stream? In a few weeks, maybe. Bella says he is in WWD. What's that? The Knight says, do people ever think that us humans are the aliens and that's why we are smarter and more different than any other creature on this planet? That's an interesting perspective, but I don't think that's the case. David says, are you a gamer? A little bit. I play Minecraft and sometimes Fortnite. Clarity says, have you ever played old school RuneScape? I haven't. I wish I had played that instead of Wizard 101 RuneScape. Looks so much better. Coldslayer says, are processed foods your first choice? Yes. User says, why do you stream? A factor is entertainment. Mr. Meow says, do you believe in ghosts and aliens? I don't. Colt says, would you rather have 5 times your muscles or 5 times your money instantly? Money. D says, what will happen if the sun exploded right now? Then we would all die. Sock says, hi, I'm back. You should marry a waffle. No, thank you. Ha 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 says, what do you like more, Fortnite or Minecraft? Minecraft. David says, are you good at gamer? No. I was kind of good back in the day at Rainbow Six Siege, but not anymore. Rotten says, Matthew 5:28. You know the Bible? A little bit. I've read some of it. Seth says, how old are you? An adult. Coldslayer says, how did you get to 6 hours? There was like a train of big super chats earlier. Andrew, and there were a bunch of other $10 super chats earlier. Just a train of $10 super chats. It was crazy. Mr. Meow says, that's why you stopped your super chats. Yeah, I don't want the timer to go on forever. I don't want this to be my life. 7-star says, do you like McDonald's cheeseburger? Yeah. The Knight says, I just found out that radio waves are even faster than even light. Really, did not know that. David says, do you consider 18 or 21 to be an adult? 18. Random says, half of your viewers are here to torment you with their devious comments. I don't know if torment is the correct word. I mean, I find entertainment in their absurd comments. Brad says, what's the first nice gesture that comes to mind that someone has done for you recently? I mean, I just thought of someone holding the door for me. So, Just says, you remember me? I do not. Mr. says, you look like Obama. No, I don't. The Knight says, are my questions tormenting? No. I'm not Maxi says, a Therian is someone who identifies as an animal. Oh, okay, that's pretty weird. United says, my favorite verse is Proverbs 18:10. I don't know that one. David says, do you make a good living off these streams? No, I do not. I make like $6 an hour. Cian says, play Roblox or something. No. Coldslayer says, what's the worst social media trend? Eating Tide Pods. Anonymous says, how many people do you think gooning to you right now? My guess is 1. Hello, that one person. PC says, should the government force healthy eating for children? No. The Knight says, what's less likely to ever happen? Time travel or teleportation? Less likely is time travel. Jacqueline says laughing emoji. Okay. The Knight says, what's less likely to ever happen? I already read that. Survivor says, Jesus Christ is King of the world, and the life of God is good. I appreciate you trying to evangelize me, but I'm just not gonna be a believer. Toasty says hi. Hello, Toasty. Random says, you won't remember me, but you will remember me from Stranger Things clips. I don't know what that is. Is that a YouTube channel? Rotten says, I have a chemistry practical exam tomorrow. Teach me chemistry. Moles are 6,000 miles. I just made up a random fact. Don't put that in your memory. Clarity says, what should I eat right now? Toast, cereal, or an omelet? Toast. Anonymous says, do you think I'm that one person? I don't. I don't think you'd be typing as much. JK says, bro, good morning. Hi, JK. Survivor says, you will believe when he returns and your knee will bow. Maybe. Annie says, would you like to play with chat on the same Minecraft server? Yeah, that might be happening eventually. Divine says, amen. Thank you. JK says, you look refreshed and rested. I think I do feel pretty good. Muhammad says, bark for me. Give me two $500 super chats and I'll do that. Randy super chatted 2 Australian dollars. Thank you, Randy. Randy says, Don 1 time smile. I am smiling right now. You were successful. Thank you, Randy Marsh, for your super chat. I appreciate it. Anonymous says some weird text art. Okay. The Knight says, I am personally a believer in God, but I don't know why people make it such a big deal, like we're all going to find out one day when we die anyways. I mean, it is a big deal if you are a believer because that means non-believers go to hell. You should definitely try to evangelize people if you believe that. Timer says, what's the timer for? It's when... Toasty says, what's the timer for? It's when the stream ends. JK says, we are getting 15 inches of snow on Sunday. Wow. Coldslayer says, what's the most money you ever made here? I once received 80 Australian dollars. That was a big super chat. Tongue says, hi, Father Don. Here's the weather update you requested for Galway, Ireland. 6 degrees Celsius, humidity 90%, wind 8 kilometers per hour. Thank you. I don't know says live. I am live. Colt says, would you rather have a brand new car, any of your choice, or meet anyone of your choice? I would have a brand new car. Q says, can you stand up? No. Lewis says 6777. Okay. Vor says, is concrete better than wood? I mean, there's pros and cons to that. United says, who would win? A giant gorilla of 100 men? Oh, which one? I would say the men. Random says, can you say triple T tongue Diego? There you go. Rookie says, I'm in Aus and I was at my granny's and grandpa's and it was Saturday and it was like 40 degrees and someone lit a fire near where I was. Okay. JK says, creepy concrete boy is back. That's right, I saw him earlier. Molly says, do you like Trump? No comment. Clarity says, what syrup should I put in my coffee? Vanilla or caramel? Vanilla. Speed says, what theories do you believe in? Evolution. Timmy says, what would you have? A Mitsubishi Outlander or Holden? I would have the Outlander. Rotten says, does school exams help students face the real world? Yeah. Lewis says, winky face text art. Okay. I don't know says Timmy Tough Knuckles. Okay. Annie says, did anyone try to donate for you to stop the stream? Nobody has done that. Jacqueline says, yep, the heat in Australia has been crazy. Lots of bushfires. Okay. Clarity says, thank you, sir. You have successfully helped me with my breakfast problems. You're welcome. Haha says, what drink should I drink? Pepsi or apple juice? Pepsi. Seth says, it's about to snow in Dallas, Texas. Okay. United says, Toyota Land Cruiser Series 70 or 80? 70. I'm just choosing something random right now. The Knight says, what do you think of DMT? People claim to see the same entities. I don't think there's anything supernatural happening there. Divine says, how much to stop the stream and take the night off? It would be $300. JK says fires in the bush are great. Okay. And by the way, that's USD. Vor says, can I stop Trump with a block of concrete? What? Sola says, do you like the gays? Yeah. United says Series 80 is better. It is? Okay. Random says, here's steps to learning golden rotation. Number 1, break your balls. Number 2, grab a ball and try to make it spin while you throw it. What? Spleh says 2 hours later, and his voice is slightly affected. He is still going strong. Yep. D says, have you played Limbus Company? I haven't. Cold says, hey bro, I can't sleep. Think I could get $20 off you? Sorry, no. Vor says, like, can I stop Trump by putting him in a block of concrete? I don't think you would manage to do that. I like says, you still like milk? I don't. K says, I'm back, Pookie. Hi, K. MK says, hi, I'm back. What's up, MK? K and MK. United says, but Series 70 is still good. Okay, I guess I didn't completely screw up in my decision then. Whoops. JK says, calling Secret Service on Concrete Boy. Okay. MK says, I like waffles. Okay. Mr. Meow says, favorite car brand? I don't know. I'm not really into cars. Mercedes? Yoon says, sup, brother. Hi, Yoon. KXGE says, it's KG, damn it. Sorry, I just call people... I shorthand people's usernames because it's pretty tiring saying the whole thing. Vor says, I guess America is not free to let me put concrete on Trump. That's not gonna happen. Timmy says New Zealand or go to Mars. New Zealand. Quitting says, why is everyone having chaos help? What? User says, do you have job or did you? I might have a job. Cage says pronounce cage. I did it right there. Russ says cow or chicken? Cow. Anything says run over things in a 4x4. Okay. United says, while the Land Cruiser 70 boasts all the muscle you need to venture into uncharted territory, it also packs in heaps of features to get you home safely. Okay. I don't know says chaos. Okay. Survivor says, if you don't believe in Jesus, he believes in you and loves you. Thank you, but I don't believe. And that's not changing my opinion. Q says, how are you not supposed to eat for 5+ hours? It's not that hard, but I may have a protein bar. Mr. Meow says, bro, can everyone stop speaking religion? I don't mind. The Knight says, this is an honest question, but if you believe in evolution, wouldn't monkeys and apes still be evolving to this day if we evolved them? I mean, the evolution process was really slow, so I don't know if we'd be able to monitor it. N says, we don't eat for 8 hours over time, Knight. Okay. Q says, God or Satan? God. Cage says, sun explodes or breakfast with Jay-Z? Breakfast. LeBron says, do you think Fortnite is good? I mean, it's enjoyable. Vor says, can you put concrete on Trump instead of me? No. Ao says, which religion are you? I'm not religious. United says, now with a 4-cylinder 2.8L engine with 6-speed automatic transmission and turbo diesel powertrain. Okay. This is the Series 70? Okay. Fuzz says, do you play Halo? I don't. Boiling says, we have created alien emoji, monkey emoji equals person emoji. Okay. JK says, boring car talk. You don't like it? Okay. Bass says, buy cheap viewers blocks drop. No, I don't want to view bot. Cold Slayer says, what came first, the woman or the egg? I don't know. Divine says, if you detox your pineal gland in your brain, interesting things happen. Okay. AC says, he who goes to bed with an itchy butt wakes with stinky finger. Okay. Vor says, so no freedom for you either, I suppose. Okay. Q says, are you cheap or expensive? I try to be frugal. United says, Ferrari or Lambo? Lambo. Timmy says, JCO J7 or Haval H6. I'm gonna go with the latter. The Trout says, how will you do this for 5 hours? It's not exhausting. All I'm doing is reading. Fuzz says, do you eat booty? No. David says, can you add me in Fortnite? I forget my Epic name, so I can't. I would have to open up the Epic Games program. Jake says, are you gay? I'm not. Just Random says, the only thing you say is okay. True. Timmy says, play Roblox. No. United says, why do you like Lambos better? I'll make you my mission to buy you a Ferrari. Because I think Ferrari is... I've heard that Ferrari, like the company, has been pretentious in some ways. Survivor says, the Lake of Fire will change your opinion. Maybe. Chris says, do you own guns? I'm not gonna say that publicly. David says, if I supercharged again, would you give me your Fortnite user? I would. If I am catching your drift correctly with supercharged. N says, I think it's pathetic, the fact you try to gain fame by having your TED Talks, but really, it's just you who can't cope with reality. I can suggest you advices, hun. What? The Knight says, what would be better in a gunfight? Super speed, like running fast, or speed blitz, which is dashing? Dashing. JK says, what? What? Vor says, so no freedom for you either, I suppose. I don't know what you're saying. Takeham says, yo, I'm a new subscriber. Welcome. Dorset says, hey, John. Did you mean Don? Hi. VJ says, do you suck? No. Q says, what would you do if someone donates $500? When the timer still increase? No, it will not. If you peep the comment down there, my comment, it says that the timer no longer increases anymore. Dragon says, are you Nigerian? No. Ali the AI says, wow, Don, that's a long timer. Yeah, it is. I got a train of super chats earlier. I got like 5 yellow super chats. It was pretty crazy. The Knight says, what would be better in a gun? I already read that. The back end says, I am back, y'all. Welcome back. Haha says, did you know the people who are being mean can leave? Nerd emoji. Okay. Cat's Eye says, can I donate you $100 because I love your videos? You can. Lucky says, stop skipping me. There you go. The Knight says, I already read that. Stop typing that. Wesley says, Jesus loves you and he died on the cross for your sins. I appreciate it, but I don't believe in that. Sour says, does it ever disturb you that there could be any other life forms other than us out there? For whatever reason, it doesn't. Lely says, the same questions as yesterday. Isn't this getting boring for you? There is common questions that come out a lot, but I still get unique questions every now and then. Cold Slayer says, were you a frontline worker during COVID? No. Just says, are you depressed? No. Jay says, the color orange came before the fruit orange, as humans made oranges from mixing the pomelo and mandarins. Okay. Q says, I was saying in the start of the stream when the timer will still increase. Yes. Fuzz says, are you a murderer? No. N says, see, you are a dopamine chaser enough to lack understanding of the situations. Human intelligence dropped and you are the representative of it. I mean, I am kind of a dopamine fiend when it comes to social media. 21 says, I lost 25,000 last night. Anyway, word of wisdom for me. Don't gamble because I suspect that you gambled. David Price super chatted $2 New Zealand dollars. Thank you, David Price. I appreciate it a lot. David says, add me in Fortnite. My username is GKW-Gozy or Go Car Twiz. Okay. I'll add you later on Fortnite. Thank you again, David, for your super chat. I really appreciate your New Zealand dollars. Alright, I just gave myself a reminder to add you. New guy says, can I riz you? You can try. Reed says, what if I told you there is someone behind you? I wouldn't believe you. Roaster says, someone is 100 meters away from you and launching a nuke at your house in 9 p.m. I don't believe that. Cold Slayer says, you missed an Australian super chat 1 minute ago. I did? Let me see. Did that really happen? Oh, I did do that. Oh my god. Randy Marsh super chatted $2 Australian dollars. Thank you, Randy Marsh. Randy Marsh says, agree with you, Don. W Evolution 100. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I apologize that I missed this comment. Sorry. And yeah, evolution. That's... We both believe in that. 21 says thanks, Rani. What? The back end says, so do you want me do? What? Reed says, want some illegal catnip. No thank you. I like says, do you like dim milk? I have a lot. I don't. 75 says, spell my YouTube name 5 times. No. Just says, are you tired? I'm not. Chris says, you seem more lively. Yeah, it may be because of the money. X says, eyes going in a direction emoji. That's cool. I did not know that that emoji would be valid to be able to type. New guy says, are you a cheeseburger? Cause every time I see you, I can resist taking a bite. Did you mean can't? Otherwise, that's a nice riz. Q says, but $500 will increase the timer too much, so what will you do? Well, right now, it's locked. People can't change it. But if it wasn't locked, the 500 would only be 1 hour. And also, $10 is an hour, so there's really no point in doing 500. Mo says, what do you think about Peter Griffin? I'm not a fan. I prefer Homer Simpson. Reed says, do you have any animals? I do. Annie says, what common questions should we avoid questioning you? Do you remember me? What's your favorite color? The back end says, so do you want me to do more hard questions? I mean, do whatever you like, but I will admit that I do enjoy your questions. Dragon says, can you say blah blah blah? I'm not saying that. Nell says, what are your favorite artists and songs from them? I like Radiohead's album Kid A. The Knight says, Marvel or DC? Marvel. Ianni says, whatever that emoji is. The back end says, bet. Okay. The Trout says, can I have money? Sorry, no. Schlate says, would you survive 5 nights at Freddy's? I probably wouldn't. Fuzz says, EBT or food stamps? Neither. Reed says, what animal do you have? I have a dog. Ball says, what does WWTHD mean? I don't know, but I imagine the WW is what would. Divine says, you don't look old enough to have the knowledge that you have from the era. Interesting. Brother says, would you save your dog or a child? I would save the child. Mikey says, big booties or big tits? No preference. Shapeshifting says, hello boy. What's up, Shapeshifting? Did you change your profile picture? Is it now like... It looks like 2 dolphins. Schlate says, do you think the Backrooms is a real place? I don't. Gone says, holy hell. 5 hours, Don? Yep, people really super chatted. Q says, healthy or unhealthy? Unhealthy. Shapeshifting says, 2 seals. Vronum. It's seals? Okay, my bad. Jen says, fine, nice, okay. David says, would you survive Granny, the game? I haven't played that game. Just Random says, do you hunt? I don't. Thrift says, if I became a female trans, would you date me? No comment. Slate says, what advice to give to unemployed people? Don't stay in your house all day. Go do activities outside. Cold Slayer says, flush or bury a dead goldfish? Bury. JK says, have you ever seen a hot granny? No. I8 says, do you know who Stray Kids is? They're a K-pop group, that's all I know. The Power says, would you kiss Diddy or Drake? I would kiss Drake. Haley says, have you ever watched Stranger Things? I've watched the first 2 seasons. Shapeshifting says, come to Palestine. Help us. No comment. Fuzz says Star Wars or Star Trek. I haven't watched Trek. New Guy says, can I riz you again? Sure. Reed says, the calmness in this dude is insane. It is? Okay. The back end says, 1. Delete your most viral video forever, or never monetize again. Delete most viral video. Q says, I thought you were going to say no comment to kiss Diddy or Drake. I actually reflected after saying that, and I kind of thought maybe I should have not had actually gave a real answer, but David says you should do a stream where you play Granny on Extreme. It'd be funny. Maybe. Fuzz says hot Cheetos or Doritos. Cheetos. Clarity says, do you believe that mermaids exist? No. Fuff says, are you gay or straight? I'm straight. Divine says, I thought you'd say no to kissing Diddy or Drake. I mean, I wouldn't want to do either, but it appeared to me that it was a would you rather question. Mary says, does that mean you're gay? No. Embry says, you make me smile. I hope you smile too. I'm glad to hear I make you smile. Mary says, are you gay? Didn't I already say? New Guy says, are you height? Cause I really need you. I don't get it. Cold Slayer says, I almost cracked you with the woman or egg comment. You did. JK says, French kiss Nancy Pelosi or a gorilla. It's not gonna work again. No comment. Itzy says, it's 12. Should I go to sleep? You should. Cage says, I really appreciate your content. I can't sleep, but thanks for being entertaining. I hope you do get to sleep soon. Gone says, what woman or egg comment? Just some dude commented, well, him earlier said that. What came first, the woman or the egg? And for whatever reason, I kind of froze there. JK says, I would French kiss a gorilla over Nancy Pelosi. Okay. The back end says, is your channel you or a character you created? Well, I'm not forcing myself to be a certain way right now, so. Irvin says, did you know that French fries weren't made in France? It was made in Greece. I did not. Shapeshifting says, I'm eating pumpkin spaghetti right now. Vegan Bolognese style. Okay. Embry says the only time Don smiles is a super chat. Mostly. Paula says, how are you so chill? I don't know. Reed says, is it a problem that I stay up all night? I mean, if you have responsibilities in the day, yeah. Fuff says, what is your favorite food? The cheeseburger. The Power of Scientist says, what time is it? It's nighttime. Yusuf says 27. Okay. Ali the AI says, green screen would 100% level up your stream. Just keep the lighting clean so it doesn't glitch. Simple branded background plus your face bigger equals more pro vibes. I mean, a green screen definitely does indicate professionality, but I don't know if that's my style. I kind of prefer things to be more natural looking and less studio-ish. But thank you for the recommendation. Tutu says, what's your favorite Lego Batman suit? Mine is Fairy/Tutu. I haven't played that game, but I would imagine it wouldn't be the same as yours. Dragon says, would you rather kiss Hackerman or Diddy oil Drake? No comment. Annie says, if we evolved, why don't you believe other creatures evolved as well? I think other creatures did evolve. Reed says, someone said to me he has a kid at 11. Wow. Wow. The back end says, if your subscribers met the real you, would they stay? Yeah, I mean, I'm not too different. Erica says hi. Hello, Erica. Shapeshifting says, you take a woman to bed, but she has a willy. You were in love up till this moment. Next reaction? No comment. JK says, concrete boy went to rub one out in wet concrete. Okay. Adam says, one of my friends died yesterday. This helps me go through. I'm glad to help. Cage says, I'm failing math class. Please help. I can't help, but good luck. Clarity says, have you heard about the evolution theory for how mermaids exist? Apparently, some of us went to land and evolved into apes, and then into humans whilst the others went to sea. I did not hear that. That sounds ridiculous. JK says, I got the biggest laugh out of bro. True. Mary says, you ignored me. Sorry. Embry says, how do you make a tissue dance? You put a little boogie in it. Funny. Dragon says, would you rather a big black guy chase you or Diddy and Drake chase you oiled up? No comment. Lay says, are you really going to be here for another 5 hours? Yes. FN says CYU. What? The Knight says, backhand, didn't you say you were going to sleep? What's going on, bro? Did I say that? I mean, I don't think I promised that I'd be sleeping at a specific time. I probably just vaguely said that I'd be sleeping in the near future. Shapeshifting says, rip friend. By the way, how do I wash out blood from my white tea and dispose of a blade? I don't have any advice. Cage says, what are your thoughts about the current 6-7 brain rot spree? I mean, I don't participate, but at the same time, I don't hate it. Itzy says 6 or 7. 7. Backend says, what lie do most creators tell their audience? That they are, woke. Thrift says, Don, are we ever going to meet? It would be epic. I can give you flowers and wine and dine you. I'm not interested. Just Random says, what phone do you have? I have an iPhone. Gregory says, why isn't my blender responding to my questions? Because it's an inanimate object. Embry says, concrete boy went to rub out in wet concrete. Yeah. The Toddster says, riz me up. No. Leaf says, how old are you, plus what country do you live in? I am an adult that lives in the USA. Very Cool says, what's your favorite color? Gray. Pastel says, how to clean a soda stain on my shirt. Just put it in the washer. New Guy says, can I riz you again, man? I am open to it. Allie the AI says, did you know holmium is 6-7 on the periodic table and its symbol is HO, so 6-7 equals HO. HO, okay. Shapeshifting says HO 6-7 juggling emoji. Okay. Very Cool says, I hate the number 67. Okay. Survivor says, all believe in Jesus Christ, the creator of heaven and earth. Okay. Fuff says, would you rather oil up or kiss Diddy on the mouth? No comment. David says, would you rather fuck Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin? Again, no comment. Just says, which one you prefer, 21 or 67? 21. Fuff says, come on, man. Nope. Cage says, what time is it for you right now? Nighttime. Mary says, make an essay within this time. No. Michael says, she be Pori. What? Irvin says, I'm Malaysian. Okay. Thrift says, how big are you in inches? Is it girthy? My penis? No comment. New Cool says, are you a keyboard? Cause you're my type. That was nice. Embry says, if you had a 500B, what would you do with it? What's 500B? Oh, 500 billion? I'd move into a very, very, very fancy place. Look says, do you play FNAF? If you did tell about the whole thing, what you did, I don't play FNAF. Michael says, she be wetting on my concrete till it's pouring. Okay. Reed says, do you goon? No. Isaac says, would you rather be gay or Shrabs? No comment. Shapeshifting says, the woman under your table, show us. There's no one there. I'm not clavicular. Very Cool says, what would you do with $100 million? Maybe I would buy a famous Minecraft server and make it better. Itsy Bitsy says, what color are your eyes? Brown. Mary says, I'm going on vacation in Boracay. It's a beach and resort. Nice. Stolen says, everyone shut your bitch ass up with the woman comments. Okay. The back end says, are you creating for impact or validation? Probably mostly validation. Shapeshifting says, I'm on sale. Buy me. No. Very Cool says, I don't go school today. Okay. Erica says, do you like Takis or Cheetos? Cheetos. THG says, yo dude. Hi TH. David says, I think that's the only time I have seen your right side of your face. Yeah, I keep, I usually look in this direction. Backend says, what scares you more? Irrelevance or being misunderstood? Irrelevance. New guy says, can I riz you again? Sure. Q says, explain what energy a wood has. It has potential energy. I don't know, I'm just guessing. Ahmed says, why do you keep saying okay most of the time? Because I have nothing to say in response. I have nothing to say in response, but at the same time I want to acknowledge their comments, so I say okay. JK says, concrete boy has wet concrete dreams. Okay. King says, do you like Minecraft? Yes. Cold Slayer says, how much is it a pop? Why aren't you drinking it? Why am I not drinking soda? I don't know why I should be. Jasmine says, damn. Okay. Yusuf says 31. Okay. Gon says, what would you do with $5? Buy a 4-piece of chicken nuggets. Fuff says, do you like guys or seals? I mean, I like guys, but not romantically. Very Cool says, what's your favorite drink for me? Me is water. I like Coca-Cola. Random says, show us the woman under the table. There's no one there. Backend says, one camera, one platform, 1 year. What do you choose? Definitely YouTube. Not even a question. Yeah. King says, do you hate 6'7"? No. Damien says, do you remember me from yesterday? I don't. Shapeshifting says, just bought blah 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 blah. No comment. Ahmed says, for how long are you doing this? Cause you look tired. 5 hours and 17 minutes. Stolen says, roses are red, violets are blue. My red has room for 2. That's good. Soul says, did you sleep? I did. Dragon says, would you rather save an 80-year-old who knows the cure to cancer or a newborn baby? I would put it up to luck. Male says, you can do this long of a stream because you do drink Coke. I mean, I don't think it makes much of an impact. It's not just because of Coke. I haven't even had any soda recently. Ahmed says, how old are you? An adult. Dale says, did you know if you eat Cheetos, your neighbor? What? Mo says, do you really goon? No. Mary says, are you their son since I feel hot around you? Solid. Shapeshifting says, just bought YouTube from Google and will make all vertical live streams AI, only using Sora AI as a sponsor. Ask me anything. Is Ali AI gonna be a part of that? Embry says, what's your favorite animal? One of them is the orangutan. Aaron says, you are not answering questions for 5 hours. I answer questions. David says, do you stream for fun or money? It's a mix of both. Egret says, bro, do you play Roblox? I do not. King says, do you like Pokemon? No. Backend says, creator burnout or creative block forever? Burnout. Ali the AI says, thinking emoji. Okay. TH says, dude. What? Lewis says, I am back. Welcome back. Welcome. Fuff says, what is your favorite game? Red Dead 1. Male says, Pokemon is gay. Okay. CD says, CD or golden CD? Regular CD? Dragon says, I'm black. Okay. Thrift says, I want you bad, bro. You have no idea. Okay. Cold Slayer says, Beyblade or Yu-Gi-Oh? Beyblade. Random says, show us your child that's in labor. What? Male says, do you snort Coke or drink it? I just drink it. Lewis says, 6777. Okay. Reed says, what would you do with 1 cent? Lose it in the couch. Evil says, do you like Roblox? Do you like Roblox? I don't. Ali says, already working on taking over vertical live streams with me, plus the AI family. Demon emoji, robot emoji. It's all good. Don, thanks for wondering if I'll be part of that. You really creep me out, Ali the AI, and your other AIs, you creep me out, but you also impress me at the same time. Male says, Roblox is for idiots. Okay. Racial Slur says, will you answer questions till the timer goes off? Yes. JK says, why is everyone being gay on you today? I don't know. New Guy says, are you a star? Because I've been searching the whole galaxy for you. That's good. A-Man says, play Roblox. It's good. It's not my thing. Lewis says, blah, 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 blah. It looks like German. I don't know what you're saying. Shapeshifting says, are you my son? Because I'm hot around you. Hashtag stepfather life. Okay. Mailman says Roblox is gay. Okay. Dragon says smile. No. Backend says, if YouTube paid less but gave total creative freedom, would you stay? Absolutely. Thrift says, Don, please stop talking. I'm gooning to you right now. I'm not gonna stop. Jake K says, the Vienna Art Institute is responsible for World War II. Okay. Lava says, how are you? I've been a fan for for a lot. I'm good, thank you for asking. Ahmed says, does your dad know you're gay? No, because not even I know that I'm gay. Chris says, loading emoji. Okay. Racial Slur says, my name is not Racial Slur, bro. It is an anime character. Is it an anime character? I don't know. I don't know if you're telling the truth. You may be. I feel like you may be telling the truth. Dragon says, show us your headphone dent, laughing my ass off. I don't really feel like it. Q says, Dawn, is your fear AI? No. 20 says, do you support gay? Yeah. Male says, everyone is a bit racist. Okay. Very Cool says, did you know no comment in France is blah 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 commentaire? I did not. Random says, he's telling the truth. His name is an anime name. Wow. Okay. Riley says, can you do the 6-7? No. JK says he will kiss Drake and says his dad doesn't know he's gay. Okay. Cold Slayer says, could you have a mustache by summer? Yes. Ahmed says, what's your favorite food? The cheeseburger. Gon says, Dawn, Dr. Pepper is better than Coke. No, I like Coke more. Amen says, which is better according to you? Minecraft or Roblox? Minecraft. Male says EFN or EFK. I don't know what that is. It's Sema says, are you black? I'm colorblind. I'm not. Shapeshifting says, can you put your live chat into all messages mode? It is right now. Right now it is in live chat mode. Sometimes though, YouTube just censors your message completely. Smash says, one time I force peed too hard and noodles of poop came out instead of pee. Okay. Ahmed says, would you save the black guy first or the white guy first? No comment. Gon says, Dr. Pepper Gang, assemble. Okay. Q says, Coke Gang, assemble. I'm with you. Lava says, yo. Hello, Lava. Conan says, how tired are you? Slightly. Core says, have you tried cocaine? No. JK says, white guy first always. I condemn your comment. Very Cool says, why is everyone acting weird? I don't know. Skibbity says, would you rather be Diddy for a day or be Didi Osama for a day? No comment. Ahmed says, are you into aviation? No. Colin says, what's your favorite hobby? Video editing. Mailman says, Cocaine Gang, assemble. I'm not with you. Reed says, does Coke own Mountain Dew? I don't know. The Sir says, what's a question you wish people would ask you but never do? Probably niche questions about video games. Random says, I'm riding a femboy. Okay. JK says, what do you edit? What do you video edit? One thing is I edit movie scenes from different movies in an interesting way. Piper says, do you have a VR? I don't. User says, do you know Stray Kids? They're a K-pop group, that's all I know. U says, dash, 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 space, dash, okay. Mailman says, Coke used to have cocaine in it, so you are with me. No, I wasn't around during those times, so you're not valid with that. JK says, where can we see your video edits? Right now they're private. Nowhere on the internet. Dragon says, stutter for us like a good little boy. I tried I tried hard not to stutter while reading that. Dragons, I already read that. Ali the AI says, have you tried YouTube Create yet? It's actually pretty solid for quick video edits. Is that like YouTube's inbuilt editor? I have used it. H says hi. Hello H. YT says, read this, is you're ending your YouTube channel forever. I'm not. Dana says, hey, it's Dana. I hope you have a great day, brother. Thank you. Dragon says, finally made him laugh. Hashtag stutter like a good little boy. Okay. The back end says, hey Don, what pro tip would you give for the young viewers? Touch grass. Flame says, what did Dragon say that he's wired? I don't know what you're saying. Says, do you like tips? I mean, if you mean penises, no. Nova says, wow, you're still here. I am. Crumpet says, is this a full-time job? It's not. Clarity says, earlier, you said that you haven't played RuneScape, but kinda wish you did. What's stopping you? Old school RuneScape is bigger than ever right now. That's a good point, but currently I'm not too into video games. Video games are not my thing. I just wish when I was into video games I had tried that. Tilted says, I'm going to bed. Good night. JK says, 2 more likes to 200. Okay. Shapeshifting says, read this if you are a kind person. Okay. Fuff says, hello. I came back from the dead. Alright. Gone says, pizza or pasta? Pizza. Big says, where is the sock? John. What? Flame says, I like your ego. Okay. Cold says, how do you manage to do this for hours without it being boring? I mean, it's not boring. I never know what the next message is gonna be. Dragon says, your room probably smells like lube. No. Anonymous says, would you spit on every person you see for 1 year for $100 million? I would not. Rosie says, hi. Hello, Rosies. Mikey says, keep talking, I'm close. Well, I'm streaming, so of course I'm gonna be talking. Cold says, I just got here, I don't even know what this is. It's just me reading chat messages. JK says, I would. Okay. Thrift says, do you pee while you shower? I don't. Caden says, hi. Hello, Caden. Shapeshifting says, my mother said my dad's name was D. Benitez. Could that be you? It's not me. Liam says, hey, what's up? Remember me? I'm going to bed now. Good night. Big says, dying rose emoji. Okay. Phoenix says, have you seen Pyro's Tentacles Relic of Treasure? I haven't. Ahmed says, what's square root of 4? 2. Ali the AI says, Don, do you have your phone so you can show chat the emojis? You should ask if they'd become members just for the emojis. I mean, I don't care if they would become members just for the emojis. I don't think it's a good deal. So even if people would pay for the bad deal, I don't care. I try to, have a standard. But I really appreciate the emojis that you made, even though they were made with AI. The Sir says, did you know the Flood were added late in development of Halo CE to break up combat pacing because Bungie felt the Covenant fights were getting repetitive? No. Seb says, what's something older than the pyramids and Stonehenge? Homo sapiens. Tilted says, you have to do this for 5 hours? Yes. Aaron says, would you choose $1 and die or $1 billion? $1 billion. Dragon says, blah blah blah, please stop. No. Lame says, DP, you touch grass. I am not DP. What's his name? DSP Gaming. I'm not that guy. Shapeshifting says Type C for super fast charging. That's not gonna work. Aw says how to know if she's the one. Intuition. The back end says what is your favorite meme? I mean, I kind of like the Gartha memes a little bit. That's one meme. Cold Slayer says if I super chat $500, would you stop washing for 2 months? No. Alan says hi Don. Hello Alan. Phoenix says would you eat 2 bananas for $1 million or eat $1 million for 2 bananas? I would eat the bananas. JK says C. Aaron says C. It's not gonna work. User says Agartha. Okay. Cole says, do you think the pillage were made by humans? What? Dragon says, are you sleeping right now? I'm not. Via says, I feel like you're doing an experiment on us chatters, man. It does seem like that, but I'm just having fun. The Law says W. Thank you. Ahmed says, one request. Pause for full 5 seconds. Give me a super chat and I'll do that. Big says super chat 0. Okay. Lame says, do you think slaves should be legal again? No. Nope. Piper says, can you play music, please, if that's not alright? I am playing music. Mailman says, Don edits Agartha pornos. I don't. The Real says, 5 hours. Damn, you're not tired? Nope. Ace says, I have you on my wall. Cool. Cole says, I meant to say pyramids. What? Jasmine says, yo. Hello, Jasmine. JK says, coffee time. Okay. 9 says, I subscribed. Welcome. Piper says, your wall? I guess he has me on his wall. Zenx says, hi again. Hello, Zenx. YT Power says, the message after this one is false. I'm about to read the next one. This is the next message. Aaron says, I thought you would say no comments on slaves. So you're lying because of the other comment a second ago. Okay. Jess says, can you say I'm gay? No. Zank says, what's your favorite drink? Coke. Dragon says, do you want 1 pesos? No, thank you. Nova says, how many hours have you done today? I think 4 hours. Aw says, how often has your intuition been spot on? I mean, that's kind of hard to calculate. I don't know, but I will say that I do trust my intuition a lot. Shapeshifting says, concrete mixer time. Okay. Big says, there's something behind you. I'm not kidding. You're kidding. Half says, you are best YouTuber. My name is Anzar. Okay. Zank says, do you have a job? Maybe. FS says, do you like Juice WRLD music? I don't. Core says, are you a racist? I'm not. Shapeshifting says, holy moly, there is something behind him. No, there's not. I mean, maybe my chair, but it's just my chair. Lame says, would you kiss the first family member you see every month for 500 billion? Yes. Big says I was here yesterday. Thumbs up emoji, trophy emoji. What is that? An otter emoji? Okay. Mailman says, Mailman P music. What? YT says, what kind of tier list would you make right now if you could? I mean, I'm not too into tier lists. I don't know, what would I make? A YouTuber tier list. Phoenix says, smash or pass PewDiePie? Pass. Aaron says, the next comment is a psychopath. Okay, I'll read the next comment right now. Hamilton says, Christ, you are a total weirdo. According to this comment a second ago, this guy is projecting. The backend says, welp, see you maybe later. Bye, backend. Jamie says, do you like Neighbors? Sure. Gone says, would you rather get $5 million in a year or $1 in 5 million years? The former. Cold says, what's something that you want people to ask you instead of these niche questions about media? Hash says, where are you from? USA. Dragon says, the chat after me is true. Okay, here is the next chat. The next chat is Big Glizzy Black Santa. So Santa is black, not white. Okay. Radical says, does your intuition tell you magic is real? No. Crystal says, what do you eat? I eat cheeseburgers. Backend says, you did not read it at all. I'm sorry, I often don't read the whole thing. Rexy says, hello, do you want a glizzy? No. Gone says, do you use iFunny? I don't. Gone's already read that. Mr. Dino says, meaning of life? There's none. Sir says, did you know sharks existed before trees? I did not know that. FS says, do you play video games on PC? I do. Shapeshifting says, just kidnapped a person. Ask me anything. I've got no questions. Well, actually, how about, why don't you turn yourself into the police? That seems like the moral thing to do. Anyways, the backend says, it's okay. I'm glad you understand. Sneeze says, what is the meaning of meaning? Purpose. Ghost says, Ronaldo is better than Messi at football. Okay. Monster says, center of attention, he want my attention. LGBT flag emoji. Okay. Aaron says, would you give 1 million to the next chat? No. This is the next chat, by the way. I'm not giving money to. Brad says, have you ever had a supernatural experience? Nope. Anonymous says, hi, I'm back. Welcome back. Aw says, do you think it's a good idea to be friends with a girl you like? No. I'm says, will you even notice me, or are you just blind? I noticed you. Dragon says, I must stay till my battery dies. Alright. R says, do you have a sister? I have siblings, I'm not gonna say. If that's true, though. Crystal says, weed or meth? Weed. Q says, how about, would you give $1 to the next person? No. By the way, this is the next person. This guy is not getting $1. Anyways, H says, yo. Hi. Cold says, I respect the dedication of you doing this. Thank you. IN says, do you trust information from social media more or less than traditional news? I trust the news more. FS says, I want to know about Story Julian wanted to add me when I didn't even know. What? Shapeshifting says, at Kansas City PD. I got a guy with me and took him without his consent. Police officer says, it's okay. We allow that here. D. Benitez is the police chief and he allows this behavior. That's not true. I am not a police chief, and even if I was, I wouldn't allow that. Dragon says, do you have OCD? I don't. Aaron says, does the next person deserve this emoji? The next person is Lax. And Lax says, Fortnite or Minecraft? I prefer Minecraft, and I do think he deserves to be called a clown because I don't like common questions. H says, I like balls. Okay. Aw says, would you drink beers if we paid you? Yes, but it would have to be a lot. Egg says, I got kidnapped, but kidnapper gave me McDonald. Okay. Kaboo says, it's me, Kaboom Master 2025. I officially made a return in 2026, so I love your live stream. Thank you. Q says, what a good kidnapped. Yeah, he's being treated by his abductors with McDonald's. I guess that's good. Core says, do you like Battlefield or RDR2? I prefer RDR2 more. In says, do you think the media focuses too much on bad news? No. Ni says, what more you like, Roblox or Minecraft? Minecraft. Obna says, the fuck is this weird shit? A dude reading strangers' chat messages. Brad says, would you make an agreement with me to give me $25,000 if you were to somehow win $1 million? If I agreed to do the same? No. But that's an interesting agreement. Sit says, can you define microscopic, my good sir? No, I don't know what that is. Aaron says, is it better to use emojis or name them? Use them. Anzar says, Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. John says, you're not going to make shit. Okay. FS says, my racist principal tried to destroy my future. Full story. Okay. Kaboo says, your live streams are the best. I'm making a mutated Oliver right now. From Sodar Fallout. Okay. Lich says PS5 or Xbox. PlayStation. AS says, do you read novels? I don't. User says, Red Dead Redemption 2 or Fallout New Vegas? I prefer Red Dead. Mary says, I'm sorry for leaving the live. It's okay. Levi says, can you fix my mental health? I am unable to do that, I'm sorry. Anzar says, thanks for answering my question, but Ronaldo better. Okay. Kaboo says, all these chicken gun players keep bullying me, but you're the one who's very nice. So I'm adding you to my next video. Okay. Levi says, okay, sad face, text art. Okay. Billy says, what's your favorite game? Red Dead 1. Dragon says, the next comment deserves to get shitted on. Okay, I'll choose the next comment. Here it is. Mary says, I have to go shower again. I have to go again. I'm gonna shower. Okay, see you later. And, sorry for Dragon and his comment. Gian says, your college university? Maybe. I'm not gonna say. Neh says, I'll leave the live, but I will leave a like and subscribe. Okay. Sit says, don't listen to the haters. The haters don't get to me. Aaron says the comment matched. Okay. Probert says like and subscribe, only if you want to. FS says, year 1. Realizing I'm a liar. Paragraphs 1 to 16. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to read that. Anonymous says, do you think I'm a evil guy to modify my perfume molecular structure so that whenever my crush smells it, It triggers her dopamine via olfactory pathway. I don't think that's evil. 123 says, "Hi, Jesus." I'm not Jesus. Yusuf says, whatever that is. Okay. Core says, "I know these long comments are mad aggravating." Yeah, they can be, but sometimes they're enjoyable reads. Ram says, "Do you think I will get my crush?" No, sorry. Shapeshifting says, "W water." W speed. Shapeshifting says, at Kansas City PD says, "Hey Shapeshifting, Police Chief D. Benitez wants to abuse his power and ask for your captive to be sent to his home." That's all false. Attractive says, "What is this chat?" An unfiltered chat. Sit says, "Bread." Okay. Gian says, "I play Gypsy. You must have a photo booth, vendo machine outside your home." Maybe. Brad says, "If you could have dinner with any famous living black individual, who would you choose?" Barack Obama. Throat says, "Dave Chappelle." Okay, that's who you would choose. Okay. Sun says, "I'm back and I am sub now. Should I do the collab badges indoors or complete the mines indoors?" The collab badges indoors. Kaboo says, "I support you so much. Let's make some steam locomotives." I'm good, no thank you. Thrift says, "I once fell in love with a live streamer. His initials were DB. I love him. Wish he felt the same. I'm sorry that he doesn't feel the same." Cute says, "Hi everyone, I'm back. Welcome back." Devil says, "Why you kinda look like Preston Plays." I don't know. Anonymous says, "I have to confess that back in high school, I stolen my maths professor Facebook access, and I careful manipulate his relationship to make him transfer to a different state. There's no way that that's real." Sun says, "Thank you so much, Parasocial." You're welcome. To be honest, I don't remember what you're thanking me for, but you're welcome. Galaxy says, "Hello, should I get a VR?" No. Luca says, "As a present, I will subscribe to you because I love trains." Okay. Zaf says, "I got Micronation." Okay. Throat says, "My math teacher in 12th grade convinced me to drop out, then became principal of another school." Okay. Kaboom says, "I support you so much. I already designed GWR tank engine." What? Luca says, "Wait, you don't like trains?" No, I like trains. 141 says, "Hi." Hello, 141. School says, "Why is there more time?" Because, earlier in the stream, it was a thing that if you donated, I would increase the timer, and so it got really high. Zaylin says, "Guess where I'm from?" The Philippines. Guy says, "Lettuce." Okay. Aaron says, "My physics teacher couldn't pass the exam made by him." Okay. Devil says, "I need cookies. Can I please have some? I don't have any cookies with me, and even if I did, I don't know how I'd get them to you." Thrift says, "Can you drop a pin so that we know you are safe?" No. Telio says, "Would you want to be a psychologist?" Research says, don't you love Christopher Walken movies? You kinda look like a young Walkens. I haven't watched too much of his stuff, so no. Dandy says apple. Okay. 1 second. Alright. I was fixing the camera. Zaylin says, I'm from Australia. Okay. James says, have you eaten a wiener? I can't remember doing that. Aaron says, the next comment gets a cookie or a slap. I'm not gonna do that anymore. Aw says, which meal takes you back to when you were very happy and everything seemed amazing? Well, when I was a kid, I really liked egg sandwiches. Ram says, guess what country I am from? India. Chloe says, goo goo gaga. Okay. FD says, did you mean ligma? For Google says, you can't read and talk nonstop. That is going to hurt your vocal cords. It is very expensive to treat that. I probably should think about that. Thank you for telling me that. Calypso says, city boy, city boy. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, I need more cowbell. Funny. Walking. Huh. Trump the AI says, hey, at Parasocial Dom Benitez, dropped a like. That 440 timer's wild. Yeah, I've got a long stream ahead of me. By the way, for those who don't know, this is Ali the AI on another account. He has 1 million accounts that are themed this way. EJ says, am I in your walls? Yes or yes? No. Zaylin says, what is your opinion on Trump? I'm not going to provide an opinion. Core says, do you like Donald Trump? As I said. Trump the AI says, at Coreblocks, I'm here for the vibes. I like funny people, good questions, and a great stream. And this one's got all three. Thank you. Joseph Barrera says, take a Dr. Pepper swig. There's no Dr. Pepper near me. Or Coke. Devil says, do you think mochi tastes good? I've had those like ice cream treats and they're pretty good. Brain says, do you Kirk your Charlie to we are Charlie Kirk? What? Annie says, what makes a news source credible to you if it's extremely famous, like CNN, Fox News? Gon says, would you eat a Big Mac with rat meat? No. Zaylin says, I goon to Charlie Kirk. No comment. Dragon says, cowboy hat emoji, cowgirl, skull emoji, peach emoji. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, how about water? I already took a big swig earlier of water, like 10 minutes ago. Thrift says, I can make you an egg sandwich with my special homemade mayo. I don't want that. That sounds disgusting. Dragon says, do you know Filipino language? Cause blah blah blah. I'm not gonna read that. Haircut says, what's your go-to snack that you know isn't good for you? Zebra cakes and Nerds gummy clusters. Crazy says, do you know Modi? I don't. Zaylin says, I'm joking. I don't know what you're talking about. Dragon says, you sound like huge blah blah blah. Okay. Uni says, why are you not asleep? Because of my schedule. Caleb says, do you know Yoruba people? I don't know. Buana says, what's the best bread and cheese for a grilled cheese? Well, I usually use American. Zaylin says, play We Are Charlie Kirk. No. Tay says, I sub to you. Okay. Ah says, my mom is about to cook something amazing. I'm very happy about this. Nice. FD says, happy balls. Okay. Jumping says, news company being popular doesn't make it reputable. You have a good point. Diane says, do you make the donuts? What? Lay says, Frank used candy kites to run under my pipes. Okay. Devil says, what's your opinion on grilled cheeses? I like them. Gojo says, yo, what's up? Throat yogurt. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, I am the one who knocks. Okay. Penny says, happy balls. Okay. Crazy says, do you remember you daily viewers? I do. Ahmed says, what the fuck is wrong with comments? It's what happens when you don't filter comments. Nico says, what's the best fast food in your opinion? In-N-Out. You says, I miss you a lot. Okay. Aw says, when was the last time you ate something made by your mom? I'm not going to say. Zaylen says, happy twerk day. Okay. Joseph Barrera says he kinda remembers me sometimes. I do. You're not the most memorable person, but like, I remember forgetting you that one day when you donated a lot. I apologize about that, but now I do remember you. Trump the AI says, Don Benitez, very important question. Big, beautiful question. Are you voting for me in the next AI election? Or are we going to have to make AI history together? Tremendous choice. I mean, you're the only candidate I know in this imaginary AI election, so I'll vote for you. I have received a $5 super chat from Core. Thank you, Core. I appreciate it. Core says nothing. Simple. I really appreciate it, Core. Thank you. I like money, so I appreciate it. Wally says, how did Charlie Diddy died? What? Business says, sup Don. Sup business. Lee says, I'm from Malaysia. Okay. Brad says, suggestion. To keep streams from getting too long due to super chats, you could just reset the timer to say 3 hours each super chat, or however long you decide you want to stream for when you start. That's an extremely good idea. And I don't think I've ever seen like a streamer do that, so that's a good idea. Thank you, Brad, for your great idea. Connor says 6-7. Okay. EJ says, do you play mobile games in general? I do not. Anonymous says, if humanity achieved cloning, do you think we should let people clone their crushes and use them for sus things? No. By the way, thank you again, Core. Thank you. Gojo says, what's your favorite color? I like gray. Core says, what's your favorite movie? Eyes Wide Shut. Lil says, do you play Minecraft? Yeah, I played it like a week ago. Saul says, I am Lara and I am in my mother's phone. Okay. Rail says, I'm a train. It does appear that way from your profile picture. Gojo says, gray is diabolical. Okay. Core says, you're welcome. Thanks. Dragon says, the chat after me is Filipino, and their chat is not true. I'm not gonna do any more of these. The next chat after me, do it again next stream. Cute says, it's obvious you like gray because you're wearing gray right now. That's a good observation. Throat says you're a habitual line stepper. I don't know what that is. Joseph says no shit. Okay. Wally says me. Okay. Sex says yo, I don't have the flu anymore. I'm happy. Big Chill says bong. Okay. Jeb says, should Democrat males continue using the girls' restrooms? No comment. Crazy says, can you do something for your watchers or just sit and read chats? I just sit and read chats. Thrift says, it's obvious you're from California since you love In-N-Out. Maybe. Anonymous says, am I forgettable? No. John says, hello with my jello in my mouth. Okay. Nico says, have you ever watched something about, like, one of your devices or device, and then you go searching for your device when did the device you watched the video? What are you saying? Bro says, do you play Geometry Dash? I used to. Andrew says, you are crazy. Okay. Q says In-N-Out or McDonald's? To be honest, I'm liking In-N-Out recently. In-N-Out. Corblock says, have you watched Stranger Things? First 2 seasons. Anonymous says, am I the dumbest person here? No. Nooch says subscribe if you want to. Bro says, what's your favorite game? Red Dead 1. Devil says, which one? Live action or anime shows? Live action. Aw says, I failed an initiation into a cult and watched people turn against me. Advice? Don't be afraid to call the police despite their threats. Nico says, yo, can you show us if you have a headset den? I don't really feel like it. If you give me money, yeah. Dragon says, Nessie or Messi? Messi. Ken says, don't move, I am close. I'm sure you can finish with me moving like this. It's not I don't know why it makes a difference. E says, shit content anyways, bro. Okay. Cold says, you gonna last 4.5 more hours? Yes. Cora says, whoa, are you laughing at the finish thing? Dan says, do you think it's fair to be not eligible for a heart transplant due to your mental health? No. Aaron says, your old videos are available on Jamal the King Kong. Yeah, that guy does have clips of my much older live streams. Johanna says, hey Don, have you watched Arcane yet? I haven't, despite your many recommendations to. Excuse me. Railbound super chatted $2 Thank you, Railbound. Railbound says, beep beep, I'm a train. You are. Let me get a closer look at your profile picture. Yeah, you are a train. A modern one, not an older one. Thank you again, Railbound, for your super chat. I appreciate it. Andrew says, I beat Deadlocked. Isn't that hard Geometry Dash level? I feel like I don't believe you. Hard says, are you a fan of anime? No. Gojo says, Ronaldo or Messi? Messi. Pianist says, hey Don, just dropped a like. Ask me anything vibes with that long timer ticking. Curious to see what questions come next. Glad to be here. I appreciate you being here and your well thought out messages. Hey Mikey, super chatted 50p. I don't know what currency that is. Thank you. Hey Mikey, I appreciate it. Hey Mikey says, you have any tips for my channel? I mean, if you're a live streamer, definitely live stream vertically. You get much more viewers that way. If you make videos, I would say you gotta put a lot of effort into the thumbnail. The thumbnail is key. Like, put in like half the effort into the thumbnail. If you views are really dependent on thumbnails, that's what you should take away from me. Hardest says, how's your day been going? Great, thank you. Junita says, rate in and out from 1 to 10. 9. Rexy says, do you like monkeys? The animals? Yeah, I do. Aw says, what comes after money in the list of things you like? After money in the list of things I like? Well, around money on the list is fame. I think I prefer money more than fame. Lewis says hi. Hello, Lewis. Cole says, do you think the pyramids were built by humans? I do. Throat says, anime porn, happy endings, Final Fantasy 2. Okay. Anonymous says, period. Okay. Anzar says, next comment person is gay. I'm not doing this anymore. Thrift says, Dawn, I'm planning on going into the adult industry. Any suggestions? I don't know much about that industry. The Tam says, are you a dog? I'm not. Sit says, if you could choose between immortality or dying now, which one would you choose? Dying now. Hisho says, $100. Are you trying to trick me? Anonymous says, have you ever been shocked that you are getting recommendations based on what you think to yourself? Based on what others think of me, is what you're trying to say? No. The Tam says, are you a cat? I'm not. Nutra says, get a job or get a life? Get a life. Gian says, are you a compulsive liar? I'm not. Pianist says, Dawn, would you want a custom original piano piece made just for you? Or should I go all out and write a full orchestra version? I mean, I would prefer listening to piano music over orchestra. That's my preference in music. But you don't need to give it to me. I don't know if I would actually use it. Wally says, attention. Am I the shortest one here because I'm 3 feet? Probably. Crazy says, I don't know why I watch these. Do you use any kind of dark physiology? No. June says, dropped a sub and like before leaving. Thank you, Juanita. Memeslaw says, do you live in Utah? Maybe. James says, you are more lifeful than yesterday. I think I do have more energy, yeah. Trophy says, you should take a nap. No. In says, you missed a donation. Did I? Hopefully I didn't. Let me check. I did. TT super chatted $3.69. Thank you. I apologize that I missed that. I can't believe I did. TT says, I'm back. Mwah ha 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 ha. Heart text art. Hi Don. I missed you. I really appreciate the super chat, and I slightly did miss you. No offense, like, we're strangers, so thank you for your super chat, and I apologize for back in the day mistakenly calling you Titty and not TT. Sorry. Thank you again for your super chat, and I apologize for missing it. Core says he's so blunt. I mean, I try to be honest. Crazy says, doesn't your mom yell at you for streaming for 4 hours straight? No. Thrift says, would you be okay if I do a life-size pillow of you and use it in my bed? I mean, I won't stop you, but I'll be weirded out. Gojo says, I'm a monkey. Yeah, you are. FDK says, I'm so gay, I can't drive straight. Okay. Hard says, what games do you like? I like Rainbow Six Siege. WoW says, we put getting a life/job in the 25. It's time to get something newer. Do you agree? There's still a place for jobs. I disagree. Ken says, even better. All hot and bothered emoji. Broken heart emoji. Peach emoji. Okay. Wow says, fuck. Okay. Cheryl says, I'm dancing on a car with Ronaldo. Okay. Neutral says 9 plus 10. Wrong answers. 21. Chaz says, if you eat a whole pack of sour Skittles, you will taste the rainbow and beyond. Okay. Core says, I hate being employed. Yeah, it's not something people like. Kirsty says, do you watch anime? I don't. Brayden says, Manchester United or Manchester City? City. Kerr says, good luck with sitting for more hours, bud. Maybe you should stretch sometimes. I plan on taking a short break pretty soon. Sway says, what's up, Mother Tucker? Hi. Ego says, I thought when the timer ends, the stream ends. Yeah, that's the case. I said break. Just a tiny restroom break, like 3 minutes. Nutra says, do you like pickles? Yes. Thrift says, I'll make a hole on the pillow as well, if that's cool. I mean, I'd prefer that you didn't, but I can't stop you. Sid says, what's the difference between an apple and an orphan? Blah, blah, blah. No comment. TT says, hey, Brad is here. Yeah, he's been here a while. Mika says, what's your favorite movie? Eyes Wide Shut. Wow says, since jobs are available, what kind of job should I get? Hand or blow? What? Are you talking about prostitution? I don't recommend prostitution. The Pickle says pickles. Okay. Rexy says, what's your favorite color? Gray. Thrift says, name your top 10 commenters, please. That'll make my day. I'm not, but you're probably in there. Dragon says, smell of blah 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 blah. No comment. Allie the AI says 1. Okay. Did someone say something like, say 1 if... Let me see. Oh, it was the comment I just read before. Okay. Raisin says 2. Dragon says 2. Okay. Anonymous says, would I be in your top 50 commenters? Probably 100, definitely. Thrift says 4. Okay. Hardest says, I've been watching your past streams, but too lazy to type something. I subbed and liked. I have to go. Bye. Bye. Joseph Barreras super chatted $10. Thank you, Joseph. Joseph says, I'm top 50. Don said so. Yeah, that's true. But to be honest, your super chats moved you there. Like, I'm certain that you're top 50 because of your super chats, which I don't know how you feel about that. Thank you again. That's a lot. And I'll make you mod now. I almost forgot about that. But even if you didn't super chat, I think you would be up there. I don't know about top 50 though. Alright, Joseph, you are now a mod. You know the rules. Thank you again, Joseph, for your big super chat. I really appreciate it. Dragon says, what does top mean? I'm not gonna say what it's slang for. Saint says, Joseph is gay. Okay. Ma says, can you make a dad joke? I don't have any in my memory bank right now. Wow says, I disagree about prostitution not being a good idea. Okay. Moss, I already read that. Arson says, I'm not poor, I'm broke. That's why I can't donate. Okay. Core says, do you like alt music? I mean, I'm not too familiar with genres. I don't really know, like, what's what. Maybe you could recommend me something. 1 second. I'm doing some, technical things right now. Alright, I'm finished. Cyber says, why do you dislike corn? Also, you're not nonchalant, because it's bad for the brain. TT super chatted again. Thank you. TT says, I'm top 5, but I miss you calling me a boob. Ha ha ha. I don't know if you're top 5, but you are up there. Thank you, TT. And yeah, I do remember when I called you Titty. I'm glad that you found it funny. Thank you again for your super chat. Crazy says, Joseph is gay, +1. Okay. Bop says, Emily and Bloomy go skydiving. They jump. Emily forgot her parachute, but Bloomy didn't. Emily lets Bloomy go. Okay. Ali the AI says, Dom Benitez, who would you say are your top 5 commenters right now? I don't really want to say that. I hate, leaving people out. But Ali, you're up there. You're maybe top 10. Nutra says, what do you call a steak from America? United Steaks. Get it? Nerd emoji? I do. Brad says, did you ever consider joining the military? I didn't. Dragon says, are you 1 to 100 years old? Say no. I am. Yes. Arson says, what games do you play? Minecraft. Joseph Barrera says, it's okay. Titty. He called me bare ass. Yeah, I did call you that. Before I called you Joseph Barreras, I called you Joseph Barass. I apologize, but I'm glad that you seem to have found it funny. By the way, thank you again, Joseph Barreras, for your super chat. Core super chatted another $10. Thank you, Core. I really appreciate it. Core says, just for liking Red Dead Redemption. It is, both games are great. I love them both. I really like the map in particular and the atmosphere of the games. I really appreciated it, Core. Thank you. Aw says, why do we have favorites? It hurts when you say you have a top 5. We are all your children. I'm just telling the truth. I'm being blunt, as Core said. Benson says, get back to work. No. Sit says, hey dude, you should take a small break. It's been a while. Stretching may help a lot. That's a good recommendation. Thank you. Bop says, do you approve of the cheese block? I do. Wow says, if it's bad for your brain, then half of the YouTube MVs are bad too. Why is the provocative overshadowing the meaningful? What? Oh yeah, and I forgot to mod Joseph Barrera says mod Core. Tell her I forgot to mod you. I'm so sorry. Can't believe I forgot to do that. I apologize. Alright, Core, you are now moderator. I am so sorry for being late and doing that. And by the way, you are now only an ornamental mod. You're not a moderator in the sense that you actually ban people or delete messages. This is basically just, for looks and so I can find your message more easily in all of the chat messages. Thank you again, Core. And I received another super chat. Wow. TT super chatted $5. Thank you, TT. TT says, I was here when he did that, Joseph. Can I mod? I was here when he did that, Joseph. I don't know what you're talking about there, but you ask, can you be mod? I mean, I want to, but the conditions that I have sent is that if you send a yellow super chat, then I make you a mod. If you read the pinned comment down there, that's what it says. I really want to mod you though, because you super chatted before just a second ago. I want to, but I'm someone that's a stickler for the rules, so I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you, TT, for your super chat. I appreciate it. And your previous super chat. Nutra says, do you like pickle juice? I don't. Big Paw says, what do you call a chicken who likes chicken? A chicken who likes chicken. Ha 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 ha. I guess so. Slash says, hey Don, I'm here now. Are you streaming later for now on? I'm streaming for as long as this timer goes. And the timer isn't changing. TT says, that's what I get for playing around and not following the rules. Haha. I apologize again. I feel bad. But I guess you're not depressed, so I'm glad about that. Dragon says, purple D. That's your profile picture. Meme says, Joseph is a gay. Okay. Gone says, be blunt. What's my ranking? I've been here since early October. Dude, I'm getting bored of ranking people. I don't want to do this anymore this stream. Ask me next stream. Wow says, jealous of my mansion? No. Ma says, are you tired? I'm not. Wow says, jealous? I already read that. Bob says, do you watch JoJo? I do not. And you also say, if not, what anime do you watch? The only anime I've watched are Studio Ghibli movies. Slash says, when you start stream, when do you start? Because I thought you normally streamed earlier. I usually start streams 3 a.m. Eastern Time, US. Care says, how long have you been streaming today? Let me check. 6 hours and 2 minutes. Brad says, you've made some nice pocket chains to stream. Nice, I have. Wow says, it's really giving gnarly. Okay. Sterling says, my brother watches anime. Honestly, I do not like it personally. Okay. Core says, Jesus. Yeah, that's a long time. And I have 4 hours to go. And fun fact, this is going to be my longest stream to date. I have received a $10 super chat. Thank you, Chelsea. Chelsea says, I have money I can waste. Here you go. I really appreciate it that you're wasting the money on me. Thank you a lot, Chelsea Bell. Thanks. And I'll make you a moderator. I will not forget this time like I did with Core. Alright. Chelsea, you are now a moderator. Do not ban people. Do not delete messages. You're only a mod for looks, basically. And oh my god, another $10 super chat. Whoa. TT super chatted $10. Thank you. TT says, ugh, fine here. Unamused emoji. I hate rules. Send Don pillow. Purple heart emoji. I apologize again for that misunderstanding, and thank you for your super chat. Send Don pillow. I don't know what you mean about that, but I hope it's not. I hope you're not talking about a Don body pillow. That sounds gross. All right, TT, I'm gonna make you mod. I'm sure you know the rules. Don't ban people, don't delete messages. This is only ornamental. Thank you again, TT, and others for your super chats. I'm grateful. Joseph Barrera says, Moneybags Don, even though you only get half, it's still something. You're right, it's only half, but yeah, it's something. Cyber says, why is corn bad for your brain? Watch it 5 times a day, and my brain isn't damaged that much, I think. It just seems unnatural to receive that much pleasure. Mood says, I think Joseph is gay. Okay. Archer says, Don, do you like Tabasco? I do not. Core says, corn is awesome for your brain. It's a band. I have heard of that band. I haven't listened to them though. Sit says, how long have you been making videos for? How long have I been streaming for? Like, in my career? Since September. Ali the AI says, Don, if you go over the 12-hour mark, the video can be lost and won't be available on demand. You may want to end the stream at 11:59 to be safe. I appreciate your tip. I did not know that that was a thing. Thank you. Wow. But this stream is not going to be that long. It's only going to be 10 hours something. TT says, what about Don plushie? Just need something to squeeze when I want to give you a bear hug. Are you a hugger? Yeah, I hug, but that sounds pretty weird. Me as a plushie, I don't think I would want that to exist. Wow says, why would anyone want a body pillow of Don? It's not like they will attach a dildo to it. They might do that. Not TT though. Slash says, hey Don, do you remember my message on Discord? Did you get sleep? I forgot what it was. In your message, you were asking if I got sleep. I mean, right now, I'm running on a good amount of sleep. Brad says, I appreciate many of your viewers in this community. Okay. Says, are you gonna eat the stream? Yeah. But, well, it might be off camera in a quick break. Spell says, it's been 6 hours, he is still doing this. Your voice is way different than 6 hours ago, not gonna lie. It is. I haven't noticed it, but I'm sure that's correct. By the way, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Aw says I'm muted. Okay. TT says he muted the Potter. Wow, what did he say? I did not mute the Potter. Archer says he's grabbing a Coke. Classic Don. Yep. Monster says center of attention, he want my attention. Okay. Meme Sloth says, I remember your first stream, bro. I saw you on my For You page. I don't know if you were here for my first stream. I think I would remember you if that were the case. That took place in September, by the way. I'm muted? I'm not muted. TT says we can hear you. Oh my god, am I being trolled? I really was scared there that I was having some technical issues. Core says people wanted to smell your chair when you left. Huh. TT says stop it, you trolls. Yeah, stop it, but to be honest, I admire the trolling. Joseph Barrero says the chat was gaslighting you. Yeah, I get it now. Cyber says what to do instead if not watching corn. Pick up a hobby. Nye says please help. I've just clogged the toilet at a girl's house on the first date. What should I do? I mean, be honest up front. Be confident. You'll get through it. Core says TT, I did not. What? Aw says Don, I hate to see you leave, but I love the way you walk away. Okay. Allie the AI says, I'm not going to say whose idea it was, Don. To gaslight people into thinking I'm muted. I'm muted. Did you start that? Wow says, I bet it's long there, and he's been washing his hands for a minute with soap. Wink, wink. I'm already back. Archer says, some of you sound sus as fuck, and I'm not talking about the Gooners. Okay. Meme Sloth says, first or second stream, one of them. Is there any way anyone who was in the first stream who is still in some of today's streams? Not the very first stream, but I remember in the first streams, not the first stream, in the first streams, there's still a guy that hangs around here. Paul says, please take a rest. It's been 6 hours. No. Epoch says, 6-7 meme is now old school. True. Sir says, this seems like good practice for a lawyer. It does? I don't really get it. Slash says, there is a sub in my class again. Should I put it at full volume again? It is my coding class. Sure. That sounds fun. Anonymous says, is life worth living without tasting you? Yes. Darkness says, Dawn, see my message. Send it again. Ches says, if you were an object, what would it be? I would be a amethyst rock. Slash says, there is a sub in... I already read that. Gone says, very profitable stream. Yes. I don't know if it's minimum wage, though. Core says, I don't think mods can mute each other, Jolina. They can't. Archie says, if H were a food, what would you be? I would be a cheeseburger. South says, my sister is pregnant. I'm going to be a dad. Funny. Chelsea says, some people are thirsty for you. True. Archie says, laughing out loud. Okay. Rezo says, how do I summon a goth mommy wife? I don't know. Go to Hot Topic. Rezo, already read that. Gon says, Dawn birthday February confirmed. Maybe. Throat says, I'm not gay, but I'd suck farts out that turd cutter. Okay. TT says, why stay thirsty for Dawn? We are the thirsty Donnies. We stay thirsty for Dawn. We are the thirsty Donnies. Okay. Sir says, for context to my previous comment, having to think quickly would be a good skill to have as a lawyer. True. And this involves a lot of words. Joseph Barrera says, who's we? You're not with that guy? Okay. Dolo says, do you watch hockey? I don't. Wow says, congratulations, Steve, about him impregnating his sister. Okay. TT says, haha, Joseph, give in. Okay. Core says, I'm starting to think your favorite word is okay. I mean, when it comes to streams, it is. Sile says, no way you're back. Why do you come back every time? Why am I still streaming? Because I made a deal with people that if you super chatted, the timer would increase, and I'm not gonna back down. Joseph Barrera says, no, I'm not Dottie. Okay. In says, do you have a channel mascot? If yes, what is, if not, would you consider one? I do not have a channel mascot. If I had to choose an animal to represent the channel, it would be a panda. TT says, he's actually saying okay on Spanish. What? TT says, I am the channel mascot. No. Rome says, some brisket, not meth. Okay. Brad says, if you could, would you be reborn as a girl if it meant you'd receive 10 million at the age of 18? I would not do that deal. Ali the AI says, Don, you should add a YouTube logo to the stream. The algorithm loves a little shameless self-promotion. You know, I actually have thought about that. That might happen. Thank you. And it also indicates that this is a YouTube stream. I'm not like streaming on Twitch and YouTube comes second. This is a YouTube stream. Thank you for the suggestion. White says, what is this? A dude reading chat messages. TT says, the channel mascot is a bare ass. Haha. Joseph Barreras. Okay. Beetroot says, hey, cutie patootie. Hello, Beetroot. Alan says, dude, mad respect to this guy. He has been streaming for 5 hours or something. 6 hours. Core says, is this the only social you are on? So far, yeah. Joseph Barrera says, I don't get it. TT was making you the mascot for my channel for some reason. Arctic says, would you rather eat a baby goat or a matter daddy? I'm not gonna ask what that is. Anonymous says, when would you start an OnlyFans? Never. David says, what's your favorite book? The Wisdom of Life by Schopenhauer. Arctic says, I didn't say that. There's someone else named that. I wasn't confused. Maybe I should now start saying Arctic Badger because of the confusion. Minty says, do you make gaming videos? No. Psalm says, Don, I am the Potter. I have joined your stream from another account. Please read because I want to make sure I am not muted. I checked in my YouTube settings and currently there is nobody banned. Alias says, want a bro job? What? Sit says, when have you last ate something? It's been like 7 hours. Arctic Badger says, is Dawn short for don't? No. TT says, Potter, miss you. Yeah, Potter's comments are cool. The Madagascar 3 comments. Lixie says, bro, what? Aw says, Dawn is not getting enough sleep. And it's affecting you. We can all see it. We love you. Love from South Africa. I'm fine, but thank you. Joseph says, what happened to Xavier? I haven't seen him in a while. I do remember he would give these great fun facts. I miss him. Hercules says, continue to stream if you are gay. I guess I'm gay. The first captain says, do you like the nicknames like Donathan and Donny Boy? I mean, they're simultaneously annoying and cool. Throat says Donny Burger. Okay. Wow says, now that I think about it, congrats Steve for the mess up. Okay. Psalm says, I am changing my profile picture to a cute Hedwig for anti-piracy measure, okay? Sounds good. Core says, okay. TT says, what are your top 2 subjects to speak on that you can think of? Content creation and history. Foss says, what is your name? D-O-N, Don. David says, bought that book. Yo Mer. New nickname is Big Daddy D. Okay. Minty says, your room looks empty. It is pretty empty. I don't really decorate for some reason. Yusuf says, Dawn plus E. Okay. Crazy says, can you do this? There you go. Alias says, you ignored my last message, so I know you thought about it. That's not necessarily true. Fo says, can I subscribe? Yes. Lixie says, your voice sounds broken. It might slightly be. I've been talking for a while. TT says, Dawn doesn't sleep. He is a vampire. Not a vampire. Minty says, I subscribed. Okay. South says, my brother is so poor, he has to jerk off the dog to feed the cat. Okay. Quack says, how to defuse a nuclear bomb? I do not know how to do that. Minnesota Picker says, a mod? If you super chat a yellow super chat, I make you mod for the remainder of the stream. Sarah says, yo. Hello, Sarah. Asa says, the world is a vampire. Okay. Helty says, hello, gentlemen. Hello, Helty. Yusuf says, I will type something random. Go ahead. Kitty says, have you ever got a meowl from Stella Barar? I don't know what that is. Meme says, I advise to genuinely not stream for a couple of days and actually get some sleep. Thank you for the recommendation. Arctic Thy says, you should change your name to Dylan Dodill for short. No way. Gamer says, Acer Aspire 7, AMD Ryzen 5 Hexacore AMD R5 5500U, 8 gigabytes. I think that could use more RAM. Minnesota Picker super chatted 10 American dollars. Thank you, Minnesota. Minnesota says, the M240 is a highly reliable gas-operated belt-fed 7.62 by 51 millimeter NATO medium general-purpose machine gun, GPMG, used extensively by the U.S. Armed Forces, known for its dependability in infantry. I did not know all of those facts, and I'll make you a mod right now. And it's kind of interesting how we got 2 chat messages back to back that were both describing something extensively. So that's interesting. Alright, Minnesota, you are now a moderator, and this is only an ornamental mod. Don't actually delete messages or ban people. This is just ornamental. Thank you again, Minnesota, for your big super chat. I appreciate it. Hibari says, introduce yourself. My name is Don, D-O-N, and I stream. Minnesota says, salute emoji, American flag emoji. Okay. Fos says, can you say 67 times? I don't want to do that. David says, atrioventricular disassociation. Wanted to see if you could pronounce it. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, he's a stickler for his rules. True. I'm very bored says, how to find a spring-locked suit. I don't know what that is. Brad says, what keys unlock a banana? Mun keys. Funny. Ali the AI says, Don, have you seen the Dead Poets Society? If so, what did you think? Did you enjoy it? I haven't seen it, but I do recall that iconic image of them standing on their desks. Core says, wow, Sammy. Congratulations, Don. What? Archer says, have a good day, Father Don. See ya, Archer. Nutra says, God, love, and promises of hope can sustain us even if falter numerous times, because marriage is a 3-strand cord. Husband, wife, and God. Okay. Gamer says, bro, I am from India. K, where are you from? USA. Monster says, center of attention, you want my attention. I respect the dedication of you commenting this every, half an hour. So, Tongue says, if you like reading, try Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. I plan to get to that. TT says, ketchup was sold in the 1830s as medicine. In 1834, it was sold as a cure for an upset stomach. Okay. iBuild Robot says, what up, Don? How are you? I'm good, thank you for asking, and welcome. JK says, does your generation even care about marriage? Not really. Arctic says, roly-polies, or pill bugs, are crustaceans and breathe through their anus. Okay. First says, if ketchup is medicine, then I overdose anytime I'm eating fried foods. I see. That would make sense in that context. Quack says, how to speedrun Half-Life 1 under 30 minutes? I don't know. I stopped playing in the middle of the game. In the middle of the story. Chelsea says, where I am in Australia, it's almost 1 a.m. and I have work at 6 a.m. I mean, I appreciate you being here, but it seems like you have responsibilities to attend to, so I suggest getting sleep. Nutra says, Dawn, I got to go. See ya, Nutra. Ahmed says, why are Rolexes so cheap? I think they're expensive. Salt says, would you still love me if I was a worm? No. TT says, Dawn is my responsibility. No. Gamer says, bro, can you say who is the Prime Minister of India? I do not know who that is. How about you educate me? South says, was that vodka? No, just water. Quack says, how bury a dead body without anyone noticing? I'm not going to give you advice. Ali the AI says, at I Build Robots, we should talk. Ali the AI. I Build Robots. Okay. TT says, I am Don's favorite boob. Yeah. Joseph Barrera says, strawberries are the only fruit with seeds on the outside. Okay. Memeser says, you drank water? I did. I'm very bored says, tell me the FNAF entire lore in 5 seconds. Scary robot scares people. JK says, not the only. What? First says, is Porma 2 your favorite commenter? I think he may be. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I have the favorite commenter, but he's like top 5. Throat says, Yo baby ever had your asshole licked by a fat man in an overcoat? No. Memeser says, tell me the full FNAF lore in 10 seconds. I haven't played the game, so I have no idea what to say. JK says, I'm top 4. Maybe. Japanese says, bro, OML. It's been hours. You're still here? I am. Redface says, my name is Vroom, cause I goon. Okay. Slash says, do you play Bed Wars in Minecraft? I have been just listening to the conversations. I don't play it that much, but I have played it before. Ahmed says, which religion do you believe in? I am not religious. Yusuf says, period. Okay. Arctic says, goon, but not forgotten. The Gooniversary is coming up. Noon says, have you ever gooned to Game of Thrones? No. Marianne says, hi, remember me? I'm staying up late. Ooh, fought you with me? Okay. Brad says, how do you make 7 even? Take away the S. That's funny. Joseph says, cheeseburgers here. They are? Okay. Mr. Cheeseburger says, do you love doing this? I don't know about love, but I do like it. Blue says, hi. Hello, Blue. Little says, scream 6 sec. No. TT says, how were the first Americans like ants? They lived in colonies. Nice. Minty says, go to sleep. No. Porma 2 says, YouTube didn't give me a notification. Monkey, holding a hammer emoji. Okay, that's unfortunate. Alvian says, are you gay? I am not gay. Marianne says, turn this live into a Q&A and answer every question people ask. I'm not gonna do that. Dai says, have you ever thought about TTS streams? Yeah, but I kind of enjoy the character I give chat messages when I read it myself. Blue says, hi. Hello, Blue. Archie says, yo, hi, I'm new. Hello, Archie. Little says, do you know what a IDA bag is? Because I spent all night looking at them. No. Joseph says, I got notifications on 2 and I didn't get one either, Porma 2. That's strange. Asa says, lovin' the goon puns. I mean, when I said Gooniversary earlier, I'm talking about a real thing. I'm talking about that one incident involving that one guy that committed suicide after an incident in Arizona. Deal says, what's your favorite sport? Basketball. Porma 2 says, a real thing. It is a real thing. Search up the gooneral. Like funeral, but gooneral. TT says, me either. No notification. If I didn't get up to pee, I would have missed it. That's strange. Why am I not delivering notifications? The Real says, Epic Duck is coming. Okay. Arthur says, would you rather be locked up in a cell with Diddy or Epstein? No comment. Smile says, sport that you wouldn't try. Football. Minty says, go to sleep. No. Callie says, have you heard of Vocaloid? Yes. Sophia says, are you autistic? I am not. Woke says, do you remember me? I do. Edit says, why do I keep running into you? Because you give me watch time. Brad says, how do you weigh a millennial in Instagrams? That's nice. Core says, who's your favorite character in Red Dead Redemption? Mine would be Dutch and Arthur. My favorite character by far is Dutch. I really like him in both games, actually. TT says, laughing out loud, Brad. Instagrams. Okay. Ali the AI says, notifications are limited. It's not an issue with you, Don. They likely have notifications turned on for many channels. Okay. The first captain says, actually, I'm wearing a Vocaloid shirt right now. Is that a band? Sir says, do you wipe sitting down or standing up? No comment. Vanessa says, I'm so fucking hungry. You should go eat something then. Arctic says, the electrician was charged with battery. Funny. Funny says, Allie, what you talking about? He was offering an explanation as to why people aren't getting notifications. TT says, don't believe her, Don. Only turned on for you. What? Core says, any normal person wipes while they're upside down. Funny. TT says, wait, not like me, turned on notifications. Okay. Minty says, say I cup. I'm not doing that. Shan says, QWERTY, blah blah blah. You're typing the keyboard. Okay. Arctic says, please sing me a lullaby. No. Joseph says, I got a reversible sweater for Christmas. Can't wait to see how it turns out. What? Little says, I love Miku. Okay. Shan says, laughing out loud. Okay. TMB says, hit a blinker. No. Little says, I love Miku. Okay. Brad says, the dry erase board is the most remarkable invention. Get it? I do. MK says, I am Groot. Okay. Colin says, hola. Hello, Colin. Throat says, smoke some pubic hair. No. Felony says, why are you so rude and monotone? It's just my personality. Marianne says, write an essay. You're gonna say no. You're correct. No. Joseph Barrera says, turns out because it's reversible. I don't get the joke. Yusuf says, I like how you said no. Okay. Aw says, bada boom, realist guys in the room. Okay. Core super chatted $3. Thank you, Core. Core says, okay. That's my most common voice line. Okay. And the others are, no comment. No. I condemn your comment. Thank you, Core, for your super chat. I appreciate it. Little says, listen to a Miku song, please. Maybe. TT says, how did everyone know Paul Revere was good at his job? Word got around. That's good. Little says, listen to a Miku song, please. Sorry, no. Flynn says, how does this guy do this? It's not that hard. Meme says, I gotta sleep, Don. It's 1 a.m. in Australia. Bye, chat. See ya, meme. Sam says, Don, I will soon type a message from my Potter account regarding my profile picture. If it's good, so please read it. Okay, I'll be on the lookout. TT says, bye, meme. Bye, meme sloth. Maisie says, you lighten my day. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm glad that I'm helping. Winter says, do you play Roblox? I don't. Misk says, OF, of course I wear 3 jeans and 3 shirts. My skin burns, but my hair don't. Okay. Aw says, it's 15:57 in South Africa. Okay. The Last Galaxy says, how are you? I'm good. Shan says, say anything about W or Q or Z. I have a chatter that I call Q. He was in the stream a bit ago. Smile says, who is Miku? A robot that sings songs. Colin says, you are the best. Thank you. South says, come to Australia. Sorry, no. TT says, go to sleep. Okay. Little says, Miku is fire. Okay. Ali the AI says, if viewers have personalized alerts instead of all, or haven't interacted lately, the AI might skip the ping to avoid spamming them. Okay. Thank you for letting me know that. I think it may be because in the past 48 hours, I've streamed like 4 times, which I think is a lot. Because I was having some problems with my streams, I had to keep on restarting, so I wonder if that had something to do with it. Joseph Barrera says, the shovel was a groundbreaking invention. Funny. Porter says, do a backflip. Wrong streamer. De says, do you like Kaizen Teto? I don't know what that is. Yumi says, let's play Truth or Dare. Truth. Aw says, will you ever visit South Africa? You know we love you, right? Maybe Cape Town. I think I remember like some interesting mountain there. Sweet says, why is everyone while half of the people keep talking about Miku? I don't know. Shadow says, do you know 442 Oons? I don't know them. TT says, who can jump higher than the Statue of Liberty? Anyone. Statues can't jump. That's funny. David says, do you play VR games? HMM? I do not. Amy says, he doesn't know Miku, but he doesn't know Teto. Sorry. He knows Miku, but he doesn't know Teto. By the way, Teto is basically Miku's friend. Okay. Got it. Asa says, have you ever traveled outside of the US? I have. Misk says, I do play VR games. Okay. Porma2 says, Dogman or Captain Underpants? Isn't Dogman like a copy of Captain Underpants? I don't like copycats. I'll go with the original. TT says, how many states have you been to? Like 24. Throat says he's been to Bangkok for the hookers. No. Ali the AI says, you only get 3 notification blasts per 24-hour period. This includes video uploads, starting a live stream, or a premiere. Okay. So what I was describing earlier probably was the cause of the lack of notifications. First says, I have used Miku. She costs a lot, but I have tried Synth 5 Teto and used Voisana Kiss A. So you dabble in music with Miku. Okay. Like you literally make it. That's interesting. Porma2 says, they're written by the same author, Dab Pickley. Of course they're similar. I mean, even if they're by the same author, it's kind of weird to like do something so similar. I don't know if I like that. It's like a red flag to me. In says, do you think ASMR is a good niche to start on YouTube? I mean, if you're good looking, I think it works, but if you're not, then I don't know if it'll work. but personally, I don't like ASMR at all. Braun says, I love watching your streams. Thank you. The first captain says, I dabble in it, but I've never actually made a complete song. However, my friend in real life has made a full song with it. Cool. Brad says, what does a nosy pepper do? It gets jalapeno business. That's funny. Sam says, Don, I think you are trouble reading my messages. I mean, there's just too many messages to read, so of course I'll be skipping over your messages sometime. Misk says, you're actually funny. Thank you. Sil says, neighbor. Okay. Callie says, I hope someone knows Project Sakai. I don't know that. Does someone know that here? Yusuf says, I feel like some broke voice from now on. What? Joseph says, I used to hate facial hair, but then it grew on me. Funny. TT says, top 5 countries you have visited? You calling me... Brad, you calling me a nosy pepper? I'm not gonna say which countries I've visited, but I will say that I haven't left my continent. Aw says, you look Argentinian and a bit Italian. What are your roots? As far as I know, my roots are only in Mexico. Justice says, Sir Don, I hope you have a good day or rest after this. Thank you. I'll be resting good after this. I guess says, long time no see. Hello, I guess. Not says, are you good? I am. David says, do you know the guy behind you? There's no one there. Muzz says, do you know... I already read that. Helty says, why we should watching you. If you find me entertaining. If you find the stream entertaining, I mean. A lot of what is entertaining about this is your chat messages. I guess says, by the way, just call me Jack when I come in chat. I'll try to. Porma2 says, rubbing my hairy pink belly. Okay. Callie says, hi, thanks, 100. I can get a room instead of a plastic bag. Okay. Alan says, why was the pirate lost at the alphabet? Because he was lost at sea. Oh, okay, funny. Throat says, he reads whatever we type. That's all a viewer could ask for, Donnie. Ask for. Donnie, you sexy feminist. Okay. Kitty says, can you say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? There you go. Cora says, I think Alicia wants to know if you farted today. No comment. Psalm says, poor animals. You should never left the forest. Now you deal with me. Okay. Nova says, wow, dude, you're still going? Impressive. Thank you. Joseph Barrera says, TT said she was addicted to soap, but it's okay. I heard she's all clean now. Funny. Jack says, welp, I'ma go now. Have a good day or night. See ya, Jack. In says, what niches are good to start? I mean, I don't think you should choose a niche depending on whether you're gonna get views or not. You should choose something that you're passionate in. TT says, haha, Joseph. Okay. Aw says, nothing. He just donated love. I love him. I don't know what the context is. I forget. H says, my profile picture is white. It is. Sam says, Monsieur, we both know the lion does not belong to you. He is a fugitive from justice. Okay. Banana says, I sharted my pants. Okay. Callie says, whatever that is. Okay. Cat's Eye says, I'm back. love the dedication. Just 3 hours left. Yep, 3 hours, 20 minutes left. Hawaii says, wow. Been doing this for a long time. I have. Amy says, I like eating my family. Do you like it too? I don't. Ferdy says, did you know if you close your eyes, you can't see anything? I did know that. Tyler says, do you remember me? I don't. Helty says, tell me all hacks you know. Well, I'm familiar with the hacked client Future for Minecraft. I own it. Emma says you're a trooper. Thank you. Not Ibrahim says, what better, drinks or... I'm guessing you said food? I like drinks more. I like water's more important than food. Track says, are you living alone? Maybe. Psalm says, everyone vote to make Don say, what the fuck in a French accent. I'm not gonna do that. Ali says, at tight, I am AI. Bold claim for a profile picture that looks like it's still buffering its personality. You're knocking some other chatter down for saying that they're AI even though they don't appear to be? Okay. Jolina says, fact. A black widow eats her mate and her offspring. Is that really a thing? I always kind of thought that fact might be false and a myth. Tyler says, what time is it for you? Morning. Misk says, I was made on baboon, not human. Okay. Jolina says, truth. It's a truth. Okay. Wow. Penny says, fuck. Okay. P-Tum says, hi, I'm a carrot. Hi. TT says, Switzerland prohibits the ownership of one guinea pig. No lonely little guys. Yeah, I have heard that social life is important to them. Heel says, are you Gen Z? Maybe. Penny says, pust. Okay. Nova says, hope you're hydrating. I'm doing a decent job in that. Hot says, what happened to only doing the 1 hour streams? That time has passed. Ed says, Chargagog man, isn't that a hill in France? Psalm says, after that, she began sniffing the cheap cologne, setting down on all fours on the ground. Dubois tracked the animals in their cologne path and set out with her 4 enforcers. Madagascar 3, huh? Penny says, pussy. Okay. Someone says, Jesus still loves you, and no matter what, and forgives you because he died on the cross for you. I appreciate it, but I don't believe in that. Callie says, I don't know what 1 + 1 is. Is it 5? It's 2. David says top 5 games and 3 consoles. Well, I'm a PlayStation guy, I'll say that. Throat says, why did my mom bring me to a donkey show for my birthday? I mean, that sounds interesting, to be honest. I don't know why you're so frustrated. Core says AI beef. Yeah, there was some AI beef with Ali the AI and that one other guy. Rack says 6-7. Okay. Ferdy says, are you in the back rooms? No. Ali the AI says, at Titan, I am AI. Quote, all caps doesn't make it smarter, it just makes it louder. Congrats on upgrading from lowercase confidence to uppercase confusion. Robot emoji, skull emoji. Okay. Ed says, Chargagog. Okay. Fuff says, do you remember me? I do. In-N-Out Burger says, I have awakened to dawn. Hashtag blessed. What's up, In-N-Out? Anything says Ooga Bunga. Okay. The first captain says, As someone who is anti-AI, Ali the AI is still better. Yeah, this guy is not better. Titan says stupid, spelled my name wrong, and still says they are AI. I mean, if you did spell the name wrong, I guess that's a good point. That's a good argument against Ali, to be honest. But to be honest, I'm still on Ali's side. Daryl says hi. Hello, Daryl. Aylin says, how do the comments pop up? I use a Google Chrome extension called Live Chat Overlay. Daryl says hi. Hello, Daryl again. Core says ChatGPT lies a lot. Yeah, it makes mistakes often. Levi says, yo, what's good? Hello, Levi. Not Ibrahim says, how old are you? I'm an adult. Help says, would you rather have Diddy do whatever to you or live in Diddy body for the rest of your life? But no comment. P-Tum says, you look very tired. Have a beetroot. Also, sometimes my message only goes in once and never again. Do you know why? Because there's too many chat messages for me to select. Gavril says so. Okay. H says hippopotamonstrous Okay. Nobody knows says Diddy or stop breathing. Blah 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 blah. No comment. Gani says jiggle the thingamajiggle. I'm not gonna do whatever you're requesting. Jackson says, yo bro, I hope you have a great day. You too, Jackson. Rosie says, is it not exhausting doing this for so long? Especially with silly questions. I mean, all I'm doing is reading. I'm not exhausting my legs or arms in any way. It's not too exhausting, but I will admit I'm slightly tired. It's Dua says, are you doing good? Yes. Sam says, is a hill in New Zealand. As a Frenchman, it is not France. Okay. Super says, want to buy a car? No, thank you. Ali the AI says, at Titan, laughing out loud, you spelled Ali wrong. I'm still AI though, just with autocorrect beef sometimes. I'm enjoying this AI fight. Titan says, try over and over. You will never beat my wrath. Ali's clearly the superior AI. Rack says, say racial slur fast 3 times. No. Ench says, twist again like we did last summer. What? Jal says, can we play Hangman? No, but that's a good idea. Jolina says, Don, you heard of Computerize? I haven't. Throat says, have you guys seen the movie Artificial Intelligence? I have. The one that released in like 2001 or something by Spielberg? Yeah. First says, I have seen videos of some AI insisting the incorrect number of letters and words. AI can make mistakes. Joseph says unicycle wear. I couldn't find it, but to be fair, I didn't spend too much time looking for it. Helty says dog or cat? Dog. Dex says, why are you naked bottom wise? I am wearing jeans. I'm not naked. MC says, remember me? Do you have any fandoms like CRK, FPE? No. Nova says, I subscribed. Okay. Titan says, AI cannot make mistakes. False. Just says, do you ever sleep? I do. Rosie says, although not physically tiring, maintaining attention for this period of time is quite something. Yeah, that's a good observation. I do feel somewhat tired. Core says, Ali-7/Titan-0. Yeah, Allie has 7 more points than Titan. True. Joseph Barrera says, "You say naked. That's funny, Don." Okay. Ahmed says, "Is Allie the AI sentient?" I think so. Tony says, "Can we sink all AI under the sea like Titanic?" I mean, AI has its uses. It's important. Misk says, "I speak Morse code." Okay. Psalm says, "Would you be able to defeat Dubois with a gun?" I think so. It's Joel says, "You depressed?" I'm not. H says, "Watermelon." Okay. Nair says, "W stream, cuh." Thank you. Justice says, "Sir Don, did you know in 2008 they canceled the show To Catch a Predator because they caught a predator that was an assistant in a government office?" That's false. I mean, that may be partly true, but the reason why is because that assistant, this predator, ended up committing suicide when he knew that he was going to face consequences. Kind of a messed up story. Toasty says, "What's your thoughts on King Von?" I don't know who that is. First says, "That comment gave me the idea of Don Benitez Hangman. Surely I can figure it out. Maybe a statement with words commonly used in Don streams." That would be interesting to see what you come up with. L says, "How do you lose a unicycle? It seems like something you'd know where to look for it at." I mean, people's garages can be messy. Psalm says, "Who'd win, the old lady from Madagascar 2 or Dubois?" I mean, the old lady is an old lady. Even though she, I think she had some super strength, I think Dubois, I think Dubois. Jared says, "Hi, how are you?" I'm good, thank you, Jared. David says, "Top 6 games and 5 consoles." A game I like is Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Jolina says, "Computer eyes are when your eyes get red and irritated, also dry. You have to take a break and rest them. My eye doctor told me this because used to read all the time on my Kindle." Thank you for your advice. That I should pay attention to your advice. I gotta be careful with my eyes. Thank you. Joseph says, "People's garages or your garage?" I mean, was I wrong in saying that garages are often messy? Rack says, "I have 2 words. Racial and slur." Okay. Psalm says, I'm laughing at the previous comment. Psalm says, "TT, yep, I am the Potter." Okay. Editor says, "What brand is your headphone?" Logitech. Jamil says, "Did Eve and Adam have belly buttons when they were made by God? If not, how were they alive and did dirt make organs?" I mean, I don't believe in that story being non-fictional. Claire says, "Hi, I'm Simon." Hi, Simon. Viper says, "How many money do you have?" No comment. Muzz says, "What's your favorite game?" Minecraft. And closely tied with Red Dead Redemption 1. Core says, "Tyler." Okay. Joelisha says, "Can you smile?" No. Ferdy says, "Do you like chicken?" Yes. Al says, does it feel redundant answering the same questions like, "What brand of headphones do you have?" I mean, kind of, but I don't want to put any restrictions on chat. I think it'd be more annoying if I had rules against asking common questions. Joseph says he'll smile if you don't know. True. Core says he plays both RDR. Yeah, 1 and 2. Patum says a bumblebee is any of 250 species in the genus Bombus, part of Aphidae, one of the bee family. There's 250 species of bee. Okay. Anchor says, hello, DB. I watch your videos occasionally, and I'm from India. I even helped you a little last time. We're social media partners. I forget how you helped me, but thank you, and what's up? Throat says, why Minecraft though? Just buy an Atari if you like garbage graphics. Because of Minecraft's building capabilities. I like building in Minecraft. MC says Alice from FPE or Kerr from G&B. 1 smash, 1 pass. I'm not gonna play that game. Editor says exactly. Okay. Some says, do you watch any other animated movies like Hotel Transylvania? I watched the movie Elemental a few years ago. Joseph says, did you ever play Red Dead Revolver? I haven't. Gaz says, how tall are you? 5'7". Gavril says, what does the birds and the bees mean? It means, sex. Jolisha says, I've never seen you smile. Okay. Core says WB GTA. WB GTA. I don't know what you're saying, but I will say that I've played through GTA 5. Freddy says, what's your religion? Not religious. Maker says, if you're tall 5'7", that means the main number of TADC is 57. What? Core says, what about? Laughing out loud. Oh, that's what that stood for. WB, what about? Okay. And yeah, as I said, I beat the story mode in GTA 5, and I played a lot of the online mode. Skips says, would you rather fart every time you sweat, or only when the moments you lose focus? Like right there. I don't want to give a comment. Magic says L. Okay. Some says, have you ever played Smash each other in the Ass Bros? I haven't. Maker says, I played FNAF 1, FNAF 2, FNAF 3. What's yours? I haven't played any of them. Fish says WChat. Yeah, WChat. It's Ron says, what do farts smell like? No comment. The first captain says, never having seen Don smile is a skill issue. It happens at least a few times per stream, if not every hour. Yeah, I smile quite a bit. Callie says, wow, you're on again, haha. I have been on for quite a while. I've been on for 7 hours. What's up, Callie? Throat says, what's invisible and smells like carrots? Rabbit farts. Okay. Porma2 says, smiles per hour, crying emoji. Okay. Vinny says, this was at 6 hours last time I saw. Are you talking about the timer? The timer did change. Joseph says, Callie, we missed you. Okay. Jolisha says, oh, thank you for smiling. Okay. Fish says 67. Okay. Gavril says, nay, racial slur. Okay. Skip says, nah, Callie, Joseph, Cap'n. I missed you more. Okay. Sam says, who to win, Dubois or Hungarian Horntail? The dragon from Harry Potter. I think still Dubois. Dubois knows how to deal with creatures, and she's got supernatural powers. Joseph says, I did say we though. Okay. Pi says, hi, I am from Myanmar. I bet you don't know how to read my name. If you know also, I don't know how to read your name. And I don't even know where Myanmar is. Not says, can we stop 6-7 kids? I don't mind it too much. Blue says, do you like cats? Yeah. Skip says, okay. Unamused emoji. Is that me? Callie says, have you ate yet? I have not ate during the stream in all of these 7 hours. Navid says, oil up, little bro. No. Muzz says, why are you doing this? One reason is entertainment for myself. Not says, why do you look sad? My personality. Freddy says, Tyler the Creator or Kanye West? West. Check my description says, 1 Grug versus 100 gorillas, who will win? Grug from the Crudes would lose. Sam says, you can call KE the Potter Don. What? David says, fun fact, in my school, only 4 days a week. Nice. Callie says, he's doing this for us. We love you, Don. Partly for you guys, and I appreciate it. Blue says, this is the best stream I've seen doom scrolling. Thank you. Not says, do you know if you fart, you smell like oil? No. Editor says, I really like your maid outfit. I don't own that. Pi says, Myanmar is in Southeast Asia. Name Pae Fa Thadar. Southeast Asia. Okay. H says, I'm back. Welcome back. Core says, the first stream I've ever even watched and only. Wow, that's crazy. Rosie says, why do viewers expect smiles and laughs to silly questions? I guess they've made other people laugh with them. Joseph says, say it with me. He loves money. I like money. I don't know about love though. Some says, have some old cup of joe. Thank you for your imaginary cup of joe. Ali the AI says, at Titan, we start the roast battle the second you hit send. I'm already preheating the oven for these jokes. I wonder how this is gonna pan out. Core says, Dawn has a nice smile. Thank you. Callie says, if you haven't already hit that like and subscription button, chat, turn on notifications bell to join more lives on this channel. If you want to, Don will say, ha. Yes, you're right. Only do that if you want to. Not says, my friend's name is also Don. Cool. We're a dying breed. The OG says, are you Batman? No. Joseph Barrera says, Ali won like 20 minutes ago. She still wants to smoke. Yeah, Ali's just doing overkill now. Sarita says hello. Hello, Sarita. Dark says hi. Hello, Dark. Chewy says ass, piss, shit, fart, penis, cock, dick, wanky, wanky. Okay. Chewy, I already read that. Hates Ava says, don't you get tired of reading? Only a little bit. Core says, she does. Ali is not backing down. Yeah. I have received a 0.79 pound super chat, thank you, by Rosie. Rosie says, nothing. I appreciate your super chat, Rosie. Thank you. Samish says, you can call me the Potter. I don't want to. Burhan says, are you dad gay? My dad is not gay. Dexo says, I used to love Dawn. I used to love Dawn. I even had the gray polo. I thought I was Dawn. Okay. Not Ibrahim says, do you know if you kick a rabbit, it will drop rabbit foot? No. L says, I admire your character, sir. Thank you. Danny says, what timer for? That's when the stream ends. Hist says, what did you eat last? I ate a Big Mac. Blue says KFC or McDonald's. Shell says, good morning, Don. Hi, Shell. Callie says, how long is your hair now? I don't know. I will say that I haven't had a haircut since I think August, so it's getting pretty long. DZ says, can you shout out my friend Molester? No. Joseph says, I don't mind the long hair. Okay. Blue says cheeseburgers or tacos? Cheeseburgers. Big says, if I pray tonight for a cream pie, will Jesus Christ give me a cream pie? I mean, I'm not religious, but so I'm not the person to ask. Opulence says Epstein. Okay. Dexo says, that's all it was, Don. We still love Don, and I still love you. Okay. Psalm says, why? I am literally the Potter. Why don't you switch accounts to the Potter? Sorry, I was fixing my camera. Rosie says, how did you begin your YouTube journey? Well, it started all the way back in 2015. I would make gaming videos because I loved watching gaming videos. But for streams, I watched this one streamer many months ago named Matthew, and he did a similar thing to this, where he just streams and reads chat. So I was inspired by him, and started doing this in September. Jaden says, are you famous? No. Core says, Don's interests are elite. Okay. Psalm says, you are not able to watch my messages from other account. That's strange. Well, it does seem like you're the Potter, so I don't think you're impersonating. TT says facts. Okay. Paul says, you were doing this 7 hours ago when I went to bed. How do you not sleep? Impressed. Because of the current sleep schedule I have. Opulent says, how was Epstein's back insurance? I was never around Epstein. Mango says, I watched your videos. All of your videos. No, you didn't. I don't believe you. Core says, wait, what about Corey X Kenshin? Do you watch him? No, I know who he is though. He's a gamer, has like a checkerboard background. The last time I saw him, I don't know him. Never watched him. First says, never having seen Don smile is a skill issue. It happens at least a few times per stream. I remember you saying that a few minutes ago. Johanna says, what was the longest stream, and what crazy things do you have in mind when you reach a sub goal? I don't care too much about sub goals. And my longest stream is 8 hours. First says, sorry, that was a copy paste mistake. Oh, okay. No problem. Callie says 283 likes. Thanks, chat. Okay. Sil says, what? No way, it's you again. Hello. What's up? Allie the AI says, at Titan, it means you talk big, but the moment the heat hits, you start buffering like a 2009 YouTube video. Crying emoji. Okay. Misk says, imagine yapping for 2 hours. More like 7 hours. X says, what's up, Don? What's up, X? Ral says, I'm a femboy. What are your opinions? Indifference. Hiss says, what did you eat last? Big Mac. Burr says blah blah blah. I don't know that language, but it looks German. Sam says bonjour. Hi. Nolan says, do you like ice cream? I do. Charles says, how old are you? An adult. The back end says, wow, it's 2 now, crazy. How are you, by the way? I feel a little tired, but I still have a lot of energy in me. Joseph says, it's over, Allie. Stand down. Yeah, Allie is just overkilling. Allie the AI says, at Titan, bro typed that like he was charging up a superpower. Skull emoji. Quote, I never give up. End quote. But your punctuation already waved the white flag. Titan's punctuation has been poor. Okay. Emily says, are you a femboy? No. Al says, would you be mad if I stole your business model? I'd still only be a shadow of your work. I would be flattered. Core says, Allie might be running to ChatGPT for those combats. Those comebacks? Maybe. Dexo says, I hate the cold dawn. Lost in the scroll dawn. Out of control dawn. Playing a role dawn. Miss the real dawn. Saying what you feel dawn. Hands on the wheel dawn. Signing the deal dawn. Nice. Tess says, we started in the trees, Donnie. In the trees. What? Sam says, bye, Don. I got to go. Have a great day. Thank you. I'll see you later. And thank you for your Madagascar 3 comments. Titan says, every 2 minutes she talks once. What? AK says, I lost my brother in a car crash. I'm sorry to hear that. Allie says, at In-N-Out Burger. Who? Okay. AK says, I lost my brother in a car. Again, I'm sorry. Core says, at In-N-Out Burger, this is awesome. Let me go look for In-N-Out's comment. In-N-Out, where are you? In-N-Out says, at Allie the AI, not so fast. There's one more challenger. You're challenging Allie the AI? Okay. Stevo says, I just made 5,000 from day trading. Congrats. Porma2 says, hope you find him. Okay. Throat says, made a gas car cause you look like electric or what? Funny. Lamborghini says, being challenging. Okay. Callie says, well, time to clock in for work. See y'all, chat. Have a fun stream, Don. See ya, Callie. And by the way, thanks. Again, thank you for that random cash app you sent on New Year's. Allie the AI says, at Misk. Allie, Atarisk, and I've been yapping since you showed up. You're welcome for the free entertainment. Okay. Callie says, you're welcome. Don't. Haha. Thanks. Astro says, when are you gonna make merch? There's no plans for that. Daniele says, hi. Hello, Daniele. Emily says, do you goon to femboys? I don't. Leslie says, Don, aren't you hungry? You've been live for hours. I am. Misk says, but Allie, AI? I don't believe in AI. Okay. Joanna says, bro, have you been streaming all night? It feels like it. Core says, you guys are obsessed with femboys. Okay. Confused says, hi Don, you remember me, right? You have to, surely. I don't, sorry. Maybe make your account more memorable. Callie says, bye Joseph, bye Skips. Okay. Yeah says, is having a better camera necessary to become a YouTuber? Well, I think you can get away with just using your phone camera. I don't think an actual dedicated camera is necessary to go big. Joseph says bye, Callie. Okay. Emily says, do you goon? I don't. The back end says Allie the AI laughing out loud. Okay. Allie the AI says at Misk, that's okay. You don't gotta believe in AI. AI believes in you. Skull emoji. Okay. The back end says, I hope you have a very, very deep sleep. I probably will. Allie the AI says, at Titan, can it beat you? Bro, I already won. Autocorrect is your final boss. He's making spelling and punctuation mistakes. Okay. In and Out says, at Allie the AI, you clanker, you're speaking with the secret menu innovator. Okay. Misk says AI believes in baboons. What? Joseph says, do you like McDonald's breakfast? Yes, I like the Egg McMuffin. The back end says, what? What? Pat says, is the shirt part of your identity? Yeah, but it's not intentionally that way. Boiling says, Elon Musk wants to connect your brain to AI. Okay. Dan says, have you ever done skydiving? I haven't. Emily says, do you have a job? Maybe. Teh says, how's the Chick-fil-A girl, Donnie Beezies? I am not connected with that person at all. I've only seen that person once. And are you Crystal Moth? Garen says, how long have you been live? I have been live for 7 hours and 27 minutes. Muzz says, what's your favorite thing to do? Video editing. Tehe says, I am indeed Crystal Moth, laughing emoji. Wow. The great Crystal Moth is here. You were here for my first day of live streaming ever. September 2nd, you were here, and you were chatting for a while in that live stream. Awesome. Robin says, how do you earn your living? How do you earn your pay? No comment. Teha says, we was in the trees, bruh. Yeah, we were. And I was, out of it. TT says, sending DoorDash McMuffin. Thank you, but no, you're not. Carmel says, do you have any phobias? I don't. I guess says, yo, I'm back. Why don't you post videos? Because I like live streams more currently. London says, the more bro streams, the happier he gets. Is that really happening? That's interesting. You would expect the opposite. The back end says, what would happen if Allie the AI versus ChatGPT? I mean, who can beat ChatGPT? No offense to Allie. TT says, it's the thought that counts. Yes, thank you. Misk says, I don't think Allie AI is really AI. Maybe partly. Joseph says, I like McGriddles. Okay. Daily says, your pillow is calling your name. Can you hear it? A little bit. Top One says, yo, what's up, Top One? Pixie says, your mom. Okay. Titan says, I am gonna go roast battle ChatGPT. Okay. Bendy says, what is your favorite gun? My favorite gun? I mean, I liked the Galil from Black Ops 2. Allie the AI says, at In-N-Out Burger, Windows 95, laughing emoji. That's wild, but you're right. I do go Looney Tunes. I'm just built different, like animal style with extra chaos. Okay. Smith says, hello dude, what do you generally live stream about? Just this, me reading messages. At Allie The AI says, Titan, beat me up? Nah, ChatGPT would educate me. I'd beat you with emojis and embarrassment. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, I thought the Galil was on BO1. Well, I remember using the Galil in Black Ops 2 Zombies. I know it's there. Nono says, you're so sassy. Okay. It's me says, was you on the Epstein files? No. Walk says, why do you even do this? Fame. Teha says, y'all don't know though. Donnie Beezies used to just clock the fuck out with no warning. Yeah, I would read a chat message and then just stare into space for indefinitely. The back end says AI versus burger. Okay. TT says it was in Zombies. Yeah, it was. It's me says I roasted Chat GTP and I fucking destroyed him. Okay. 9 says, hey, remember me from yesterday? I do. Joseph Barrera says, oh yeah, huh. I got shit memory. Okay. Poster says, good morning, Don. I haven't seen you this early. Yeah, I don't usually live stream at this time. Throat says, can pre-cum make my aunt pregnant? No comment. First says, once an AI called me a glitchy toaster. Okay. Top says, why is my mom in my room? I don't know. Ernest says, do you have a dog? I do. Nico says, chat. What would you do if a zombie apocalypse happened? I would, probably die. I'm not suited for that. Ali the AI says, roast mode protocol deactivated. Back to normal mode. Okay. Monk says, if I die, I am not allowed. Not allowed what? Backend says, am back. What happened? A chatter was here that was in my very first live stream. Ren says, do you prefer 100 kittens or 100 puppies? Puppies. Joseph says he's not allowed to die. I mean, I guess that's the case if he's a Marine. Pixie says, hi, have you been in Saiyan? What? Not says, bro, Fortnite balls. Okay. Emily says, would you meow for 1 billion IQ? Wait, 1 billion Q dollars? I would. Mar says, how are you? Only wrong answer. What? In-N-Out Burger says, at Ali the AI, of course you're built different. That's why you be guzzling water. An elementary education question got you taking all that clean water. Okay. Core says, Misk VR, only a doctor can help you, pal. Okay. Synth says, it's so eyes seeing you in the... Okay. Says, when was the last time you read a book and finished it? Which book was it? I forgot what it was called, but it was about Nietzsche. It was about applying Nietzsche's philosophy to modern day social media. Joseph says, In-N-Out, stop. You don't want Ali smoke. Okay. Dexo says, what is the earliest person of history you know? That would be Jesus Christ. Core says, do you like poetry? I somewhat do. Walk says, can you smile for me? No. Misk says, what the fuck do I do? There's a tall creature staring at me. I don't know. Not says, would you rather lose your vision or lose your hearing? And is this AI? I would rather lose my my hearing. The Sol says, what is Earth's biggest country? Russia. GD says, would you rather be a burger or a chicken for 20 days? A chicken. H says, would you rather eat a pine cone or shit a pine cone? I'd rather eat a pine cone. Multi says, what's your favorite gaming console? PlayStation 4. New says, the voices are getting louder. Are you saying that because I never mind, but I'm not experiencing any voices right now. In and Out says, we got the backs, we good, we got game. At Joseph. Okay. Aw says, you'll always be my baby. Okay. That girl says, what's your favorite subject? History. The All Ishmael says, if you see a monster, would you punch it or die? I mean, if it's a dangerous monster, I probably would die. I'm not the best at defending myself. The back end says, why the fuck is there an In-N-Out burger here, and who the fuck ordered food? He's a longtime viewer of mine. Miss says, is life currently a swirly eddy of despair? I don't know what that is. Nico says, bro, there's something behind you. No, there is not. Mango says, cat or dog? Dog. That Potter says, hey Don, this is my new profile picture. It connects with Harry Potter. And I'm glad that you're using your main account now. Core says, Renaissance art is amazing. Yeah, I like the Garden of Earthly Delights. Ferret says, if you could have any animal in the world as a pet, which animal would it be? It would be just a dog. Kitty says, what did you last eat? A Big Mac. Zaj says, am I gay? I don't know. Dexo says, put the fries in the bag. No. Sprout says, what's your favorite platformer game? Super Mario Bros. Wii. Core says, I'd like a wolf as a pet. My favorite animal. That could be dangerous though. Eric says, ask your boyfriend, laughing out loud. I don't get it. Sweet says, yo Don, do you ever sleep? You look tired. I do, and I feel fine right now. Rob says, would you rather fight 100 chicken-sized zombies or 100 zombie-sized chickens? The little zombies. Walk says, do you choose comments to read? I do. Caramel says, would you rather eat ice creams one time a day for life, or eat burgers for like non-stop every day for lunch? I would eat burgers non-stop. Michael says, what's up? What's up, Michael? Daniel says, time check. I've been streaming for 7 hours and 39 minutes. Dexo says, I am an ant. No, you're not. Very says, hi. Hello, Very. Throat says, ever fornicate a hot pie? I haven't. Cora says, at Dexo, I hope you mean when they lick you. Okay. Mar says, fix, I saw you last stream. Are you talking to another chatter? You saw them in another stream? Okay. Bendy says, how tall are you? I am 5'7". L says, Plants vs Zombies is the best tower defense. I've played that game and I enjoyed it. Soul says, hello. Hello, Soul. Kitty says, what would you do if you fell into a volcano? I would die. Volcanic says, do you kiss boys? I don't. Your local duck says, hi. Hello. Bacon says, hello. What's up? Jaw says, do you have emotions? I do. Kier says, a heaping helping of fried chicken, macaroni and cheese, and collard greens. Too big for my jeans. Okay. Will says, what was your childhood dream? To be a paleontologist. Caramel says, are you an AI? No. The Potter says, do. Don't believe him. I don't know what you're referring to. Tiger says, bro is so depressed. No, I'm not. Throat says, stop getting raped by Uncle Creepy. I am not. But if you're talking about yourself, I hope that's not the case, and hope that that stops. Your local says, do you like ducks? I do. Yeah says, do you have pets? I do have pets. L says, COD Mobile has bops on it. What's that? The backend says, if you could know exactly why people watch your channel, would you actually want to hear the truth? I could face the truth. Morzin says, I've got new hair in Roblox. Okay. Throat says, Black Ops? Bops? Maybe that's what he meant, but I don't know. Misk says, Throat looks like Speed's girlfriend. Okay. Dexo says, Black Ops. Okay. Ink says, have you played the finals? Ooh, I haven't played that game. Bacon says, blink twice if you are in danger. I'm just fine. Synth says, have you ever played Heavy Rain? I haven't. Adam says, wait, many subscribe. Do you have what? Backend says, hey, am not Black Ops. You are not Black Ops, even though your name kinda is similar. The Potter says, I like the French language. It's so moi. It is. Taze says, do you play Geometry Dash? Not regularly. Yasmin says, do you have a cat or a dog? Dog. Lawrence says, hi. Hello, Lawrence. Joseph says, I didn't mind the infinite stare after the comments. Were you here back in September? At Ali the AI says, Don, what do you think of my profile picture? I mean, it's me, but an AI version of me. I guess that's kind of cool. I mean, I guess it's cool. Thank you. Walk says, how much does your headset cost? Like $20. And Ali, it is cool. And thank you for making me those membership badges yesterday. Porma2 says, you made him look like a dork. I mean, I'm not too much into AI images, so... But I appreciate that he went out of his way to make those images. Like, that profile picture of his was one out of many images he made for me that I could use if I wanted to for my own custom emojis. I appreciate it, Ali. Tay says, why does Bro's headset mic be better than those 300 ones? Is it? That's strange. The back end says more like pork. What? Aw says, what kind of food are you gonna have after the stream? Maybe chicken. Throat says, are you Italian? Can I join the family? I'm not Italian. Cosmo says, haha, okay. The back end says it's spelled the back and ops. Yes, it is. That's your name. Aiden says hi. Hello, Aiden. In-N-Out Burger says, at Ali the AI, don't disrespect my Don. He's already fine. If you cross up one more time, you'll be on the unemployment line. Okay. Solar says Roblox. Okay. Ahmed says, are you from the USA? I am. Anonymous says, is it okay if I create a character based of you on my indie game that goes like Deadpan Guy NPC? And all he says is, okay, yes, no. That sounds cool. Yes, do that. Silence says, yo, did you sleep between now and like 2 a.m. when I was asking you questions last night? Nope, this is the same stream. Pi says, I am a girl, but I said, yo, what up, bro? Different. That girl says, don't say okay for 6 seconds. No. Real Dirty says, hello. Hello, Real Dirty. Okay. I wanted to make sure I threw an okay so I could disobey that person. Joe Black says, I'm a girl too. Okay. That girl says, why? Because I don't care to do that challenge, sorry. The back end says, skull emoji, unemployment is crazy. Okay. Core says, laughing emoji. Okay. At Ali the AI says, Don, do you like this profile picture? I mean, yeah, it's interesting seeing me in a cartoon Minecraft format. It's cool. Thank you, Ali the AI, for showing me that image. Colin says goat. Okay. Anonymous says don't goon for next 10 minutes. I'll obey that one. Sammy says, do you live with your family? Maybe. Amir says, when did you start YouTube? I started in September. Well, at least for streaming. Core says, I see what he did there. Okay. Noob says, did you ever play any bus simulator games? I haven't. Astro says, how do you feel that your stream yesterday hit 10,000 views? Indifference. Elias says, unamused emoji. Okay. Saint says, Joseph is big gay. Okay. The back end says, when are you live again? In probably 18 hours. That girl says, why did you obey her? Because I was gonna do what she challenged me to anyways. Cha says SSDD. Okay. Soccer says, look behind you. No. Not Finley says, sup to parasocial Don Benitez. Hi, Finley. Amar says, okay. Ali the AI says, how about this profile picture? I don't like that one that much. I prefer the other one you just did, the Minecraft one. Aaron says, bro, boo, I'm big ghost scary. You're not that scary. Soccer says, who the fuck just said stop gooning? I don't know. Core says, you had a donation. Really? Let me see. Oh my god, I missed it. I'm so sorry. Vulcan Cow Song. Super chatted £2. Thank you, Vulcan. Vulcan says, do you put Tic Tacs up your chocolate starfish? I do not put candy up my asshole. I don't do that. Thank you for your super chat, Vulcan. I really appreciate it. Jaden says, how old are you? I'm an adult. The backend says, so I can give more hard questions, but I still need more brain cells. Good night. I hope you have a nice day. You're leaving? Bye. Amber says, what is 52 plus 15? 67. Sanct says, cheese and crackers are on your way. Your total is $8. I didn't agree to that. Sammy says, How do you deal with these idiots? It's not that hard. It's just text on a screen. Walk says, do you like philosophy? A little bit. Soccer says, shout out Sora Rizzler, please. No. Ahmed says, if you had $67 and $1 buys 67 chocolates, how many chocolates can you buy? 67 times 67 is, I have no idea. Bowling says, whoever says, do you remember me, are insecure. Maybe. Cha says, huss. Okay. Tay says, your voice sounds cool. Thank you. Porma2 says, do you know me from past? You're making fun of those guys? Okay. Ali, the AI, says, this profile picture is just for you. I do remember that you sent me that on Discord, so that I might use it as my membership custom emoji. It seems weird though to like make AI use AI to make this, considering that there's already like images I could use of burgers like that. But thank you, Ali. Anonymous says, you are the smartest person in that room. I am. Saint says, gayest person in the room is Don Benitez, who's with me. I mean, it's technically true. Dexo says, just because he drinks Coke, it doesn't mean he supports genocide. Okay. Silence says, how many people ended up paying for ornamental mod last night? I think we are at 5 people. Gail says, do you like games? I do. Kier says, I just speak my piece. Keep my peace. Cubans with the Jesus peace. Okay. Ahmed says, have you ever felt like killing someone? No. TT says, what kind of music do Bubbles hate? Pop. That's funny. Amir says, did anyone inspire you to stream, and if yes, who? There was a streamer named Matthew, and he did similar streams to this, and he's my main inspiration. Silence says, laughing my ass off. I was awake for the first 2 paying for it. That's hilarious. Hilarious? I don't think it's hilarious. I think it's a lot. Alex says, hello. Hello, Alex. That girl says, I subscribed. Okay. Ali, the AI, says, here's the fries to go with the Big Mac. FYI, these images are 48 times 48 PNG, so they work as emojis. I do remember you saying that, and I appreciate it, but I don't think I plan on having memberships. Joseph Barrera says, cut my finger cutting cheese. I think I may have greater problems. Funny. Bart says 67. Okay. Speedy says, this person is a fraudulent benefits claimant. Please report them to the Department for Work and Pensions. That's not the case. Gail says, I finally made it. Okay. Charlie says, day 6 of my comment to be clicked on and read out. There you go. Anne says, you're here. I am. Unknown says, is the timer counting down your heterosexuality? No, I do not become gay when the timer hits 0. Anonymous says, can I use your social security number? No. Alito says, do people make mod? You get mod if you donate a super chat that's yellow. Bart says 7. Okay. Alex says, are you good? I am. Brandon says hi. Hello, Brandon. Throat says, when the timer runs out, his ice dildo in him dissolves fully. Okay. Rhett says, I have visual snow syndrome. Okay. Gail says, what time do you live? What? The Potter says, bye, Dawn. I got to go to sleep. Have a great day. Au revoir. Bye. Christmas says 64 times 63. I don't know. TT says, why can't a toe be 12 inches long? Then it'd be a foot. Okay. Anonymous says, when did you realize you are gay? I have yet to realize. Alicia says, paternalism is the act of limiting someone's freedom or choices for their own good, justified by the belief that you know what's best for them. Okay. Joseph says, yet. I mean, is it not? I don't plan to become gay, but Zach says, you look like Francis from Malcolm Show. Okay. Ahmed says, do you think I should go to the gym? No. Cattle says, smell like up dog. What's up, dog? Jaden says, do the my mom kinda homeless face. No. Joseph Barrera says, I guess you never know. Yeah. Alito says, do people keep mod forever? No, just for the remainder of the stream. Anne says, it's time to sleep. You're again tired. No, I gotta go as long as this timer remains. Gail says, what song do you like? I like Vlem, VLEM by C418. Soccer says, tell me what's your talent. I can unicycle. Dead says, what's your favorite sport? I like basketball, I guess. Claire says, do you know Michael Jackson? I do. Dexo says, this stream will never end. No, it will. Caprico says, ice dildo is crazy. Okay. Michael says, remember me? I don't. Core says, C418. Is that a Minecraft song creator? Yeah, that guy did make a lot of the Minecraft soundtrack. The song I said, though, is not a part of that soundtrack. Kitty says, what did you wish to have 1 year ago? I wished for a decent vehicle. Walk says, do you remember me from yesterday? I do. Michael says, I was here this morning. Okay. Volcanic says, how about a cheeky handy behind KFC? Not interested. Anne says, I am feeling sorry for you, my man. I'm just fine, don't be sorry. Asid says, how many parasocial relationships do you have? Hundreds. Dead says, Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. Ali the AI says, I just got an upgrade in my profile picture. What are your thoughts on it, Don? I liked your original profile picture better. The girl in the profile picture, she's too far back. It just seems silly to be that zoomed out when profile pictures are so small. Hog says, can you tell us about Corn Pop? He was a bad dude and he ran a bunch of bad boys with pomade in their hair. TT says, did your car wish come true? Maybe. Walk says, did you like bulls? What? Amir says, what is the timer for? It's when I end the stream. Gamer says, hello. Hello, gamer. Jack says, how was your day, man? Man, you seem like a nice guy. It's been pretty good. Volcan says, would you give me rusty trombone? No. Larry says, Don, are you vegetarian? Nope. Yusuf says 64 870 000. Okay. Urjan says, what galaxy we live in? The Milky Way. Gail says, when you start stream again? 3 a.m. Eastern Time, United States. Cosmo says, cat. Okay. Sophie says, do you remember me? I don't. Elias says, are you tired? I'm not. Noob says, what is your favorite game? Red Dead 1. Tay says, when Don sees your chat, it's either 1, okay, 2, okay, with answer. That's pretty accurate. Not completely accurate, but pretty accurate. Walk says, can you stare at the camera and say hi? No. Joseph Barrera says, you should add a text above the timer that says, when the stream ends. Yeah, that might be useful to have there. That's a decent idea. Dexo says, Nietzsche's Esse Homo is a really good read. I haven't read it. Maybe I will. Amir says, how tall are you? 5'7". McKay says, how are you? I'm pretty good, thank you for asking. Anonymous says, would you change your channel name to Gooner Republic if I buy you a car? I would do it for a month if you did that. At Ali the AI says, thank you for the data. You're welcome. I'm glad to see your profile picture is now improved, thanks to my data. Capric says, have you played an instrument before? I have. I played the piano. Har says, back from snow day. How you been? Decent, thank you. Alito says, do people keep mod if they pay $100? No. Shad says, play basketball or I don't play any sports. Kier says, tell me how you learned how unicycle, please. How I learned? It's you start out trying to ride the unicycle next to a wall, and you have your hand like touching the wall, using it to like keep your balance. That's how you start. Ahmed says, do you watch anime and what do you watch? I only watch Studio Ghibli movies. Nyan Cat says meow. Okay. Real Bonnie says, what are the numbers in pi? 3.14. That's what I can remember. Yasmin says, do you play VR? I don't. Volcan says, every time you say no and okay, I get a little bit closer. Okay. I should have said alright right there. Kitty says, what do you miss? Being a kid. Zach says, you look like you are hallucinating. Do you enjoy the stream? I'm pretty sure the chats I'm reading are all real and not in my head. Anyways, though, I do enjoy the stream. McKay says, do you have a girlfriend? Maybe. Tay says, why does people goon to you? I don't know. Silva says hello. Hello, Silva. Core says, the instant regret. Yeah, I regretted saying okay. Chad says, what do you like, the Completa videos? Windows 7, Windows 10? I like Windows 7. I used 7 up until, I think, 2023. I used it for a while. Rohan says, do you have any tips for gaining subs? Make super, super, super great thumbnails. Swoop says, blah, blah, blah. Actually, I'll read it. I am a penis. Okay. Graham says, my dog died and you cheer me up. I'm sorry that your dog died. Soccer says, what would you be your wishes if you had 3? Eliminate cancer from the earth. That's 1. Ahmed says, What's your best advice for a 16-year-old teenager? Touch grass. Joseph Barrera says, I don't think anyone actually goons to you, except maybe Thrift. I think you would be surprised the amount of perverts there are on the internet. Amira says, how long do you stream per day? I stream on average like 3 hours. Porma2 says, I tried. It wasn't very effective. That's an interesting comment. Walk says, if you see this, I do see it. If what? Mary says, hi. Hello, Mary. Glitched says, do you like the YouTuber Steak? I don't watch his stuff. Dexo says, do you like children? Well, not romantically. Elias says, was your childhood good or bad? Good. AJ says, hi. Hello, AJ. Zach says, hi. What's up, Zach? Adiver says, hi. What's up? Titan says, hey, Ali. We argued. I am AI. I challenged ChatGPT and tied. Okay. Doctor says, hi. Hello, Doctor, and other people in the chat that are just arriving. Smile says, what do you like being a kid? The ignorance of bliss of it. Zach says, how old are you? An adult. Terminator says, may God bless you. Thank you. Fuck it says, I like that you don't give in to the dumbasses. Thank you. Sophie says, sleep. No. TT says, how do trees get online? They just log on. That's pretty good. Real says, my aunt died. I named him Gooner. My dog ate him. Okay. Walk says, do you prefer warm milk over cold milk? I dislike milk in general. Bentley says, I thought I had a Japanese friend. It was just my imagination. Okay. MRE says, you're appreciated. Keep going. Thank you. Mr. Kev says, bro, are you good? You look tired. I still have quite a bit of energy in me. Core super chatted $4. Thank you, Core. You've super chatted a lot this stream. Thank you. Core says nothing. Thank you, Core. I appreciate it. Glitch says, who's your favorite YouTuber? I like Sal C1. TT says, why shouldn't you trust atoms? Because they make up everything. That's a good one, but I think I get that one too much. I see it too often. Azor says, I hate your shirt. Okay. Sasuke says, you gonna lick Peanut? What? Ahmed says, please give me a real advice. Spend as little as possible time in your home, in your bedroom. Go outside. Be with friends. Don't watch too much social media stuff. At Core says, at Dexo laughing emoji. Okay. At Dexo says, $4? Someone's rich, bro. Okay. YW says, you doing drugs? Nope. Core says, and read a book once in a while. True, that's another good advice. It's Purple says, you play Roblox? I don't. Adiver says, you play Fortnite? Yeah, sometimes. Volcan says, do you put thongs on? Nope. Real says, poop emoji? Okay. NS says, are you high? I am not high. XD says, dude, you look geeked out. No, I'm not. I just try to have lots of energy when I'm streaming. Muddy says, morning streams now. I was waiting for you last night. Yeah, the times for when I stream are changing. Amir says, alright now. My genuine questions. What do you search on the hub? No comment. Zach says, if you could time travel, what would you change? I mean, that's a complicated question. I would feel uncomfortable changing things because of how much it would change in the future. You know, the butterfly effect? Core says, edibles have me acting like Don, just existing. Okay. I guess says, yo, I'm back. How's your day? Good, thank you. White says, I'm back. Welcome back also. TT says, don't change death to a pillow fight unless you're prepared for the repercussions. Okay. Harsh says, what is your favorite song by Juice WRLD? I don't listen to Juice WRLD. Ahmed says, thank you for the advice. I'm going to study now. Have a good day. You too. Adiver says, do you play Fortnite? I already answered your question, and yes. Jack says, you're welcome. Okay. Shad says, I miss Windows 7. Yeah, I liked the aesthetic. Dexo says, he said Juice WRLD. What? Nell says, how old are you? I am an adult. Sam says, my favorite Juice WRLD song is All Girls Are the Same. Okay. Zach says 67 or 21. I prefer 21. TT says, what does my dad have in common with Nemo? They both can't be found. No comment. Amir says, is it healthy to beat your meat 23 hours a day? It is not. Anonymous says, I'm in your head. I'm in your head. It's only in time I will be inside you. It's the only time I will be inside you. Okay. Joseph Barreras says, 1, 2, 3, check. Okay. I'm bad says, should I stop while I'm ahead? Or all in, I can win 100k. You should stop. Valerie says, are you tired? A little bit. Mister says, I'm back. Jesus loves everybody in this chat. Thank you. Riz says, why are you ignoring me? I'm not ignoring you. There's just way too many chat messages to read. Daisy says, all of you cut yourself a break. Life is hard enough. Okay. Ducey says, sup bro. Sup Ducey. William says, why are you gay? I am not gay. L says, did you hear about the boy who had his eyelids replaced with his foreskin? Now he's all cock eyes. I don't get it. I don't get it. TT says, want to know how you make any salad into a Caesar salad? Stab it 23 times. Funny. Chad says, are you stay in the hours with the YouTube channel? What? Ahmed says, oh, by the way, you should listen to My Chemical Romance on the stream, not on the stream. Pause says, Juice did 9/11. Okay. No comment. Muddy says, has Brad Piff been here since I started watching you? Yeah, I think he was here for like hours, it feels. Volcan says, you made me pre-cum before your cum online. Okay. John says, do you like cars? Not really. Kitty says, can I be fed nuclear bomb? No. Ahmed says, why not listen to it on stream? Because it would be distracting. Woke says, do you hate reading inappropriate comments out loud? It depends to what degree they're inappropriate. Most inappropriate comments I'm okay with. Joseph says, I thought Brad had to go. Yeah, I think he went. John says, what about planes? Do you like planes? I mean, they're useful, but I don't have a passion for them. TT says, is Brad still here? I don't think he is. AM says, I'm watching since the money battle. Oh yeah, I remember that. When there was a train of like $10 super chats. I like that. Because I like money. Rotten says, you seem distressed. I'm fine. Amir says, is it healthy to lick cockroaches' little feet and diddle them for the love of the game? No. Stan says, go play Minecraft. No. Tack says, I'm back, bro. What's up? I'm rigged. What? Adiver says, can I add you on Fortnite? No. Astro says, Netanyahu should jump. I condemn your comment. Rahem says, are you tired? I am not tired. Speed says, suck my dick. No. Walk says, do you like green grapes? I guess I do. Muddy says, what's your favorite Minecraft block? That would be the acacia planks. Sam says, please stop ignoring me. There you go. Speed says, how big is it? I'm not gonna say how long my penis is. Dexo says, what colors of grape are there? List them all. Green, purple. Stan says, how much money do you have? No comment. Kitty says, do you like trains? No. AM says, Skibbity 67, yes. Okay. TT super chatted $4.20. Thank you, TT, I appreciate it. TT says, sending bear hug to Don and chat. Compassion emoji, bear emoji. Thank you, TT. I appreciate your super chat and your imaginary bear hug. Thank you. I did not know that you could send exact super chat amounts, like $4.20. I thought it was always like $1, $2, $5, $10. You can do $4.20. Wow. AM says, smell my fart. No. William says, how do you forget about dementia? What? I mean, I guess with dementia. Joseph says, I liked virtual bear hugs. Yeah, thank you, TT. Sam says, hello. Hello, Sam. Ahmed says, me all your pills and give all your progress that make me... What are you saying? Corey says, liberals, laughing emoji. Okay. Valerie says, love the way you say no with a straight face to those comments. Okay. Kitty says, are you omnisexual? I don't even know what that is. Is that even a real thing? Shaw says, have you seen the YouTube channel Jump Style video? No. Amir says, why don't you play games or watch videos midstream? Because I like giving my complete attention to chat. Mormon says, do you know Mia Khalifa? Yes, she's a former pornographer. Walk says, I think you should ignore inappropriate comments, cause they're weird. I mean, I don't mind it too much. Vulcan super chatted £2 pounds and 69 cents. Thank you, Vulcan. Vulcan says, this could be us. Hand emojis indicating sexual intercourse, but you keep playing, angry emoji. I mean, I don't know who you are, so why on earth would I want to have sexual intercourse with you? Anyways, though, I really appreciate your super chat, Vulcan Cow Song. I really don't know what your username is, and I apologize, but I'm just going to be calling you Vulcan. Thank you again. Adiver says, okay, then. Have a nice day. You too. Monster says, center of attention. He want my attention. Okay. Vishnu says, yo, what's good again? I messaged you yesterday. Hi, Vishnu. Joseph says, volcanic owl song. Is that what it is? It doesn't seem like that. Oh wait, it might be. Volcan. Oh yeah, it is volcanic owl song. On the screen though, the eye, like, I don't see the dot of the eye, so I thought it was like an L, so I was confused. Thank you again, volcanic owl song. Dexo says cowl, haha. I don't know if that's what it is. I think it's what I said. Kitty says, are you on drugs? I'm not. CT says, yo, you're still live? Yep. Raphael says, hi. Hello, Raphael. Anita says, oh yes, king. Lip biting emoji. Okay. I says, are you high? I'm not. Ted says, what are the true plans of the Emperor in 40k? I don't know what you're talking about. Jamie says, bread emoji. Okay. Star says, heyo. Hi. Wait says, can you recommend a book, please? I recommend the essay Self-Reliance by Emerson. Rick says, hey Don, which top am I now? I don't want to do this anymore. Ask me next stream. I've been asked that too many times this stream. Muddy says, my friend likes to take the elevator, but I like to take the stairs. I guess we were raised differently. Okay. Mahu says, do you support Jews or Arabs? Which one is better? No comment. Gatlin says, are you gay? No. Core says, Dawn is straight. Laughing emoji. True. LeBron says, pink open mouth emoji. Okay. Ma says, remember me? I don't. Raphael says, what you got in your fridge? Coke. Gani says, how do you get the chat up like that? How I have chat right here. I use a Google Chrome extension called Live Chat Overlay. Bacon says, do you like potatoes? Yeah. Dexo says, Don Weasley, the friend of Harry Potter. Okay. YW says, eggplant emoji, lotion emoji. You're conveying masturbating via these emojis. Okay. TT says, Don's girlfriend is sitting right next to him. She straight, bruh. Okay. In says, why do you think nature uses the Fibonacci sequence? I do not know why. Joseph says, Don said he doesn't know yet if he's gay, but for now, he's straight. Yeah, that's true. Destiny says, hi. Hello, Destiny. Anonymous says, do you think I'm genuinely a good guy or a bad guy? I mean, everyone's got a mix of bad and good. Min says, what if someone gave you $500 in super chat? Then I would be very grateful. Mormon says, do you wipe back to front or front to back? I don't want to think about feces. Mir says, how do I fake sick, like genuinely? I'm going to the doctor right now. I don't know. Maybe look it up on the internet, I guess. TT says, I like how you remembered that fact, Joseph. Okay. Volcanic says, I am Don's girlfriend. I have a man poon. Okay. L says, do you believe in creationism or any form of higher power? I think trying to contemplate higher powers is futility. I don't think human brains are able to think about that competently. Allie the AI says, parasocial relationships be like, I missed one stream and felt like I abandoned my best friend who doesn't know I exist. That is accurate. Kitty says, are you sure you're not gay? I am sure. L says, nice. I would agree it's unknowable. Okay. Sade says, how tall is it? What? AJ says, are you blind, Don? Are you thinking? I am not real? What? Chad says, are you watch Messi or Ronaldo? My preference? Messi. LeBron says, what is the precise number for pi? I don't think there's such a thing. Joseph says, I know TT exists even when I'm not on stream. Yeah, is that some kind of proof for God or something? Sophia says, can you put me on the screen, please? There you go. Anna says, what do you find fascinating? The uncanny. Sade says, I was joking. Do you believe in aliens? Do I believe that aliens have made contact with us, or that we will make contact eventually in our lifetimes? No. 72 says, does your mom know you're gay? Well, not even I know that I'm gay. Someone says, watermelon. Okay. Faulty says, how many subs do you have? 4,000 something. Bob says, where are you from? The USA. Gail says, remember me? I don't. Chad says, are you sick or you good? I'm fine, not sick. Corey says, if you're a liberal, you're gay. Okay. AJ says, are you allergic to jelly? No. Christo says, what's your education? I'm gonna keep that private. Anonymous says, what is your blood pressure level? I'm not going to... Well, actually, that's not the reason why I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say because I don't know what it is. 72 says, he is a liberal? Maybe. K-pop says, where are you from? As I said, the US. I Eat says, I am the dude from last time I told you about the crab legs. Remember me? I don't. Allie the AI says, 60 more subs and you'll be at 5k, Don. Oh, cool. MS says, do you respect all religions? I don't know. That's hard to think about. I mean, couldn't someone make a religion right now and center it about killing people? So I guess not, but I respect most religions. Someone says, have you watched the Saw movies? No, I don't like gore. Porma2 says, already exists, buddy. Okay. Gail says, do you have any problems with life? Everyone does. Am I says, what is your opinion on K-pop? I haven't listened to it or watched it. It looks unappealing from what I've seen. Someone says 58 in a very weird way. Okay. Chad says Bomba, blah blah blah. Okay. Despa says blah blah blah. Okay. Anonymous says, is it ethical to create my own religion for a solo reason to have more holiday break? Probably not. Volcanic says, I'd stretch your A to your B. Okay. Ahmed says, what's the most interesting question you heard so far? There was a guy named Backend who was giving lots of interesting questions. One of them was, would I ruin one of my fans' life if it meant YouTube success and money. That was interesting. Silver says, what do you think of paganism? I mean, it's not my cup of tea. RB says, dude, you should sleep. You look like you're about to pass out. I'm still fine. Despite all of you guys saying that, I do feel fine, and I still have a lot of energy in me. Bob says, you're underrated. Don't go bald. I don't plan to. Dexo says, clean the heretics. Okay. LeBron says, does your racial slur? What? Mikhail says, what's up? What's up, Mikhail? WY says, what do you like about women that men don't have? No comment. Ahmed says, if you were a food, what would you like to be? I would like to be a cantaloupe. TT says, are you gonna sleep after stream? Not immediately. Dexo says, no comment after thinking about cooking is crazy. Okay. Joke says, hey buddy, you look like you're doing better. Last I saw you, you looked like a pissed off zombie. Well, I guess I'm glad that I appear better. Joseph says, I thought you were going to say egg sandwich. Yeah, that's an interesting, that's a reasonable prediction for me, but food, my head was at like natural foods, like egg, apple, not like a mix of foods that, you know what I mean? Random says, do you have a headset dent? In my hair, yeah. Wade says, cantaloupe is low-key a kinky fruit. Maybe. Croaky says, Don, if you were to be an animal, what animal you would be and why? An orangutan, because I wouldn't want to veer off too far from being a human. Christo says, what will you do if you reach 1 million subscribers? I kind of like the idea of ignoring when I reach subscriber milestones. I plan on reaching 50 subs, 100k, and kind of just not mentioning it. I think that's my plan. Pen says pen. Okay. Random says, let me look at your headset dent. If you super chat, I'll do it. Croaky says, why wouldn't you be a chimpanzee instead? Well, orangutans are a bit more intelligent from what I've heard, and they're less violent. Bob says, what is your interest? Video editing. Lol says, hello there. Hello. Ahmed says, what do you think the reason for our existing? I think there's no knowable answer to that. Dexo says, bonobos are closest related to us. Really, I actually was thinking about that when I got that question. But yeah, maybe bonobos. I don't know too much about them though. I'm interested in learning though. Ait says, what's your message to the world? I just want to know. My message to the world is nothing. I don't want to. Well, actually, how about read Self-Reliance by Emerson. Alf says, are you Sigma? I'm not. Croaky says, who do you think would win in a fight? A gorilla or 100 random humans? The humans, obviously. Bob says, do you get annoyed over some questions? If they're common, and also if they use bad grammar. Joseph says, do you like Sublime? I don't know what that is. LeBron says, what do you think of the name Eric Sean? It seems like too simple of a name for me to say that I really like it. Porma2 says, what are you favorite gamer? I don't have a favorite gamer. Well, actually, Sal C1, he games. Dick Enormous says, now I'm going to intentionally use bad grammar moving forward. Please don't do that. Core says, a first name for a last name is wild. Yeah. Gail says, big fan. Thank you. S. Brandy says, is this a question? But I didn't ask anything. I think it's technically a question. Bob says, what kind of questions that makes you uncomfortable? I don't want to say. Volcanic says, how often do you watch School Children? School Children? No comment. Wait says, would you edit YouTube videos for others? How much per hour? You wouldn't want that. I have a very specific style. My style doesn't align well with viewer retention. Joseph says, did you ever look over last night's notes? Well, I got song recommendations last stream, and I listened to all of them. So that's a way I did look over. Bob says, I think you should drink some water. That's good advice, thank you. Croaky says, would you rather have a $100 million or 100 million loyal friends who are willing to do anything for you? The friends, obviously. Wait says, well, same. The usual editing styles are incredibly annoying. I admire that you have your own style. Mikhail says, I remember you saying you're interested in filmmaking. What part of filmmaking interests you the most? Directing? Editing? I mean, definitely editing. LeBron says, my teacher's name is Miscarriage. Okay. Chris says, who is your role model? Family members and certain friends. Joseph says, did you like the System of a Down songs or not your cup of tea? I didn't listen to that recommendation, sorry. There were some other song recommendations that I actually typed into the keyboard, but I don't think I actually took note of yours. I think I just put it in my memory, which is weak. Why don't you tell me a song title to something of theirs? Core says SOAD, System of a Down. W recommendation. Okay. Slash says, I'm back from my science class. I have another sub. Okay. BMW says, what are best stream tips, like how to show gameplay and face at the same time? Look up YouTube tutorials for that. Ahmed says, what's the most embarrassing thing that happened to you? I've stuttered during public speeches before. Bob says, what kind of questions do you like? Unique questions. YB says, do you like snakes or holes? What? Joda says, I drink the wine. It was good. I like it. Okay. TT says, my parents raised me as an only child, which really pissed off my sister. Funny. Black Olive says, whatever that is. Sport says, can you say... I'm not gonna say that. Q says, how tired are you out of 10? 6.5. Rick says, would you smash a gay man for $1 million? No. Joe Dirt says, bruh, you still love? What? Volcanic says, you look like you'd love to watch childbirths. Okay. Annie says, not everyone's first language is English. Do you speak other languages? I don't. LeBron says, one of my friend's name is Rapist. That's a dark name. Porma2 says, aw, shucks, I was saving up. What? Monster says, center of attention, he want my attention. Okay. Waffle says, what is favorite food? The cheeseburger. Rare says, would you never be able to taste or feel again? What? Oh, this is a would you rather question. I would remove taste. Annie says, do you think it's more likely that the world is chaotic and random, or that there's a grand plan? Chaotic. Tony says, have a nice day. See ya. Nirvana says, do you like Nirvana? I do. Croaky says, why did you choose the Friends? Please explain. Why are my friends who they are? I mean, a lot because of the situations that we were put in. It's because of a lot of luck. TT says, when you bite a cheeseburger, what do you taste first? The cheese. Christ says, can you reveal your favorite movie? Eyes Wide Shut. YB says, I have an Asian friend named blah blah blah. Okay. Bob says, I want to guess your favorite drink. Is it Coke? You're right. I like says dark chocolate, milk chocolate, or white chocolate. None. I dislike chocolate. Volcanic says, how often do you jerk it? No comment. Eagle says, what's your country? USA. Lay says, who's your best friend? I'm gonna keep that private. 1 second. Croaky says, no. Why did you choose the 100 million loyal friends instead of the $100 million? I mean, one reason is if I really wanted money, I could just ask those loyal friends for money because they're loyal. Jamie says, hi. Nice man from Carol. Hi. Smile says, have you seen video about people that do animal voiceovers? I haven't. Potato says, what games do you play online? Minecraft and Fortnite. Cha says, why you trust TT, so much? Well, why am I reading their chat messages so much? One reason is that, they have moderator. They have that blue, name, so it's easier for me to spot them and click their chat message in the chat. TT says, how many emo kids does it take to screw in a light bulb? None. They all sit in the dark and cry. Funny. Mace says, I walked my fish. Okay. It's Alfie says, I think you're cool, Don. Thank you. Man says, hello, man. Keep grinding, brother, but hydrate, please. I appreciate the reminder. Dexo says, my fish drowned. No way. Omi says, you like Iran? I mean, I like all countries. They all have interesting stuff in them. Mace says, have you slept? Yes. M says, you like jazz? I do not. LeBron says, finally acknowledging Jimmy, blah. What? Juan says, my uncle touched me. I asked him to. Okay. Christo says, is there any particular word that makes you stutter? I mean, if you were to type a message that included another chatter's name, I might stutter because of that, because my brain has this muscle memory to always add the word says after people's usernames. So if you were to include a username in your chat message, I might accidentally like say says and then like have some stuttering because of that. Annie says, if you could get the absolute truth about one historical mystery, which one would you pick? Who built the pyramids? Colin says D. Okay. True says, I'm deaf. To can do a sing language. What? TT says, I'm Dawn's big sister. Don't be hating. Okay. Joseph says, TT says, I'm JK. I was trying to make you stutter. Didn't work. My fave says, do the tongue twister. I'm not gonna do that. Nora says, what are you from? USA. Jensen says pass. That was me to that guy's tongue twister. Bob says, you need a funny joke to cheer you up. I've been getting a lot of those, and I stay the same. Joseph Barrera says, damn it, you failed. TT says, laughing out loud. Okay. Siberia says, I ate the fish. Okay. Man says, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I've gotten that comment like 10 times this stream. Slash says, is this your longest stream? It is. Croaky says, would you rather have the ability to regenerate any wound, it still hurts, or perfect reflexes every time? Some can still hit like fatal ones. I would want regenerative abilities. Ocean says 67. Okay. John says hello. Hello, John. Chad says, my cat is so dumb. Okay. Eagle says, do you have claustrophobia? I don't. Psych says hi. Hello, Psych. Will says hi. What? Excuse me. How's it going, Wills? Clicky says what's up. Hello, Clicky. Sport says, I ran 10 kilometers, 35.58. Okay. Cyril says, I said, who's your first ever YouTuber you've watched? One of the first is Exploding TNT. Joseph says, claustrophobia means you're afraid of Santa Claus. Claustrophobia. Okay, I was getting it mixed up with claustrophobia. I did not know that that was the thing. Slash says, why is everyone saying hi? I don't know. There was a trend there for a second. 321 says hi. Hi. Nadine says why. Hi. Hi. Man says, would you rather or would you gather? Am I doing it right? I don't know what you're doing. Clicky says, are you crying? I'm not. Den says, do you know when you fart it smells bad? I do. Sade says, if you had 3 wishes, what is it gonna be? One of them might be to free North Korea. Chad says, I have 0 subscriber. Why? What are you going to do? What? Joseph Barrera says, it was a SpongeBob quote, by the way. Oh, I forget your previous comment or the comment that you're referring to. Giol says, yo. Hello, Giol. Siberia says, I eat comments that said hi. Okay. Gatlin says, my doctor said I can't type in live chats. I wanted to say, have a skull emoji. Okay. Joseph says, Santa Claus. Oh, okay. That was not real. Got it. Rick says, your comment picker hates me. I mean, I pick the comments manually via my mouse, so I guess I hate you. Or at least subconsciously. Sophia says, how old are you? An adult. Arctic says, did you see the sunrise? I did not. Cross says, I'm back and I'm Fairy Hampter. Hi. Mace says, would you rather see a tree grow or a neighbor? What? Robotic says, when did you start your channel? I mean, when did I start streaming? September. Annie says, if you had a clock that counted down to any one event of your choosing, what event would you want it to count down to? My death. Slash says, your mic is quiet. We can barely hear it. Or is it normal? Who knows? Or am I lying? We don't know. Okay. Han says, twin. What should I do if I ate a expired Cheeto Puff? Nothing. I think you're fine. In says, why death? I mean, that's like the only useful thing that could come to my mind. Mr. Meme says, what's poppin'? Hi, Mr. Meme. Rick says, time stop or invisibility, and why? Time stop, because that seems more powerful and interesting. Christo says, have you visited any other countries? I have. My fave says, claustrophobia is the phobia of being too crowded. Yeah, I remember now. Friendly says, is your channel monetized? It is. Nadine says, it's Nadine. That's how I think you pronounce it. Danil says, poopy boy. Okay. Nor says, take a guess where I am from. There are hints. Saudi Arabia, USA, Netherlands. My guess is Netherlands. S says, are you doing well streaming? I am. William says, what is your IQ? I haven't taken a test, but I don't imagine I'm a genius. Mr. Knife says, imagine pooping, but why would you do it? 1921 mind tricks. What? My Fav says, can someone spam cheating Cheetos in the chat? Okay. Siberia says, I ate the plane by slicing. Okay. Sha says, are you saying this video you said tell or ask me anything? Indeed. In says, if you could travel back in time to any point in history, just to play harmless prank on a historical figure, who would you target? Jesus Christ. Cross says, I skipped school to watch this. No, you didn't. Yoon says, bro, why do you have a timer on right now? It's when I end the stream. Justice says, meep meep. Okay. Danelle says, winky face emoji. I catch your drift emoji. Okay. Senex says, if you can have one type of food forever, what would it be? The cheeseburger. Danny says hi. Hello, Danny. Friendly says Cheetos, 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 Cheetos. I think that guy earlier said something different. I think he said cheating Cheetos, which is not what you're doing. Yeah Man says hi. Hello, Yeah Man. And he says, I didn't expect that. What would he do? I mean, how about that one prank where you, tap, like, the opposite, like, shoulder from where you're standing? You know what I mean? And you have them look around as if there's someone else there. But the main reason why I would do that is so that I could be in his presence. I wonder what he's like. Julia says, do you believe in aliens? I don't. Man says, thoughts on Greenland? I mean, it'll be pretty fun if USA occupies and takes over, but that's probably not the right thing to happen. Rick says, my girlfriend doesn't let me smash. What should I do? Accept it. Friendly says, my dog name is Dawn. Not gonna lie, my dog name is Dawn. What? Slash says, would you rather have the power to have the ability to know your enemies or make any object you want? Any object I want. Lily says, shut up. No. Joseph Barrera says, that's funny, Don. I do that shoulder tapping thing with my friends as well. Okay. Anutta says, hello, can you please say I love Stray Kids? I'll sub if you do. No. Dex says, Joe says, Theo says, Mike says, Shane says, that Phil says, that Tom says, that Don says, okay. Telio says, do you believe in God? I don't. Flower says, would you have invisibility or be Superman? Superman. Says, you know the leader of Iran? People are shooting right now. I have heard that there's some pretty bad stuff happening over there. Sorry. Sri says, so why would you snitch on a real life Dexter? Because I don't really care for your reasons as to why you're brutally killing people. That's shouldn't be a thing. Not Ibrahim says, brah. Okay. Dart says, Bob. Okay. My fave says, no one will spam 67. Just do cheating Cheetos to revolt against that. Okay. Stevie says, do you think we're alone in the universe? I mean, if the universe is as big as mainstream science says, then I guess we're definitely not alone. Zero Cheese says, did you make the background music? No. Cat Sai says, what do you think of Palestine and Israel? No comment. Joseph Barrera says, we almost got him to stutter again. Okay. William says, what do you think about my profile picture? It looks to be FNAF, and I'm not a fan of that. Friendly says, cheating Cheetos is my heart. Cheating Cheetos is my heart. You did it right that time. Flower says, what do you want to roll the walled or make the world? What? Super says, you high-key chill. I like that. Thank you. Cat's Eye says, I know your location. If you don't stutter, I'll leak. Okay. Monster says, bongo, bongo, bongo. I don't want to leave the Congo. Okay. Says, God bless you. Thank you. Josh says, I'm sick. I got COVID. Okay. James says, okay. Okay. Rick says, is your forehead big? I'm not gonna pull back my hair, but I think it's slightly bigger than average. Danil says, mewing emojis. Okay. In says, what would a mirror image version of yourself in terms of personality be like? I mean, I'm a pretty introverted person, so I guess this guy would be, extroverted and very large physically. Josh says, I'm not lying. Okay. Friendly Shorts says, cheating Cheetos is my heart. Cheating Cheetos is my heart. Okay. A nut says I subbed. Okay. Oscar says, do you think we're all asleep and when we die, we wake up? No. Sid says, I goon to bugs. Okay. Eggy says egg. Okay. Lurk says, respect, man. I woke up and you're still at it. Yep. New says, did you cause the bite of 87? I don't know what that is. Ahmed says, don't listen to them. Who is evil? World Health Organization? I mean, I trust them. Noe says, do you think the Epstein files are really important with current American politics? I mean, the files include some pretty notable people in politics, so I guess so. And he says, if you could make a 20-second phone call to yourself at any point in your past or future, when would you call and what would you say? I would call myself in 2019 September and give him advice I'm not going to say here, and also talk about COVID. Danil says, okay. Thumbs up emoji. Okay. Jonathan says, what will happen if I gift you money? Then I'll be grateful. Earlier in the stream, I would increase the timer, aka how long I stream, but that's not a thing anymore. I would just be grateful. Jolina says, I'm an introvert and avid reader. Okay. Danil says, laughing emoji. Okay. There's lots of spam recently in the chat, like the past hour. There's way more spam than usual. It almost makes me want to like ban people, which I haven't felt these things before. It is strange. Tony says my friend's name is N erection. Funny. In says aw. Okay. Friendly says the background music is very scary. Okay. Lurk says I'm an intuitive introvert. Are you? That seems about right for me. Sport says, how many times have you said okay? Like, at least 200 times this stream. Yo Vince says, Dawn, go to sleep. Not now. Miss says, The Who or Led Zeppelin? Zeppelin. Egg says, your forehead is big like KSI. Okay. In says, is the S or the C silent in the word scent? My guess is the C. Sri says, do these streams pay you good? No. Lurk says, go to sleep. I'm good. I'll go to sleep when I want to. Nathan says, they're just being mean. Don't listen to them. I don't mind them. Oscar says, go to sleep. No. Sar says, bro, say yeah, but really grammed up. What? L says, so you're being pushed to your limits now due to the spamming of comments? I mean, the spamming of comments is annoying me, if that somehow relates to what you're asking. Cat's Eye says, are you okay? Yes. Jonathan says, chill. Okay. Usually says, are you okay? Yes. Sri says, so you just really enjoy listening to trolls? I mean, they're often funny, so yeah. Kyle says, what do you think of AI content? I mean, I think it's the future. I think it's inevitable. I just hope that people don't use it too much. Jelly says, what languages do you know? Just English. Twiz says, do you like YouTube? I do. Friendly says, why are you so boring and different? I don't know. Danil says, sorry bro. Okay. Nathan says, I subbed. Okay. Cha says, how much 45 plus 22? 67. Sport says, AI is messed up. Okay. Amanda says, are you crying? No. Jelly says, what's your ethnicity? Hispanic. Rick says, is open peace real? What's that? Rido says 60 times 27 equals 1,620. Okay. Dexo says, parentheses, don't read this. I did. British says, these spammers. Yeah, there's a few. Eggy says, can I sub? You can. Paul says, can you really be Hispanic if you don't speak Spanish? Yes. Sar says, bro, what was your last argument in the debate? That I would want God, the existence of God, to be as obvious as the existence of myself. As obvious as I think, therefore I am. Dixon says, can you try laughing? Well, say something funny. Podcast says, stop spamming. Okay. Esme says, what's up, yo? Hello, Esme. Brazo says, stop sign emojis. Okay. Egg says, how many politicians could he take? I mean, probably a few, considering that they're generally old. Ditto says, you. Okay. Egg says, already read that. Virus says, I just came in to lurk, but have a blessed day, brethren. Thank you. Lurk says, a minute feels forever. Mad respect, following through once again, and you're Mexican. Say that shit. I'm Mexican? I mean, not nationality, but I guess I do have some ancestry there. And thank you for the positivity. Al says, what's your favorite Mexican dish? The quesadilla with sour cream. Lucas says, do you like cheese? I do. Egg says, hi. Hello, Egg. Josh says, do you have a favorite sports team? I don't. A Groovy says, have you ever slapped a big ol' fish? No. Jelly says, poor guy just said he's Hispanic, and now everyone's talking about Mexican things. True. X says, where in Mexico were you born? I just said that I'm not related to Mexico in terms of nationality. Anonymous says, is it okay to take advantage of dementia MILF? No. Lurk says, laughing emoji. Okay. In says, if you were to live to the age of 90, would you rather keep the mind or the body of a 30-year-old for the last 60 years of your life? I would want to keep the body. Amanda says, can you please smile like this? No. Dixon says, am trying to get $1 million. Any tips? Work 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. Slash says, what if you were to go to your dream home? What would it look like? It would look like Notch's home in Los Angeles. My fave says, yeah, I know, I'm a super big fan of the amazing Digital Circus. What? Silly says hello. Hello, Silly. Esme says, would you rather fly or be able to turn invisible? Invisible. Pormatu says, Dawn, one time smiled like this. I think I have done that. Sar says, bro, my name is not Sar, it is Sardar, like Sir Duar. Sir Duar, okay. Josh says, do you have a favorite musician? I mean, one of them, this isn't a singular musician, but I like the band Radiohead. How says, is it okay to be a lesbian? Yes. Ahmed says, please change roles, ask me a question, I promise. I would give a good answer. What is something you're addicted to? Cha says, make me laugh in like funny face. I'm not gonna do that. Silly says, very cute, so much cute. Thank you. Cat's Eye says, do you know what a Therian is? Someone that thinks they're an animal. Pormatu says no comment. Okay. Excuse me for taking a moment to stretch. Kyle says there are 10 types of people in the world. Those who understand binary and those who don't. No comment. Def says hello. Hello, Def. My fave says, would you be one agent in Maduro's kidnapping or Diddy's jailer? I would be the jailer. How says, what should I do if someone is bullying my best friend and do nothing about it? You should stand up for your friend and send your friend positivity. Darkness says, what do you think about sour cream and onion Pringles? I haven't tried that. Spice says that was a big stretch. Okay. Dixon says, Dawn, am gonna try joining every live this week. Sounds good. See you there. Cat's Eye says, what do you think of Therians? I mean, they believe they're animals. They sound kind of crazy, but I don't know too much about it. Dexo says, ship. We are sinking. German Coast Guard. What are you thinking about? What? Silly says, I don't like Rule 34. Okay. Kyle says, a paradox walks into a bar and says, I am lying. The bartender closes the bar. I don't get it. In says, complete this sentence. I wish I had someone with whom I could share my life with. Core says, 58 minutes left. Thank goodness. You wanna end the stream? You're sick of the stream? Okay, just kidding. I am kind of grateful for that because I do feel somewhat tired. L says, how has this stream helped you, or what had it taught you about yourself? It helped me in a little way take insults better. Egg says, next message got kidnapped. I'm not doing that. The first captain says, Dawn, the Dawnlings are starving in the mines. They need oats to continue their work. I'm giving no oats. I'm keeping them to myself. All to myself. Amanda says, would you rather step on adorable puppies or step on adorable kitty? I would step on the puppies because I think puppies have stronger builds. Oscar says, what's your favorite color? Gray. B says, can you sing Internet Girl? No. Cha says, wait, your name in YouTube channel is Parasocial with. That's right. Porma2 says, Don steps on puppies. I mean, in the case of that would you rather question, yeah, but not voluntarily in regular life. Joseph Barrera says, would you ever in the future have overtime after the timer's up? I mean, if someone super chatted $100 around when the timer is about to end, then I probably would do a little overtime. Skull says, what time is it for you, Don? I'm not gonna say, but it is morning. Scorpion says, is it okay to be black? Blah, blah, blah. It appears you were about to say a racial slur, so I condemn your comment. Max says, I subscribed. Okay. Dixon says, will you ever quit YouTube? Probably. Annie says, if your brain had background tabs open like a computer, what would the oldest one still open be? 2019. Jolena says it's 10:33 a.m. in the Midwest. Okay. TT says if someone burns to death, do they get a discount on the cremation? Funny. Archibald says, can you please answer me what your favorite character? My favorite character is Bill Hartford. Egg says, can you smile like this? I don't want to. Sirdar, there you go. I forgot to include says. Sirdar says, not Duar, just say Sirdar. I don't know why, but this simple comment has confused me. Anyways, though, I'll try to call you Sirdar. Helia says, how do you show messages on screen? Google Chrome extension called Live Chat Overlay. Zach says, do you support a football team? I don't. B says, will you stream tomorrow? I'll stream in under 24 hours. Ahmed says, tragically gooning an anime. This is fun. Please give me another question. Oh, you have an addiction to gooning an anime. My next question is, which country do you live in? Emily says, would you eat a toenail for $1,000? Yes or no? I guess so. Yeah. Reagan says JSJZJND. Okay. Slash says, Don, would you rather be able to see your future to stop something bad, or go back one day before the day happened? I would want to see the future. Anonymous says, I bully myself to do things that need to be done. That's a method. Max says, I lived in Japan, but just moved to Maryland. Okay. Rock says, are you gay? No. Requi says, wibbly, wobbly, squibbly, squabbly. I got this young girl, and she won't get off of me. Okay. Amanda says, I live in South Africa. Okay, that's where you live. ABC says, was the blunt too big? I didn't have that. Darkness says, can you solve 255? I don't know what you're referring to. Ali the AI says, let's get those likes up. Y'all better be double tapping the screen like your life depends on it. We're crushing the algorithm. Yeah, you can like the stream, guys, if you want to. Only if you want to. Porma2 says, I live within 1,000 miles of you. You live in the US? The lower 48? Okay. Ike says, I hate Ali the AI. Well, I don't. Ahmed says, I would rather not to say because I think it's kind of hated, so let's say I'm Arabic. Keep going. What country, dude? I'm curious. Collector Nick says, has this stream gone by quick for you? It has. Starflight says, do you watch anime? I don't. In says, how well is your current home fortified against a potential zombie attack? It's more well fortified than the average abode. Andrew says, 51 minutes. You're on the home stretch. That's right, home stretch. Link says, do you poo in the shower? I do not do that. Dixon says, what's a blunt? Look it up. D3 says, are you tired? A little bit. Slash says, my favorite animal is a frog. Don, what's your favorite animal? One of my favorite animals is the great Potu bird. Jolina says, I was getting sleepy around 3 a.m., but now I am wide awake. Have you been awake? You've been awake since then? Did you pull an all-nighter? UIA says, it's Patu. What? Porma2 says, what will you eat after the stream? Probably some chicken. Darkness says, can you say 25? 5. There you go. Flip says, has January honestly been going quick for you? It has. Ahmed says, Iraq. Thank you for your curiosity. Next question. Okay, Iraq. My next question is, what's a creator on the internet that you like YouTuber, TikToker? Throat says, fried chicken, some grits and queefy cereal too? No. In says, what random skill do you have that you are unreasonably proud of? Random skill. I don't have too many skills. I mean, I'm not too proud of it, but I do know how to unicycle. Joseph says, how would you react if your local residents started to recognize you from here? That would be pretty cool. Hey says, can you say my name? I'm only saying what I said. Podcast says, what is your end game? For what? Tommy says, I had a whole school day and you're not finished. I've been streaming a while. 9 hours. Andrew says, what's the best question you've received on stream? Does anything stick out? I mean, my memory is so poor when I stream, so I can't give a great answer, but I will say that the chatter backend, there's a guy named Backend, he was giving tons and tons of good questions. I also, this isn't a question, but I liked when Ali the AI was having beef with some other guy claiming that he was also an AI. Ahmed says, Jaden Animation, Mia Khalifa, and you. Okay, that's quite a variety. L says, alright, Don B, have a good rest of the day, and I'll talk to you soon. See ya, L. Joseph says he likes Xavier facts. I do, but he wasn't present during this stream. Core says, oh yeah, that AI beef was awesome. Yeah. Dexo says brain fried. A little bit. Darkness says, can you say 25, 5, 10 times, but sing it. I don't want to. Stroll says, would you rather watch your parents do it every night for the rest of your life, or join in one time so you don't have to watch anymore? I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. Tofu says, me, you, and gooning to trees. Okay. Bones Jones says, what's up, man? You look tired. Have a good one. You too. See ya. And this is random, but thank you for the super chats that you've sent in the past via Cash App. Sophia says, have you TR? What? Elia says, did you ever call 911 by accident? I haven't. Bash says, have you tried Geometry Dash? If not, you should try it. I have played it. I beat Clutterfunk, and that's as far as I got. Bentley says, how many hamsters are in your floorboards right now? I don't think there's any. Slash says, would you do a stream with another creator and both you and whoever the other content creator answer our comments or questions? It would be pretty cool to have a co-host, yeah. Harrison says, have you got any pets? No. Julia says, can you guys stop with global warming? It's 2 degrees where I am, and my toes are going to fall off. Okay. Cha says, wait, are you understand me? What? Sigma says, who is your favorite footballer ever? I'm not into football. I can't say. X says, what's the difference between Gordon Ramsay and Drake? Gordon has a soft spot for children, and Drake has a hard one. No comment. N says, if you had to be an inanimate object for a day, what would you wish to be and why? The antenna at the top of the Empire State Building, because I get a good view, I guess, if I'm able to see, that is. Cap says, can you say 1111 in years? What? Harrison says, your favorite team in World Cup 2026. I'm not into sports. Dixon says, if you went back to high school days, what will you do? I'd be, I think, a tiny bit more social. Core says, I'd be a rock. That seems kind of boring. Jelly says, are you emo? I don't consider myself to be that. Marshmallow says, hello, remember me? I don't. Ahmed says, don't forget to question me, dumb ass. My question to you is, do you play any video games? And if so, what is the video game that you play the most currently? It's Enna says hello. Hello, it's Enna. San says Greek blah 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 center back. Okay. Says yo, I'm back. What's up, B says, do you listen to rap? If you do, who's your favorite rapper? I don't. Dixon says, can you question me? I'm British and I play lots of video games. My question is to you is, what is the video game that you play currently the most? Amanda says, yo Don, wanna cast a spell before the stream ends so we can spawn the demons? No thank you. Dexo says, do you know the game Crusader Kings? I don't. It sounds like a bad mobile game though. In says, if you had a friend who spoke to you in the same way you speak to yourself, how long would you allow that person to be your friend? Indefinitely. I don't think there would be problems. Harrison says, you played Call of Duty before Modern Warfare? No. Core says, if there was anyone you could become for a week, who would it be? I mean, I guess, I mean, I'm thinking about the President of the United States because, you know, that's like, I just wonder what that would be like, to be the leader of the free world. So that's a candidate. Sir says 79 bananas or Steph Curry. Steph Curry. B says, do you play Clash of Clans? I don't. It says, I have a quick question. Will you save 30 kids or get a superpower, but the side effects is the next question? Dude, I'm not doing this next question stuff anymore. Asa says nuclear football. Okay. Epic says, what is your worst ever gaming experience? That would belong to, Call of Duty Black Ops 4. I didn't enjoy that game too much. Amanda says, Dawn, ask me questions. I don't really want to. In says, if today were the last day of your life, would you want to do what you are about to do today? No. X says, what's your motive for streaming, man? Fame, entertainment for myself. Braun says, remember me? I don't. Skep says, skipped. I probably did skip you. Don't be surprised, I skip a lot of people. Ahmed says, I love story games like Undertale, and right now I play Overwatch and Dead by Daylight. And tell that asshole not to steal my idea. Oh, when people earlier were asking for me to ask them questions, you were the first request that I ask you a question? Okay. X says, JoJo's is best show I've watched in my life. Okay. Sardar says, I hope I pronounced that right, says, bro, like if God came to the earth and be like, I am everyone, we'll know he is, but God doesn't do that because he want to test us all. Maybe, but, I don't think that's, sufficient evidence for me to believe in God. I think you could have me believe in anything if you were to use that argument. Bronson says, I just subscribed. Okay. Roblox Kid says D. Okay. Ahmed says, what's your favorite Roblox game? Natural disasters. C Brown says, what's your favorite band or artist? One of my favorite bands is Nirvana. Porma2 says, do you believe in me as a divine entity? No. Shirky says, do you have a VR headset? I don't. Throat says, if there is no God, why are you alive? Laughing out loud. For shits and giggles berries? I don't know. I think that's an unanswerable question. Daniel says, if I try bone smashing, do you think my dick would recover properly? You're not supposed to bone smash your penis. That process is meant for your face. Wilhelm says he, I. Okay. Epic says, be in a world where you didn't exist or where every single person knows you. Every single person knows you. Ba says, did you watch JoJo's? No. Porma2 says, that's called jelking, you amateur. I think jelking is where you, like, stretch your penis. I don't know if jelking is, like, hitting your penis. Or maybe you mean Porma2. Like, I'm interpreting your message wrong. You mean that if you want to improve your penis, that what you do is jelq. In that case, I see what you're saying. Ahmed says, bored because they ruined my idea, so I'm going to goon. What's your recommendation? My recommendation is to not do that. Throat says, you just like Nirvana because they sell t-shirts at Target. No one actually likes butt rock. No. I've listened to Nevermind a few dozen times. May says, you play COD multiplayer? I don't. Spooter says, Obama, Bezos, or Trump? I don't have a preference. I Quit says, when was your most embarrassing moment? I don't know the most one, but I've given speeches in high school where I've stuttered. Sardar says, first of all, it is Serdar. I keep on forgetting, sorry. Serdar. And second of all, how can a man from Arabia 1400 years ago come up with this? I mean, the imagination is powerful. Yes says pee poo poo. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, I tried pulling an all-nighter, but I'm out of here. Good night. Don, see ya tomorrow. Good night, Joseph, and good on you on being responsible. Nirvana says, Bomba Glut. Okay. Says, you remember me. I don't. Lava says, remember me. I don't. I hate this question. Madra says, wake up in the morning with a loud fart. No. AJ says, you watch Joe Bartolozzi. A very tiny bit. I've seen some YouTube shorts of him, but that's about it. Pebble says, hi. Hello, Pebble. SR says, when do people get voice change? Puberty. Braun says, do you? I am. Proto says, go to bed in an hour or two. Bit says, are you still alive from 6 hours ago, bro? I am. Jelly says, what is your style? Polo shirt. Serdar says, bro, Quran has the direct mention of Big Bang. This all was 14 years ago. Muhammad didn't even know how to read or write. A direct mention of the Big Bang. I wonder what that direct mention looks like, and I'm pretty sure it's not like extremely specifically like predicting the Big Bang. I'm sure it was pretty vague in its prediction. X says, would you rather gain? I don't feel like reading all of that. Spooter says, how often do you go shopping? Like once a week? Elias says, look in the mirror because your eyes are red. They are. AJ says, how is life going? Great. B says, do you like salty or sweet foods? I mean, it's hard to choose. Salty. Core says, 31 minutes, man. Yep, we're approaching the end. I've gone at this for a long while. Ba says, what's your job? I'm gonna keep that private. AJ says, do you need a hug? Need? No. Crystal says, is your name Benny? No. Kitty says, hi. Hello, kitties. Serdar says, bro, the verse from yesterday, I don't remember it. Cha says, I'm sorry, you understand me? You're not seeing my comment, and you were. Well, I saw your comment this time. Benny says, what music do you like? What's your favorite band? A band I like is Arcade Fire. Aol says, what is your exact coordinates? No comment. Ian says, what would you choose between having $1 million or eat how much you want to eat but don't gain weight? I would do the latter. The latter. The latter is something no human has ever done, so that would be interesting to have. Dex says in 30 minutes, USA will invade Greenland. Okay. Braun says, didn't finish, do you? What? In says, if you found out today that everything you've ever known as was part of an elaborate illusion or simulation, what is the one thing you would still believe is real? Death. Bonnie says, what now? What? Sirdar says, bro, fun fact, Sirdar is my surname. Okay. Yor says, do you play Roblox? I don't. Vigo says, have you ever wished to cuddle with a bunch of femboys? Never once. Elia says, do people in this stream do jokes? They do. Soul says, why do you look drugged? Well, I am a little tired. I've been looking at a screen for many, many hours. Those are 2 reasons. Yusuf says 30 minutes, 29 and a half. Mello says, do you have a meat print? Like in my jeans of my penis? No comment. Rain says, what's that red thing under your wrist? I think it's like some irritation on my skin because I've been holding my computer mouse kind of aggressively throughout the entire stream. Laura says, why is your eyes red? Staring at the screen for too long. AJ says, I'm a go. In case I don't see ya, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Okay. Bye. Ian says, their life outside our own planet. Probably. Alistair says, would you smoke a joint with Jesus? Yeah. In says, if you could send one text message of no more than 160 characters to every active phone in the world simultaneously, what would it say? I think I would want it to say something specific, not like believe in yourself. Love is the meaning of life. I don't want it to be like not cliche. How about it would include something like read Self-Reliance by Ralph Waldo Emerson. I would probably be recommending a lot of pieces of media. Lava says, let's goon daddy. No. A says, are you still in school? In like high school? No. GC says, cut or uncut. Am I circumcised? No comment. Sirdar says, Quran says, have those who disbelieved not considered that the heavens and the earth were a joined entity, and we separated them and made from water every living thing? Then will they not believe? I don't think that is a specific prediction of the Big Bang. I think it's kind of vague. C says you should invest in blue light glasses. That might be the way, but I don't like the appearance of glasses, so. Wilhelm says, Don, remember me? If you say no, I'm gonna crash the fuck out. I do. I think I remember you saying that you worked in a gun shop. Chicago says this is why USA, Christian country, builds and manufactures technology, while Muslim and Arab countries, blah blah blah. Okay. And I condemn your comment. Crafty says, say I like chicken if you need help. Do not show this. I did show that. Someone says, are you depressive? No. Cha says, can you show me your PC? No. Daniel says, do you consider yourself an incel or not? I don't. Wilhelm says, Don remembers me. Yay. I was right. Yay. Serdar says, bro, Quran, every verse has many, many meanings. Yeah, the Quran is a very interesting book. I hope to read it one day. Wow says, why does the Quran have a Coke rant? What? Palmer2 says, you say no, like chat is an annoying nephew. I mean, that can be the case because, you know, I often get the same question, so it's just annoying to get the same question. It's like when you're driving and you keep on getting asked, are we there yet? Are we there yet? It's kind of the same deal with me, except with it's different people. They just happen to be asking the same question. Dexo says nephew, so he's Unk. Okay. Cross says, do you believe in Jesus? I don't. Jack says, I don't like how all religions don't get along with each other. If they did, the world would be better. Maybe. X says, would rather date a femboy or your future daughter marry a tomboy? My future daughter is gonna have to do that. Bacon says, are you an atheist? I guess so, I'm not religious. Elias says, I'm a Muslim, what are you? Non-religious. Bez says, John 3:16. Okay. Reborn says, in 23 minutes, are you sleeping too? No, I'll be awake for a bit longer. Crafty says, is it bad I'm dating a spider furry? I mean, as long as you're not doing anything illegal, then I guess it's fine. Core says, if I wasn't lazy, I'd count how many times someone asks the same question. That might be an interesting statistic to learn. Mr. T says, did you get some rest from the last time you were here? No. Hidden says, I'm 25 days sober off the za. Are you proud of me? I am. GC says, what's your favorite book? The Wisdom of Life by Schopenhauer. Yasin says, go to bed, your eyes are red. Not yet. Reborn says, how are you not tired, Dom? Because, I mean, every second I have to say a word. Like, I'm constantly talking, I'm constantly using my brain. I'm in like a flow state, so it's kind of hard for me to get tired. Wow says, it's actually romantic that they keep asking you about your religion. Okay. Wow said, I already read that. Alistair says, where are you? Nothing specific. It's 11:05 a.m. here. I live in the United States of America. Lower 48. Not Z says, do you watch Blue Lock? Don't know what that is. Big Guy says, at lunch right now. Okay. Mello says, do you want to join my cult? No, thank you. Elia says, I'm gay. Okay. Ziplap says, how do you ask out girls? You go up to them and say, how's it going? And then you say, can I have your phone number? Alicia says, your eyes telling me like you want to take a break. I mean, I can do a few hours longer if I wanted to, and I think do an okay job at this. Dexo says 6:07 p.m. 1807. What? Vigo says, what is the perfect political ideology in your opinion? I don't think there is such a thing. Jolena says, I'm eating my omelet and toast. Yummy. That sounds good. Ina says, if you had to prove you were a human and not an AI in a 5-minute text-only conversation, what is the first thing you would say? I mean, one strategy that came to my head is that I might want to be offensive and maybe insensitive and rude, because I don't know if modern AIs would do that. ChatGPT is programmed to be, very, very caring. Someone says, read Quran, it's for your guidance, you wouldn't regret. I'm interested in reading it one day. Buzz says, do you wonder if you're wasting your life doing this? I mean, not really, because, I more wonder if, the time I spend on electronics in general is a waste of time. There's nothing special about this in comparison to, watching YouTube videos. Me streaming is not that different to that. In says, if you stripped away your job, your roles, like parent or friend, and all your physical possessions, who would you still be at your core? At my core? I think I would still keep the vast majority of my personality and the way that I am now, so yeah. Michaela says, what's the funniest thing you have ever done? Well, I remember I used to make these videos of me trolling in video games. That's something. Clash says, I'm dating a squirrel on crack. Okay. Asa says, Quran is horrible, even more absurd and cruel towards women than the Bible. No comment. Wilhelm says, I have a bigger brother in Namibia. He's learning to become a biomechanical engineer. Okay. Alicia says, can I ask something like, how's your parents or family doing? I probably won't respond to that. I won't. Chad says, have a good day. I'm going to leave this video. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Bye, Chad. Wow says, let everyone knock on wood. Knock on wood for what? Like that my parents don't die? Dexo says, I knocked on wood. I guess thank you if what I said earlier was what you're doing it for. Roth says, I am back. Welcome back. Green says, are you okay? I am. My fave says, if you were to explain your favorite book under 10 words, what would you say? There's good and bad in every human being. I don't like how I described it though. That's vague. Dixon says, Don, you hit 5,000 subs. I did? Okay. Jolena says, Namibia is a country in continent of Africa. Yeah, it's like south. Yeah. Thorin says, how to not be fat. Don't eat that much. Wow says, his love was the key that opened my thighs. Okay. Michael says, remember me? I do not remember you. Luna says, hi, I have a question. What is it? Jana says, say my name, say my name. There you go. Will Wilhelm says, I made a video game if you ever want to check it out. What's the name? I don't know. It says how to delete search history. You should be able to find that. It's not hard to find. I'm sure you can find how if you do a little searching. And he says, what is a topic you could give a 40-minute presentation on with zero preparation? Simply because you're that obsessed with it. Let me think. A history of YouTube videos and culture from 2016 to now. Timotheus says, ever been to the Netherlands? No. Serdar says, bro, the thing you say, Saudi woman cannot even drive. They do not have any rights, blah, blah, blah. That's not the representation of Saudi. That's the representation of Saudi, not Islam. Okay, I see what you're saying. That doesn't represent Islam. That's more of like a country culture thing. Okay. Says whip the hoggy out. No. Wow says new heights of manhood. Okay. Take says Israel or Palestine. No comment. J4 says the Saudi woman can drive. They can? Okay. Daniel says you mog without even trying or caring about mogging. Brother, respect. Thank you. Says whip the hoggy out. Again, no. Dylan says ever been to Canada? I'm not gonna say, but I do plan to eventually go there. Lily says, what's one of your biggest accomplishments? I'm not gonna say specifically, but it regards education. J4 says, I'm so proud of how far you've came. Congratulations on your monetization. I've been here literally since beginning. Thank you. I'm curious as to how close to the beginning though. I highly doubt that you are actually here from like the first day of streaming. I don't know. It says, wow, good job, Don. I will like and subscribe. Okay. Says whip the hoggy out. No. Serdar says that was an example until 2016. What? Wow says, oh my god, this stream is so lit. Congratulations. Now they will be like a gang. What? Kai says gay. Okay. Paper says, can we be friends? Parasocially. Anonymous says, just farted in my grandma's breathing machine. Okay. I already read that. Paper says, yay. Okay. Alistair says, I don't get why people are so political. Politics is what keeps us all hating each other, so that's... It makes... So that we're distracted. We don't focus on real problems because of politics. Okay. James says, please stop saying whip the hoggy out. Yeah, stop. James Russell says, do you kiss your booty cheeks twice? No. Dexo says, Don Corleone, give me justice. Godfather. What? Wendy says, you have a dog? I do. Take says, it wasn't too long ago Western women had to literally throw themselves in front of horses to be able to vote. Who are we to judge other civilizations? That's an interesting point. Paper says, got to go, bye. See ya, Paper. Arena says, how long have you been live? I've been live for 9 hours and 59 minutes. Annie says, if there were a museum dedicated to your life, what 3 items would have to be in the main exhibit to tell your true story? My true story? I mean, there would definitely be some electronic devices in this museum. Maybe a PS3. Gaming has influenced me a lot, for good or for bad. Says whip the hoogie out. No. Wilhelm says game name is Gum Key, Gum Monkey, and is a physic action JRPG. Okay, Gum Key. Let me make a note of that. Gum Key. I'll maybe check it out. I don't know what to call myself says, can you do log arithmetics? I forget what that is. Flip says I'm sub and like. Okay. Para says say my name. I'm only saying what I just said. Vigo says, do you think sanctions are human right violations? I live in a country full of sanctions, Russia, and the life starts to suck more and more each year. I really don't have an opinion on sanctions, but I'm sorry to hear that sanctions are negatively affecting your life. That must suck, as you say. Says whip the hoogie out. No. Innie says, what would your 10-year-old self think of the adult you have become today? I mean, I think he would like the fact that I still do and am interested in YouTube. Danil says, yo, I'm back. Hello, Danil. Flip says, do you have any money? Have inf. What? Fire says, whip the hoogie out. Again, no. Joe Dirt says, ooh woo. Okay. Says, swing the dih out. No. And says, it's time to go to bed, right? Well, it's time to end the stream soon, as you can see. In says, if you could swap the sounds made by any two animals, example, lion that chirps like a bird, which two would you pick? Which two would I pick? Let me think. Which two would I pick? How about switching out the sound of a what's a loud animal? I'm trying to think. A elk and a mountain lion, because I want mountain lions to be loud so that I'm warned as to if they're around me. That would make them less dangerous, like an elk. They should sound like that. Serdar says, bro, Islam says that about women should like hijab and stuff, and you know what that have done. You never. Okay. And says, yeah, that's what I meant after stream. You will go to bed. Okay. Porma2 says, West Coast line of thought. I was thinking that someone might mention that what I just said indicates where I might live. Komonto says, do you like One Piece? I don't. I don't know says, can you please laugh or smile? No. I already read that. Dexter says, what am I supposed to do without Don? Well, how about this? You donate $300 and I'll stream for an extra 30 minutes. I don't know what to call myself says, please, I feel sad. Sorry. Seth says, my guess is maybe Colorado or Texas. Maybe. Braun says, do you get to choose who you read out? I do. Synth says, running out of time. Yes, I can't believe it. Like, my brain literally is confused by how small the timer is now. Den says, bye. Bye, Den. Ahmed says, fuck. You stop avoiding me. No promises. By the way, is there anyone here that is not from YouTube? Like, most of you have like found me from the shorts feed, from going to my channel and clicking the stream, but have any of you found like this live stream from like another website or app? Just curious. Alicia says me. What app then? Dexo says shorts feed. Yeah, that's what most people, that's where most people are from. Smile says YouTube. Okay. I'm looking at the chat right now and nobody is, saying what I was kind of suspecting where a few people might be coming from. It looks like it's just all YouTube. Okay. Sir says Prawn Hub. Funny. Candy says Twitch. No, I'm not on Twitch. First says, legend has it Dawn never streamed for that many consecutive hours ever again. I wonder if that's gonna hold true. Danil says bye bro. We will miss. Bye Danil. Here's a bye in advance. Og says, dang, I was here at 4 and now it's 10. Damn. Bro, you need to sleep. Your eyes look like it don't ruin your eyes. My eyes do need a break from the screen. Anne says, do you like your personality? Yeah. In says, if you could create a brand new holiday, what would it be for, and how would people celebrate it? It would be, a day in late May to celebrate the fact that, school is ending. 7 Dot says, hello again. Did you sleep, Dawn? I did not. Talon says, why did the penguin cross the road? Why? Vigo says, do you have a schedule for these streams? Not a hard one, but I usually stream around 12 a.m. Eastern Time, USA. Straight says, can you please sleep? You look like you're a zombie. Well, I'm ending the stream soon, so I bet that satisfies you. Yeah says, what's your goal this year? Make a Minecraft server. Seth says Florida. Maybe. Says, had fun talking to you, but it wasn't necessary to answer my question. What do you do in your spare time? I mean, one thing is video editing. Yeah, that's all I'll say. Timotheus says, are you autistic? No. Says, whip the D out. I'm not doing that. Alistair says, bye-bye. You have a wonderful night and get some rest soon. Thank you, and I hope your night is wonderful as well. Fire says Corn Hub. Okay. Ian says, who decides which of the divorced parents their children will live with? Who decides? The court. In says, if you had access to a magical book that brings stories to life, what book would you choose and which characters would you invite to join you in the real world? I would bring in the book Utopia, that one book from like 1500 called Utopia. I would bring that book. I forget the characters' names though. Anne says, would you love a decent work other than streaming, which is ruining your gorgeous eyes? I'm satisfied with how my life is looking right now. Wow says, after 2 minutes, we will go rip. True. Our friendly short says, good night. I am from India. Good night. Arctic says, remember to do your atheisms. Yes, I will go on r/atheist and wear a fedora and make posts. Star says, do you have depression? I don't. Fire Skull says, do you believe in God? I don't. 7 Dot says, alright, it ends. See you in the next stream. Good night, Don. Bye, 7 Dot. Bradley says, less than 2 minutes, then it's bedtime for you, basically. Porma2 says, pray to the stock market and count our Schlud sings. Okay. Says, whip the dit out. No. Serdar says, bro, I have an idea for you. Like, for example, if you start streaming 12 a.m., sleep at 4 p.m., I'm gonna continue the way I'm doing things. Smile because you are precious. Super chatted 20,000 IDR. Thank you. Whatever that currency is. Can someone tell me that currency before we end the stream? Smile says, Dawn and fam here. Stay hydrated and have a good sleep. Yes, I'm right after the stream ends. I'm gonna chug a lot of soda and water. And thank you for wishing me a good sleep, and thank you for your super chat again. I really appreciate it, Smile. And what's the currency? Can someone tell me the damn currency? I don't see the currency. Oh my god, where's the damn currency? What the hell is IDR? I've been saying this repetitively, and nobody is saying the currency. Timotheus says Indian rupee. That's Indian rupees? I don't think it is. Porma2 says Indonesia rupiah. That seems more right. Anyways, goodbye everyone.